What's up, everybody? Welcome to consecutive streaming day number 702. We have 3 more days left of Super League, and this is now the deciding moments in this Super League group stage. Who makes it to playoffs? Who makes it to playoffs at what spot? Who can dodge the round of 12? And what will be the pairings for the single elimination playoffs? Here in the biggest Warcraft 3 league, there is $32,000 on the line and somewhat the World Championship as well. We got a couple of matches that we more or less have to get out of the way, and we got a super important match at the end of the day, as it is Soen fighting for survival in Super League. And I was struggling to survive here as well, being more or less alone the entire week. There was something missing very, very close to my heart. But now, over the weekend, we found it. And we brought it back. Against all the odds, it's a dual cast. It's Mr. Remo Demo.
Hello, Neo. Hello, Chad. Welcome, everybody, to a new week, the last few days of the group stage. And yes, I am back again. Happy to return. Only 3 play days left and lots of excitement still in me, for sure. Wonderful to be back.
You missed probably the greatest Warcraft 3 of 2026 by 1 day. Happy verse 120 yesterday. What a series.
Sick.
What a war this was.
Dude, when I saw the late game setup on map 5, the position 120 had, the items he had, bro, it was ridiculous. But you kind of have that feeling sometimes, but wait, this is happy.
Yep.
Wait, this is happy.
Yep.
And the way he pulled it out, dude, it was so sick.
And then
sick series.
He put the Sobi mask on the Naga instead of the DK, and he misses.
Oh yeah, true. And then
he misses the coil by 3 mana points that the DK would have had if he had the Sobi mask. But as we say in German, hätte der Hund nicht geschissen, hätte der Hase gefangen, gell? So that didn't work out. Happy's still on a crazy win streak. Rank 1, pretty much guaranteed. Happy Life and 120 are among the top 4. We're still looking for the 4th player that is dodging the first round of playoffs. We also made decisions at the bottom of the league where Infy and EleGaNt have been eliminated.
Yeah, indeed. Very disappointing season for Infy. Kind of weird. Previous season, in the first season of the Super League, looked amazing. He surprised us all with how well he was doing there. Now he had mostly losses in this season. He was experimenting a lot, playing lots of tavern builds. It was really interesting to see him play and pull it off as well, sometimes even against the top players. It felt like also in other show matches, other tournaments outside of the Super League, he's been looking pretty good. He's been doing pretty well, but especially here in the biggest tournament, unfortunately, the results really weren't there this time. Coupled with that, the fact that he's starting to off-race again, going orc again, not sure how motivated he's going to be feeling after this season.
Yeah, we'll see how Infy is doing in relegation if he attempts that. Today's matches, we didn't even talk about them. As I said, there's a couple of games that we have to get out of the way as they are left over. Kaho versus EleGaNt is pretty much for the golden pineapple, I would say. No chance for Kaho anymore to make top 4. It's, of course, about seeding, and EleGaNt has been eliminated. But there's a little something, Mr. Remo Demo, when it comes to playoffs. As you can see on the bracket, currently when it comes to points, Kaho is rank 8. And let's just assume Happy is already confirmed number 1. As he is confirmed number 1. So if we scroll down a little bit and remind ourselves that Kaho is currently rank 8, the player who wins the battle between rank 8 and rank 9 is facing Happy in the quarterfinal. So I think there's a solid incentive for Kaho to score high here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy is still the big scorer. Of course, he didn't win the last Super League season, as we remember. That was a labyrinth. But still, indeed, in first place now, guaranteed already. Yeah, you want to avoid him like the plague as much as you can.
As much as I avoid society as a whole. So I can give some tips to Kaho maybe on how to do that. Versus EleGaNt, he is of course the big favorite, but Kaho before this tournament was known as the best Knight of Pyrrha on the planet, and then he loses to Life, who we will see later as well in the match versus Soen. Life continues to be the story of the Super League.
Yeah, important point, I guess, if it's relevant for him to take second place. I guess if he gets second place, that means he's going to be on the other side of the bracket compared to Happy in the seeding. So, right, that's how it should work.
Yes.
Second and third, though. All right, second and third should be on the
Yes.
other side. So fourth would be in the next round next to Happy.
Correcto. And then the question is it bad for Life to be in Happy's part of the bracket? Because he wrecked him in Super League group stage.
Yeah, Life has been by far the most impressive Night Elf versus Undead player out there by a good margin, I would say. Many others have been struggling, but he has been looking tremendous. But if Happy has that extra bit of playoff oomph, I think still, if there's one player you want to avoid, it might be Happy, even if you have that sick matchup against Undead.
That's right. Then we also have a rare Orc Mirror in the middle. Lynn is making a return after a couple of days off. We'll be up against FoCuS. So Lynn destroyed Soen. Soen destroyed FoCuS. Do we even have to play that match, or should we just give the 3-0 to Lynn?
I mean, why is that a foregone conclusion? They both destroyed FoCuS, so now it's to find out who's the best, right?
Yeah, but it's Lynn versus FoCuS.
Excuse me. Yeah, it's Lynn versus FoCuS, not Lynn versus Soin. Yeah, of course. You know what? No, we're gonna play it out here. I want to see some torrents. I want to see some pulverizing going on. I'm here for it.
Right.
I said this a few days ago when I was casting. It felt like I haven't cast an Orc Mirror in forever. I missed that Orc Mirror, sadly, that you were casting. I want to see some grunts and some torrents again.
Okay, hopefully we get that. Maybe some Witch Doctors in the mix as well. What I like to see, outside of the in-game content, of course, is our wonderful community supporting us wonderfully. Thank you, Alpha Maschine 12 for the 5 gifted subs. Woohoo! Hinterreudig for the 57 month. And Schnock for the 46. Also, of course, shout out to our caster colleague, Soul 8man. I missed you yesterday, Soul. We could have cast a funny Labyrinth versus Moon series. But now, the Gladiator Cup show matches out of the way. It is EleGaNt with his last appearance in the Super League. Will make a showing in the relegation once again. Up against Kaho, who also played, in my opinion, a pretty disappointing season.
Yeah, seeing him owning the top 8, possibly outside of the top 8, depending on how the result today is going to go. We have to keep in mind also that FoCuS has still 2 games to play, so FoCuS in fact has really good chances to overtake Kaho in the standings. Not what the hopes were for this huge talent. Still a huge talent, I would say. Still, I don't think he has reached his full peak yet, his full potential. Yeah, he and Life were expected to be the 2 top Night Elves, fighting for the top ranks. And for Life, that held true. For Kaho, not so much.
To correct that. And yeah, usually it's Kaho who performs better in big tournaments when Life is struggling under the big pressure. This time, it was the other way around. Speaking of FoCuS, by the way, he can still make... No, he couldn't make top 4. There was some mathematical shenanigans that he couldn't make top 4, but he can still make top 5. So definitely an incentive for FoCuS to perform, but that goes for Lynn as well. Let's focus on the Night Elf Mirror. We have this wonderful interaction, usually on springtime, where both Demon Hunters and their archers are standing in the middle and then nothing happening for 2 minutes. But this time, Kaho was like 20 seconds faster than EleGaNt, and he easily gets the green spot, and he easily gets the archer. I think this is a beautiful early game for Kaho.
Yeah, in the early game, it's mostly about getting those items, getting those levels wherever you can. But if you can grab an archer as well, it's a nice little bonus. Also, healing gonna be very, very crucial. So we have to keep an eye on these HB bars and on the moon juice. By the way, when I watched the VOD of Happy versus 1-0, how much tanking the Crypt Lord did, how much healing he received, you know, from Blight, from statues, from DK and everything. How much he missed out on by always selling the Ring of Protection. You know how many times we had to tell Hawk that a Ring of Protection is not bad on the Alchemist with 1 point of armor? Crypt Lord is 2 points of armor. Please, Happy. Keep the ring, goddamn.
I mean, we try to educate our players, Remo, but like the little rugrats they are, they never listen and they have to figure it out themselves. Just like little kids putting their hands on the what's it called? The herd. The oven.
Yeah, the stovetop.
Yeah.
It's hard. Gotta be careful.
So, I've seen some very, very cool variations on this patch. We have to tell everybody we got a patch last week. Lawlight especially brought the Pit Lord to Night of Mirror, and I have rarely seen a more beautiful thing than a Pit Lord in Night of Mirror. Colorful was playing a Tinker when you were casting 10 days ago on the older patch. So we can hope for some variety. At the moment, it is looking like variety already, because Kaho is going for the standard Chinese way of going Dryad Bears, Demon Hunter, possibly Naga Keeper. But EleGaNt, if you can count to 5, and I think we both can because you can do it with one hand, 5 archers, no Hunter Soul. The man is playing range. He's a man of the people.
Is he going Talons?
Yes, sir.
Talons, one of the most anticipated units of the new patch. Of course, they benefited from the research time upgrade like many other master casters, but with Talons, always that master timing seems to be crucially important right when you get it out. And here, indeed, it is. The beauty of the Talons. Amazing against the bears. But those big stony boys, they're a bit harder to deal with.
The stony boys, correcto. And of course, by now, everybody knows my mantra that I repeat every time I see this unit. Talents make everything better. Especially Night of Mirror. It is not the revolutionary strategy. Back at War 3 Champions Finals days, when Cini is making a top 2, he was playing this in Mirror already. It's extremely powerful. It is also very timing dependent. As you said, Mountain Giants counter them quite hard. So far, we got an engagement into the base. That's a TP. Damage done, not necessarily on the units, but definitely in Moon Juice.
Yeah, when I saw Talons played the last time over the last year, I saw a handful of games, I think similar to you and many of our viewers. Let's say 10, maybe 20 games on pro level, if I'm being generous. And in those games, most of the time, what it seemed to come down to was, when the Talon Master training hits, you are very strong. And quite a bit stronger for a while until MGs are fully ready, because they take a while to come out. But once the MGs come out, then the tide might start to turn. So what they used to do with that Master training timing is capitalize on the strength that you have at that point and expand. Get to Master, expand, and then be up a base. So I wonder if that's still the strategy or if there are some new developments.
We'll see. We do see that both players are going for tier 3 and are delaying their second production building. So very, very fast tier 3 techs. Of course, nice incentive for the Night Elves always. With Orb, with Master Trainings that we talked about. And, I mean, theoretically, Wellspring upgrade. But in practice, of course, that upgrade doesn't
Don't get me started. 75 gold, man.
Well, it is rather cheap, isn't it? There was 2 consumables being purchased here right away. We run into the Keeper. So far, EleGaNt with the advantage of having the Ancient of War. Nice contest by Kaho to not let EleGaNt level up too much. I casted a fair bit with Soul 8 Minute, of course. He is criticizing players for not going Wellspring. See, it's played so rarely, I don't even know the name of the upgrade anymore. So yeah, you are both touting the same horn.
Yeah, and special shout out to the Night Elves who refused to get Wellspring and Ultravision. Both are some of the most cost-efficient upgrades in the game.
Still too expensive, Remo. Need wood buff.
Yeah, let's just make it 5 wood every 2 seconds for Wisp. That sounds about right. As we are moving now towards our late-game Tier 3 armies. Always a difficult position for the Dryad player here. What exactly to build? Do you want to make a bear for some rejuve? Rejuve is really nice, but those bears suck. How are you going to heal? Healing here is going to be crucially important on both sides.
And it is daytime. We have no natural regen. What we do have is a Sobi Mask, pretty nice for the Naga. We got a little bit of a level lead for Kaho, who played this so far so good. You might be onto something here with these expansion plans that you mentioned earlier, as EleGaNt is cleaning his expansion and got a Wisp ready, so plan B. Doesn't feel too confident to go for an all-deciding push, and he is probably correct in that. Kaho is already researching upgrades for Mountain Giants.
Especially the resistance skin takes a long time to research. That's the one with which debuffs last shorter. That includes Cyclone, and then resistance, hardened skin to reduce incoming damage by a certain amount. Both very, very good upgrades against the Talon Archer army. Now we see EleGaNt moving across the map with No expansion yet, by the way. There's a Wisp parked over there, but not yet. Thinking about that new base.
He doesn't have resources at the moment, so he's trying to distract, trying to buy time. There's no sign of an Ancient of Lore. I don't even think there's a Huntress Hall, right? No, there isn't. So if he wants to counter Mountain Giant with bears, which is the usual way, then EleGaNt needs to wait like 4 more minutes.
We're seeing some Treants here. I actually like that quite a bit. But nice play as well by EleGaNt. He brought the Wisps into the fight for that purpose specifically, I think, although it didn't quite detonate. We do see detonates by Kaho. That helps with the Dispel as well coming in. Both Demon Hunters in trouble now. Kaho's Demon is about to die. Can't save him. He used Cyclone against a possible staff, but there wasn't even a staff. The Demon is dead. An Expo is coming up. This is looking wonderful for EleGaNt now.
Oh man, EleGaNt's swan song in the Super League. Yesterday he played against Happy, and man, game 1 looked so good. It's really nice that we have the... Of course, we need to have one player at the bottom of the league. That's just how it works. But EleGaNt always comes prepared. EleGaNt always has a plan. Sometimes his opponents are just mechanically better and outmaneuver him. But he can take maps from pretty much everyone on a good day. And this seems to be a pretty good day in this Night of Mirror.
Seems like Kaho is really limited right now in what he can do. I guess the Dryads chasing can find 1 kill on the Archers here, maybe. But without the Demon, it's just a lot more limited, all of your options. We have Orb of Venom already over on EleGaNt as well. I like to see that. Why is there no Orb on Kaho yet? Shouldn't that be a priority?
Well, there is on the Demon Hunter. But that guy died. So, that's gone. This is probably the fastest staff timing I see from EleGaNt this entire league prior to the 10-minute mark. Good to see some improvements there as well, as he kind of neglected that for almost a decade. But yeah, that helped, and we continue to wreak havoc here. Kaho finally gets some Moon Juice back as they're completely dry. Mountain Giant block, taunt, taunt, taunt. But you know, staff saves lives.
Yeah, the scary thing here certainly will be trying to keep the Demon Hunter alive for EleGaNt. He doesn't have Dispel with this army. Talons, good casters, not good Dispellers, so the Entangles can be pretty scary, especially if the Keeper gets the higher level. Sometimes when Niles play this Talon stuff, they also like to go for Shadow Priests for the Dispel. But there's no Shadow Priests on this map.
Exactly. So the question still is, how do you break through the Mountain Giants? We do have Lures coming up. So EleGaNt will go into bears in a second. At the moment, we have little damage on these Dryads, but the Cyclone, man, looking really good here. Takes the Mountain Giants out. No control. The Treants are kinda nice. And now the Talons are exposed to the Dryads. That's not ideal.
I'd love to see a second Orb here for EleGaNt. The bonus damage from the second Orb would be really, really good against Mountain Giants and simply just against everything. Yeah, there's still some improvements to be done with the strategy. What's the perfect third hero to go for if you want to go for it? Well, the tech switches. I would love for more Night Elves to pick up this strategy, the Talon style. As we can see, it does struggle later on against MGs, but there are so many options, it seems like, also available these days. In heroes, in tech, in master training, and so on.
Pitlord, for example. Would love to see that. Or Tinker. Always great. But we do get lures. The first one is up. EleGaNt did suffer a lot, but he's switching now, and bears are the counter to Mountain Giants with that Expo being up. It's fully saturated now. Kinda nice, but Mountain Giants can not only tank and distract when they have sticks in their hands, they can also tear buildings apart quite quickly. And Kaho, despite the Demon Hunter loss, still all the chances in the world to turn this around.
Yeah, in the end, there was lots of losses for EleGaNt, so he still doesn't have a big army here. He's got some good heroes, though. 4-3 on those two. Naga almost on 4 as well. He's going for a Keeper third. And still hoping for that Orb. Does he have the money for it? Yes, he does. Should be available. Yes, it is. Okay. Now the time to shine. If EleGaNt can hold here, this should be his first map win.
Okay, let's see about that. Level 4 and close to level 4 with double Orb versus only level 3 with double Orb, double invuln as well. One staff on Kaho, nice to see. How fast can he get the bears out? We get to keep a third, not too bad either. Problem kind of remains that Dryads are untouchable for the majority of the army. Bears are too slow. Talents, of course, have the magic damage type that can't attack Talents. So it's all about stalling.
Oh, that entangle, man. It hurts. There's no dispel against it, and the Naga is going to feel the pain. Taken out. Ancients of Lore now kind of weirdly positioned, making it harder to retreat. Uh-oh. This is looking pretty painful right now for EleGaNt.
Hero focus always an option with Fairy Fire, but all the talents super low mana. Careful, the Dryad blocked by Kaho. Oh, now Wonder Boy is flexing a little bit, but all that flexing doesn't help. Demon Hunter out of the fight. EleGaNt's Demon Hunter saved for now. Still slowed, still attack, and the staff was on the Naga, and she was dead. So double kill for Kaho. The talents might make everything better, except the map score of EleGaNt this game.
Yeah, trying to go to Bears here. Didn't quite come together. Is the game over already, or is there a chance for EleGaNt still? Kaho, he has been only on one base and also an upkeep, so he's not been making much money. But he has hardly lost anything here in these recent couple of engages, it seems. The Bear tech here absolutely was not worth it. Big waste of time and resources. I think that's too greedy. I think you don't want to go Bears here. There's something else he could have done, which is also something we've seen in the past, is after the Talons are countered by the Dryads, go Fairies. Mass Fairy Dragons to take out the Dryads, and then there's not much damage left anymore in the enemy army. I think that would have worked out better here. Bears, of course, if you get there, great, but I think you can't rely on it. That just takes a bit too long, I would say.
I very much agree. Talents are a great choice. We've seen that in FFA for years as a late game solution versus Dryads, and maybe next time, though. It was a cool match. Nice back and forth. Different timings, different attacks. We've seen a Demon Hunter dying already, which always is great. And once again, EleGaNt, competitive, but not successful. Kind of the story of his Super League run.
Yeah, there's a bit of a ceiling so that it has to reach, or perhaps has to break through to really be more competitive with these top players. But there is something there. There's potential there. There is a brighter future there, maybe, if he can find those improvements through more practice, through maybe some more experience. But if EleGaNt can build on that, he might be another one of those Night Elves that can make anybody's day difficult. Questions also, of course, now, how high is the motivation still for the rest of this running season? This is, of course, his last game of the season today. I'm sure for the relegation, it's going to be there. That will be the next stepping stone for him. But yeah, Kaho here, just a little bit more well-rounded and experienced. He knew what he had to do, even in a bad spot, so kudos for that.
Still struggling a little bit, of course, which shouldn't be Kaho's standard. He should probably just smash the competition in Night Elf Mirror. But yeah, scoring high here might lead to a better finish in Super League. Maybe a rank 7, rank 6. Don't make the memes. I'm going to ban you for the entire day. Top 5 seems to be out of the reach, as Fortitude has too many oh my god, Remo, really, dude.
Didn't say anything. Neo.
I saw that. I see your camera. I know what you did. Don't. Bad, Remo. Bad.
It's all good.
It's all good?
It's all good, man.
It's all good indeed. Shout out Soul 8, man. And shout out to Nem182, who once again performs better than the band on stage that has a similar number in their name. 64 months of a sub. Mr. Nem, thank you very much.
Wait, Blink-182 is bad live?
It's an atrocious band. Holy shit.
Really?
It's one of the worst bands I've ever seen live. It's among the top 3.
Super popular.
Yeah, but good isn't popular. Like Fast and the Furious movies. I think Blink-182...
Yeah, I agree. But wait, did you say you like the band?
No. I mean, if it's running, I don't say no, but it's not great. And live,
I heard people say that Travis Barker is the best drummer of all time.
Yeah. That's an opinion. He's certainly quite popular. But, I mean, the drumming is good live. It's everything else that sucks. You know? Imagine a best of... Like, the energy on stage is pretty much you in a best of 17 Night Elf Mirror casting. On map 17.
Are we talking about talents?
No.
Then we're talking, bro.
Straight Bear Mirror on maps without Zeppelins.
Ooh, nice.
Yes.
Oh, that's my jam. Yeah.
That's...
Every game on Amazonia. Oh, yes.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, everybody. Echoalds is a map without Zeppelins, and that is our map too.
Echo Isles not too long ago was a lot about expansion play, it seemed like. Heavy Demon Hunter creeping early. You go for the little camps, you pick up the mercenaries, keep on creeping, quick level 3, and then try to leverage that into an expansion. Recent games I saw, it felt like every time someone expanded, they were getting punished for it hard. What about this Wisp also getting punished, getting killed by the creeps, trying to get the Ancient of War cancel? If this cancel is unsuccessful, that's just a big waste. Oh, but Ancient of War attacked. Ancient of War re-aggroed the creeps. Mistake by Kaho there. He had to smash the stop button, but it seems like he de-aggroes them well with the Wisp. Okay, so crisis averted. And it's not a great start for EleGaNt. Sure, it's only one Wisp, but one Wisp in the early game equates lots of resources.
Yep, that is indeed a little problematic, but he can creep in peace. You say smash that stop button. I say people out there smash that sub button, especially if you have a Prime sub lying around. That is basically support for the channel for free and no ads. And this is the Super League last week. 3 days of group stage, 4 days of playoffs. You don't want ads during that time, so best time to sub is now.
There's still a little positive coming out of this for EleGaNt. Since he didn't have to repair, the Ancient of War wasn't low. He's creeping a bit faster. He's going to get his level 2 quicker. Unlucky here with the item. Pendant of Energy, probably the worst. Where Kaho is hoping for something better. Ring of Regen would be insane. Circlet is also very nice. And level 2s will be achieved here very quick.
Remember the days when Boots of Speed dropped here?
That was so broken.
That was so broken, man. I think a couple of people forgot that already. The drop table changes in Warcraft 3 have been very, very, very good for almost a decade.
That raises an interesting question, though. Of course, we all remember Tome of Experience. That was insane back then. I was wondering, by the way, wouldn't it be cool if we had Tome of Experience, but, you know, not RNG, but reliable from some camps? But I guess some people then say, but if we know what's coming, it's less interesting. Whatever, that wasn't my point. My point was, what were the other really broken drops that we had? Boots, Tome of Experience? For a while, Pendant of Energy looked really good when it was 150. But I think it wasn't quite as insane as those other ones.
I mean, mana stones and mana potions were really, really big. And if you
were 300, that was
yes,
pretty crazy.
If you talk like further back in the day, Lightning Shield decided games by itself.
In Reign of Chaos also, there was lots of fun to be had with Goblin landmines. Those were good.
Shout out to the legendary video imbalances and bugs of Warcraft 3.
From Downware Legend. That was a long time ago. That was right when the Beastmaster got nerfed 15 times in a row. Because apparently back then he was too strong.
Dude, that was so long ago.
Beastmaster yet, by the way.
Yeah, me neither. That was so long ago. That video is in black and white still.
Still high quality though. Great content. So, what are we seeing here? Let's take a quick look. Do we have a clear tell so far? We certainly have it from Kaho. He's going for the Hunter's Hall. He's looking for Dryad Bear, Dryad Bear, perhaps MGs again. And indeed... Wait, is there Hunter's Hall? No, there isn't. There's an early expansion this time by EleGaNt. He's reaching deep into his bag of tricks. And tries to out-trick his opponent here.
Yeah, 2 indicators. Usually for Night Elves, we of course can't rely on Huntress Halls, because Huntress Halls are sometimes a little late. But if you look if there's a Huntress Hall or not, and there's no, then you count the range units, and it's more than 4. That's another good indicator that something is up, and we have 5 ranged units. There was even an expansion coming up, but Kaho scouts it. EleGaNt already canceling it, and Kaho didn't see that. So he has no clue that he just ruined EleGaNt's plans.
It's gonna be Talons again. Hell yeah, brother. You know, I mentioned earlier that over the last year I saw maybe like 20 games. Some of them were by Kaho, by the way. He has played some Talons in Elf Mirror himself, I remember, with some success. Still very much a rarity. Still not something at all regular. But he has experience with the strategy. He knows some of the strengths and weaknesses. So he is, one might say, initiated.
Well, then why is he still playing Bear Mirror all the time? I feel like this strategy...
Talons need more buffs. More buffs for the Talons.
stop the talk of buffs and nerfs, man. I'm so sick of it. Maybe just play better, and then you have a chance with that strategy. It's especially a good strategy if you don't want to go into the mechanics check of Bear Mirror, who micros them better, because EleGaNt is probably going to lose those encounters every single time. But with different timings and different skills, he can definitely cause trouble, like he is now by canceling 2 lures.
Yeah, that's a huge delay. He still can't remake them. First has to force the TP. The late timing here on the Keeper, of course, is making things difficult. This is a ton of notice as well. This is brilliant, actually. This is brilliant. He's delaying the lures. There's going to be no bears coming because he's forcing talents, which means no bears. He's draining out all the healing. This is going to be so hard for healing for Kaho moving forward. And
he also has no shop, right? He's still going for it. Game of chicken. Will one Demon Hunter die? Will both die? EleGaNt knows how to throw a TP. Well done. A superb timing, which is preparation for what's to come.
And indeed, the talents are coming out nice and quick. Adept training already in the works. Master training now. Quite a bit faster with those 15 seconds. Good thing that Kaho has the Shadow Priest. You could just see towards the end of the TP, EleGaNt was trying to snipe the Shadow Priest. I think that also was a very smart move. If he got that, would be very little healing now for the Demon Hunter. It's a little bit more. This little Shadow Priest is worth so much right now. You know, he was hit hard with the Blizzard Nerf Hammer, but the heal is still good.
Right on, right on. I gotta say, over the past week, I do appreciate the Shadow Priest arriving a little later. I think that made the game overall better from 6 days of observation. Not Shadow Priest spamming anymore, but you gotta think a little bit if it's worth it or not at the 3-minute mark. No free healing at creep spots. There's a very good change.
Yeah. I like that one as well. It was kind of crazy how early that became available. If you ask me, his Dispel on Summon seems pretty damn weak right now, but hey, that's
What? I mean, you think it should maybe one-shot a skeleton?
Yeah. I mean, Skelly is pathetic.
So funny. That poor Shadow Priest, man. He's working some high-level magic with his big stick, and then a skeleton just survives. I think it's very humorous.
And you know, in this game also, that Dispel could become relevant. On both sides, actually. Oh, this timing is good. This timing for EleGaNt is looking really good. There's not much that Kaho has at the moment. But let's remember also, on the previous map, things looked rough with that Demon Hunter loss. Still came back. He is going bears, by the way.
You hear that?
He is going bears into talents.
Yes.
What?
I mean, they go bears into mass air, so why not bears into talents?
Shout out to Colorful.
Well, we won't see many bears as one of the Moonwells is down. EleGaNt also with an Ancient of Wonders here for heal potions. This is pretty much an all-in timing by EleGaNt.
Anti-magic potion here can be a big difference maker. First though, Cyclone before it. Are the trees stuck? Oh my god, the trees are stuck behind the moon. And now look at the bears melt.
Oh man, Night Elf boot camps must be like the Warcraft equivalent to a clown school. Really funny. Bears are falling. Treants can't help. Fork Lightning noise. The rejuve, okay, comes in, saves that bear. EleGaNt's only weakness at the moment is probably the Demon Hunter HP as the shot was...
Oh, sorry. I thought they were stuck again. He tried to free them. If they were double stuck, the treants, that would have been...
Wow, I've rarely seen you that energetic.
Dude, my heart was racing. Wait, he's defending though with bears.
Yep.
What is going on?
See, bear's good. Reju good.
Bear's pretty good. I mean, not according to Night Elves, but yeah, pretty good.
I think even the Night Elves realize that that is a staple of the army and they need it all the time. Ay, poor EleGaNt, man.
Yeah. Why didn't he expand though? Why he was so far ahead?
Well,
he didn't even have to creep the expansion. He could have just placed the expo there, creep the rest of the camps away from the opponent, Instead, he fought into the Moonwells.
You always think you know it better than the players, huh? You always think that. He wanted to end the game. He saw how broken Kaho was after that tier 2. I think there was a valid reason to go for an all-in. Kaho just defended it masterfully.
Okay, but when you're far ahead, why don't you get further ahead? Why are you risking the game on an all-in?
Well,
That's
maybe
what
he
I'm
has an
saying.
appointment later and has to accelerate things.
Yeah, in that case,
Player's forces are under attack.
just go Ancient of War all-in on tier 1.
Oh man, I missed that. Lola, I tried to bring some Ancient of War pushes back at like early stages of 203, but unfortunately that never caught fire.
I think out in the field, the Talons might still be able to do good. They are really, really good against bears indeed. Second, of course, on the Demon Hunter. Item on the ground, by the way. What's that? Pendant of Energy again. Once more, not very good.
Heal scroll, very nice. Bears being focused and falling. He takes care of the Dryads in the back. I really like that. Take care of the magic immune units that you cannot attack. And all of a sudden, EleGaNt, even without an expansion remo, is taking control of that game again.
Yeah, as expected, to be honest. Out in the field at 50 versus 50, the Talons should dominate the bears. Which also begs the question, why? You know, maybe I shouldn't ask too many questions. Maybe we'll just watch. Maybe, you know, it's my first day back. Let's take things.
You know, that's my approach of casting for 17 years, and I can tell you that makes things a lot easier. Just enjoy the ride.
Now there's some kills being found. I like the Treants a lot over here. They're doing pretty well. Keeper has some mana to use, thanks to mana burn, of course, on the other side, limiting the options there of the enemy Demon Hunter. Gotta be honest, this looks like one throw after the next at the moment, but it's a fun little exchange.
It is a nice little volleyball game that we got. Oh, Crow form escape attempted for the second time this series. Oh, poor little Crow. No, that was a chicken. Dude, I keep on messing that up. Chicken and crows, very similar.
As long as it's not a goose, it might taste good. I hate goose.
You think crows taste good?
Better than goose. I never had a crow, but I'm sure it's better than goose. Goose is disgusting.
Disgusting? Holy shit, did you go to dad joke school in last week? I appreciate that.
Every Christmas, I hope that there's no goddamn goose, but in one of those Christmas dinners, there's always a goddamn goose, and that's the one where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stick to the bourbon tonight.
Look at Mr. Remo Demo complaining about a big fat Christmas dinner. You know, some people have
No.
nothing
Christmas dinner is amazing. It's just the goose, bro. It's just the goose that is...
Well, then bring your own damn bird.
I'm gonna bring a raven next time.
Yeah?
still
I
don't know
wanna
what the
see
difference
that.
Between a raven and a crow, by the way.
I think all crows... No,
Crows are created equal.
but if you put Scott Steiner in the mix, that changes. No, I think all crows are ravens, but not all ravens are crows. It's like a subsection or something.
Ah, is it like tortoises and turtles or whatever?
Yep. I think, but maybe chat definitely knows better. As always.
Does anyone not like chicken? Bro, how can you not like chicken? Also, I just said, it's just goose. It's just the goose that's disgusting. Everything else is yummy, yummy good. Duck might be the best. Anyways, we are attacking now towards MGs. And that is the hard counter that we saw work out very well earlier already. This is what the talent player normally has to have an advantage against. Something like an expansion. Yeah, EleGaNt didn't get there this time. There might have been a window earlier, but now it's going to be rough to find that window.
To the window, to the wall. It looks like wall, to be fair, at the moment. Demon Hunter's looking fine. On Kaho's side, close to level 5. Keeper also well pimped. He's a fast attacker. And we got a sub, Dr. Schnuggles. Thank you for the 37 months.
Thank you very much. That's a great name, by the way. I like it.
You want to snuggle with me?
Absolutely not.
Wow. Do you want to play doctor with me?
Hey, I wasn't the one first jumping in joy after years of sharing a hotel room in China when we finally got our separate rooms, okay? You were acting like you got a $2 million settlement in the divorce.
I would have been less
remember.
happy if there was snuggling involved. But there wasn't. I got blue balled for 3 years, basically.
That's oftentimes the problem, you know, not enough snuggles.
Not enough snuggles. Except on the sub counter. That's a very good number there.
We don't have too many MGs yet. 2 out at the moment. Some of them spinning in the air, but with a third one coming, with a Dryad coming. Oh, that's big reinforcements right here. 10 supply streaming in for Kaho.
Okay then, can EleGaNt close it out this time, or will the army be too fragile once again? Would maybe like to see Tinker in there for Clockworks, but can't have it all. Staying at 50, it is a timing-based attack by EleGaNt, and he needs some big kills. The biggest one, of course, would be the Demon Hunter, but he's fighting right next to Moonwells, man. It's so hard to break that base.
Keeper low HP, falling back to the shop. And of course, heal potions will be available, but the Moonjuice is running dangerously low.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over. 2-0 for Kaho, getting some sweet points here. EleGaNt, we keep saying this for 14 play days in a row. Very competitive, yet often unable to close games out. And yeah, if you're on a timing strategy and the timings don't all work out that well for you, it is sometimes problematic, and Kaho again, surviving, then gets the advantage and doesn't let go anymore. He just lets the opponent come to him and he crushes him in his front yard.
Yeah. Can't help but feel like a little opportunity was squandered here, but I like that there's this willingness to experiment, this willingness to go outside the box. We know that Kaho ain't gonna be the one revolutionizing Night of Mirror. Colorful ain't gonna be the one. Life ain't gonna be the one. But EleGaNt here trying his hand. I like that a lot. And I'm very curious, especially to see what Lawlight and Moon might be cooking up in the future. They're not playing today, but we're surely gonna see them again in the rest of the tournament.
We got the Pit Lord already, man. The Pit Lord is the future. My past, the present, and also the future in the hands of Lawlight. That was the series versus life. Keeper first into Pit Lords looked so sick. I want to see.
We saw that before, by the way. Do you remember? Do you remember from whom?
No.
That was Foggy's strat. He used to play that many years ago, and it seemed to always lose. But yeah, it would be super cool if that was a new option.
Pit Lord, basically the hero equivalent of a talent, makes everything better. Everybody loves the Pit Lord. Do you know that twerking gif of the Pit Lord? It's glorious.
I don't think so.
You don't? Oh, wait a second. It's amazing. So, private chat with Baron. It has to be there. It has to be there. Political discussions. No. Give me that sweet Pit Lord juice, boys. This is what I like before I go to sleep. This is what I look at. Oh my god. Where is it? Why do I have to scroll up so much?
You know, people are still wondering on 14th of February who are they going to take as their sweet Valentine? And I think if Neo had his free choice, he would pick Asgalore.
Dude, I would.
Am I right or am I right? Yes or yes?
You are so correct. You can wait. I send it to you. Copy. Private chat. Remo demo. There it is, man. There it is in all its glory. Bounce, baby, bounce.
You got to post that in the main Discord as well. I mean, we can't keep that from the people. But you said twerking. I thought it was a GIF or something. But
it is a GIF.
I just see the picture.
Oh, look at stream.
Shit, wait. Delay. Oh my god. That is actually amazing.
Wait,
that is actually phenomenal.
Just imagine like Pussycat Dolls playing in the back. It's amazing. Don't ya? Or the thong song. There's many great options for this one. We got an option as well. 3-0 Kaho or 2-1 for Kaho if EleGaNt can strike back. This is match points. This is Kaho on his last match, able to take out 5 points. But oh, of course, we all got the Pit Lord in our minds now.
Seared into our brain forever. Where he belongs.
Oh, for some it's brains, for some people it's further down. So, Pit Lord is always with us, let's say.
Hopefully going to be more with us in the future. +2 strength. I mean, 28 strength these days, boys. Isn't that crazy? 28 strength on level 1.
Yes. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
He does pack a punch. We've seen some cool clips of Grubby annihilating human expansions with that sweet Pit Lord. I want to see more of that. More destruction is always more good. No keeper though. Demon Hunter, Demon Hunter. Hammerfall, maybe the last map of EleGaNt in Super League. A lot of people were surprised when he was the one qualifying in the relegation over people like Jens. I think I said this before.
I hadn't thought of him in a while. Can you imagine Jens on the new patch, dude? Let's go, Jens!
Always.
Season 3?
Always, let's go, Jens. He got some good points already in the Dolphin Cocoon to Butterfly Cup, which is basically the second division of Super League Open tournaments, and he's on relegation course again, similar to Dice, by the way.
EleGaNt here with cute play. He's triggering the creeps early over at the gold mine. Kaho going for an unconventional creep route. What is that about? He's going for the rock golem here early. We see this quite a bit against human when Night Elf tries to expand early. You don't expand early in Elf Mirror, do you?
Well, sometimes you do, and on Hammerfall you can, but it's usually reserved to people like Jens or like Lawliot or Moon. But here, it would be against a timing push. I think an expansion is not necessarily to be advised.
It's a quick level 2 for the demon, which is nice. There's some great items to be found here as well. Parry up isn't exactly great, but it's okay. You know, it tanks up the demon hunter. You can min-max the moonwells a little bit. But if you get a Ring of Regen here, oh, now that would have been something.
The Ring of Regen fetish will never fade. It's such a good item early game. So again, our duty is to count archers, as there is no mercenary camp on this map. We'll see if EleGaNt
He said duty.
Why is that funny?
Oh, you don't know that that's a slang term for poop.
That's dookie.
I think it's also duty, isn't it?
Really?
I mean, spelled different.
I don't know. I'm not a native.
Urban Dictionary.
Or like, oh, I'm just asking chat. There might be some native speakers around. Let me know. Let me know. Remo is correct. Ha! That's the first time 2026.
And it might be the last. Who knows? Got to get those wins while you can, you know? Okay, so far nothing has come really from this gold mine creep. We're seeing the Hunter's Hall again over on Kaho.
Why are you pronouncing
really
hole
confusing.
like that?
I got the Blizzard overlay open right now, and the ID, the O is missing randomly. It says K, K-A.
It's like a snake from Jungle Book.
Oh, there's so many bugs in this overlay. Oh my god.
Yep. I mean, I love the bug where just randomly a Rain of Fire skill appears sometimes on the heroes.
A Rain of Fire skill?
Yeah. If you look at the
What?
the hero tab thingy, just sometimes.
Oh yeah, that one is the worst.
Yeah, that is like sometimes Rain of Fire just appears. By the way, EleGaNt is pretty much destroying Kaho here in the unit department. Gotta be a bit careful about that Demon Hunter.
2 archer kills early, really good. Especially when he wants to play with a mid-game tempo lead again. Once more, it's no Hunter's Hall. Once more, this might be talents, or it might just be archers, TBH. It's a lot of archers.
It is 7 archers. We try to stutter step a little bit with that Naga. Demon Hunter, careful. Going for the TP. Naga seems safe, as well as the 7 archers we got. But yeah, damage done, man. Kaho has not a single unit on the field.
Yeah, this is a rough spot right now. Also, the Naga is super hurt, so now she's going to take up more moon juice. The Demon Hunter is like a selfish child. He never wants to share the moon juice normally.
Gotta bite my tongue.
I was waiting for it.
Can't.
You know, if there's a schnitzel on the table, the Demon Hunter is gonna lick it. He
Oh
wants
yeah.
that schnitzel. bro.
Oh yeah, I did that when I was younger. 100%. I mean, it's a
I
schnitzel.
mean, like 2 years ago.
2 years ago? No.
Is that what happened at Christmas dinner in the Neo house?
No, we get a bird every year. It's not about schnitzels.
Oh god, did you have goose?
To be honest, when a bird is fried, I can't really identify it that well anymore. So I don't know. For me, it's just a surprise every time.
Wait, do you really fry it? Like in a fryer?
No, in the oven for like multiple hours, as it should be done.
Alright. I think they call that cooking or baking, but it's okay, Neo. It's alright.
Whatever, dude. I'm not.
I know you guys. I know you guys. Your cuisine is mostly about mayonnaise, so I'm not gonna be.
Dude, I had mayonnaise meatballs on Saturday. Self-made.
Yeah, I know.
It was
I
so
know.
good, dude. So good.
This is a very tough position for Kaho, by the way. He is making Dryads right now, ready to be running into Archers. One Moonwell went down, shop cancelled. This is kind of a disastrous position.
Well, yeah, I agree. But in the last game, he lost both of his lures and couldn't go to bears, and then he still won. So just because EleGaNt is in a good position now doesn't mean he's going to be in a good position in 2 minutes.
Oh, I think he is gonna be. Look at that supply block.
Town is under siege.
With tier 3 talents on the way. With the Naga killed, with the demon upper level. Little block here against the Demon Hunter in the main base. Oh, I think we're gonna see a 4th map.
Who doesn't like more Night Elf Mirror, especially when it's played like that? You know, sometimes a mirror match can be super simple. Build a hero, spam tier 1 units, attack, win.
Okay, Dryads now coming in from the other side. Thinking about trying to go for a hero kill. Man, the boots transfer though, just in time. And those Dryads are afraid of the archers. Don't like that piercing.
Ooh, really nice. Getting the boots on Naga. A little happy play here in the hands of EleGaNt. Gives him quite a W. But yeah, we made it to bears. We made it to tier 3. Demon Hunter severely underleveled. EleGaNt coming in with a fast keeper this time.
That Entangle could be quite good. Then again, there's going to be lots of Dryads. We're going to see how it works out. This is again a big lead for EleGaNt, kind of like on Echo Isles. This is where he could easily expand and carry an advantage through to the expansion and beyond it. I criticized him a bit earlier for not doing that, but rather being a little bit hot-headed and trying to finish the game. And then, of course, ultimately failing. Now he's clearing out the gold mine. Maybe this time he has a different idea.
Right on. This is very similar to what he did on Springtime. And there is the Wisp. So EleGaNt is listening to Coach Remo. Let's see if it will help him. Got the Master Training, can move up top as well. Got the Staff from the Keeper, I like that. Got the Orb done. Got the Invul Potion. I think EleGaNt is checking all the boxes.
Indeed, looking very, very good right now. Kaho's Naga here, benched for such a long time. Kaho playing very passive, creeping really carefully, but still getting caught. Peekaboo, says EleGaNt. Here's my army. I got Entangle. I got 3 heroes in Cyclone. What do you got?
Well, not much. He got a Demon Hunter with a solid equivalent. He doesn't have the Naga back for some reason. I think that was extremely late of a revive. So far, all he can do is to bank on a Demon Hunter, Bears, Reju, and a little bit of Moon Juice. And EleGaNt is now mixing... Oh, it's actually not an expansion play. It's again the Echo Isles play. We thought it's an expansion as he cleared the spot. But no, he's pushing again with the shop. And 1 shop down, 1 shop coming up. That's +2 shops for EleGaNt.
Don't tell me he's going to lose this game the same way again.
Okay, I don't.
I mean, it looks like a good setup to win the game right here. But what if it fails? At some point, Kaho is going to have to come out. Entangle, lots of damage here on the demon. The staff is still there. Very limited sources of healing for Kaho, of course.
Yeah, he also has no room to kite. He's with his back against the wall. Nighttime is falling very, very soon. We got an additional cancel mechanism with Entangle, of course, as you said. Wisps are coming in. Big detonates. Kinda nice. But Bears also have a tough time to connect and are running straight into the focus fire of Range Army Archer's Talons. A couple of units a bit exposed. And shout out to my man, the Ancient of Lore, dealing with the Demon Hunter.
Having the shot back there now for the potion is absolutely huge, and that might be enough indeed to break through in the end. We got the level 2 level up. Fog Lightning could be used once at least, even if only on level 1. Hardly any units for Kaho. Still supply block. Can't even make any more. Those Moonbell losses again and again. So painful. I saw him a moment ago, by the way. In the Demon's Rejuve, you can Cyclone him, and that dispels the Cyclone.
Yes,
Forgot about that.
Cyclone dispels everything.
The Naga does fall. She's not the most important hero, though. That's, of course, the Demon Hunter right here. Speaking of Demon, there goes Kaho's. Can't get him back because it's supply blocked. Now all up to the Naga.
Yeah, the only thing that can't happen is walk the Demon Hunter close to the Tree of Eternity. That would be disastrous. It is a long time before the Demon Hunter comes back, as you need the Moonwells, then the Revive, maybe a Tavern Revive as well. We got an expansion on the back of things, ready in 75 seconds. More talents, and the Naga Revive. Well, that takes a little bit of time. EleGaNt not forcing the issue into the Night Elf base during nighttime, rather healing, stocking up. You can go for another orb, you can go for more staffs, you can go for more consumables, you can do lots of things.
Lots of things indeed. With that expansion soon paying off, it seems like EleGaNt has finally willed his way, fought his way to a map win, which does equate also 1 point for the standings. As I pointed out earlier, not gonna really matter for this season anymore. He is plumb last, regardless of how the rest of the games go. But, you know, I think a 1-3 feels a lot better than a 0-3.
Probably does, probably does. He got some nice victories, map wins here and there. Big exclamation mark, of course, that mirror match win versus Lawlight at the beginning of this series. That was outstanding for him. And actually, it might ruin Lawlight's playoffs if we think back to it later. But yeah, definitely. I called him the best worst player that Super League ever had.
Who was it last time? Was it Fly? Oh yeah,
Yes,
it was Fly.
it was Fly.
Oh, yeah. I lost. Got that win against Lynn though. Never forget. 3-0.
That was hard to watch.
Okay, Kaho has finally got back to close to 50 supply with the Demon about to rejoin. But it's not like things are getting very easy from here on because he's still facing a Talon army with a Bear army. And as pointed out now many times, Talons in fact hard counter the Bears brutally. So this should be pretty easy cleanup.
I agree. Town portal home, trying to drain some resources is Kaho now walking back. Naga Keeper trying to catch up, but they can't. Oh, we got a nice little heal ward there as well for a potential next fight. EleGaNt has all the advantages in the world, man. It's so hard for Kaho now.
Dispel against the Entangle, but you're not gonna have too many of those dispels with only one Dryad. There's a nice heal ward. Not using any Fairy Fire, understandably. EleGaNt wants to have as much Cyclone as possible. Naga's very well equipped, by the way, for Kaho, but this task still seems a bit too impossible.
Demon Hunter has a staff. Will he be there in time, or is the damage too high? Town portal. Okay. That one's gone. Then also 1,000 gold in the bank for EleGaNt.
Even got a Shredder, so Endless Lumber now coming in. Trying again to go Bears. I think this time we can afford it. This time Kaho is so crippled that there should be time to do it. Kaho magically got a supply lead somehow. If he wins this game, I'm gonna pull my hair out. I'm gonna look like you after.
Oh God, please not. For the best of you. Don't. Yeah, he got the supply lead because Kaho decided to produce and EleGaNt decided not to produce. We're still having 1,000 gold. He's waiting for bears again with the lore transition coming and completely giving up on talents. He's still going archers this late in the game. It's a bit questionable to me.
I guess he wants to have something against dryads, but first he has to go get through the front line of bears.
Well, then go talents. Go fairies.
I'm starting to wonder, do we have to wait a minute here, maybe?
Wait a minute.
Got double staff, got 60 supply. Going bears was again a bit greedy here. He could have spent his money faster, easier elsewhere. There's still 0 bears out with all this tech already invested into.
God, it would be heartbreaking for EleGaNt, man. He got that map on a silver platinum. Basically, he played so amazing for 15 minutes. And then one guy is producing and the other is not. Demon Hunter up in the air. Heal potion available for EleGaNt. So is the staff. A heal scroll too. With bears on a click, there should be good value. Redo bears not coming. So he produced the lores and then doesn't produce from these lores. That's a bit problematic. Lovely wisp detonates by Kaho.
Those bears do some damage, as we know. Expo doesn't go down yet, though the Wisp Repair is in time. Bears all starting to go into the red. Some kills should be achievable here.
They decide to go into the red? You think it's by choice?
Yeah, you know, once you join the army, you gotta get ready to take some punishment.
You're in the army now? Whoa, you're in the army. More talents coming. Demon Hunter out of the fight soon. Staffs are both on cooldown, but no Fog Lightning available. Level 3 on the Keeper, and EleGaNt is able to hold here with 2 exit kills. Kaho has to lick his wounds. Those are big and deep wounds that requires a lot of licking. And EleGaNt now can finally go into bears, can finally reap the rewards of that expo, and can finally win a map.
Yeah, it almost looked scary here. It almost looked like Kaho was going to break through. But finally, when the Demon was forced back, that magic damage really kicking in on the bears. Sniping them then easy. Even sniping his own talent. Because, well, he doesn't have much healing.
Dude, undeads, of course, have this fantasy of, sacrificing stuff to get skeletons, etc. But aren't Night Elves the most sacrificial race of them all? They sacrifice trees to heal other trees. They constantly kill their own bears. They constantly kill their own archers. And now they also start to kill their own talents.
Yeah, and they pretend like they love trees. If you love them so much, why are you eating them all day?
Exactly.
And then, the #1 tree killer, Shredder, who buys them the most? It's the Night Elves. Hypocrites.
Hippogriffs with the hippogriffs, exactly. Also, Moon killed his own hippogriffs there as well. It was a crazy hippogriff cannibalism yesterday. Night Elves, filthy, unhonorable people.
I mean, it comes as a surprise to nobody. But yes, once again, we have evidence of the truth. You gotta do your own research, you know?
Oh my god, don't. These people. Come on, EleGaNt, go. Slaughter that elf. Kaho has, of course, the better base race army. EleGaNt respects that. And yeah, he has such a gold lead. He has a supply lead. Why not TP home? Zapper! Kaboom! Expo gone.
Oh! Okay, that was pretty expensive.
That's pretty successful.
It was successful. No Nature's Blessing, maybe a bit of an oversight.
Yeah, you think?
Player's forces are under attack.
Maybe. One bear's gonna go down here, though we still have a big supply lead on EleGaNt's side. And the biggest issue is, it's still bears versus talents. That's still bears. It's still bad for the bears against the talents. If Kaho can somehow get to Mountain Giants, this might be his game still, but dude, that path is so far away.
He doesn't even have a shop right now. I thought,
Global Venom as well.
I thought for a second Kaho wanted to go for Zeppelin. Then I thought, oh, Zeppelin against crows might not be the best idea. I think Kaho had the same thought. Chat is asking, do you need 2 or 3 sappers for a tree? If there's Nature's Blessing, you need 3. If there's no Nature's Blessing, you need 2. As sapper damage is mitigated by armor. And yeah, so Nature's Blessing would have saved that one.
Very true, very true. EleGaNt Steam Monitor also looking very strong, by the way. Great items across the board. He's got 3 HP passive regen from these items. I love that he kept the Ring of Regen, but now as more and more bears are coming in with more and more rejuve, maybe that even can be replaced at some point. Feels like Kaho for the first time now is looking really confident in this series, pushing all the way to the enemy main base, and look at those snipes and those bears. Look at that magic damage!
You know what?
All dead.
Fairy Fire is a wonderful debuff, and elves should always use it more. It is basically an orb of corruption in their hands, and EleGaNt is able to put his name on the board, rewards himself for good performances in game 1 and 2, and gets an extra point here on this last match of Super League. He deserves that, I say.
Yeah, played it well here. There was a little bit of a scary moment once the expansion got attacked, but held in well there. I mean, huge lead from the beginning. Not only did he kill these archers and he killed the Moonwells, he also had a big experience lead. Pretty weak early game by Kaho here. He tried with an unconventional gold mine creep. Okay, that's interesting, but nothing came of it. He didn't get the expansion there, and most importantly, he didn't get level 3 fast enough. Level 3 disadvantage, archer disadvantage. Not something really you can get away with in that mid game.
Exactly. Just spam units in the beginning and boom, you are successful. Feels good, man. EleGaNt, of course, took a beating from most of the players as he was the weakest player of them all, but he always got his occasional win here. Against FoCuS, he got a map. Against Lynn, he got a map. Against Moon, he got maps. He won the series versus Infy, which was probably, next to the win against Lawlight, the big success of his run. And now maybe he can turn it all around and give us 2 more beautiful Night Elf Mirrors.
Yeah, if it's all about talents, then I'm in for the ride. I wonder, is he so sold on them now? Is he going to stick with them? Of course, the more games you play against them, from Kaho's perspective, the more sharp your counters are going to get as well. So, we'd love to see EleGaNt here even stay more unpredictable, play something else now maybe. Maybe a Mass Dryad Expo. That used to be Moon's favorite strat in this matchup, but something we see very rarely these days.
I look at your camera, Remo. Are you wearing a completely black shirt or are you wearing a completely green shirt? Because it looks like it's chroma keyed out.
Really?
Yeah, kind of.
It's black. But wait, wow. why is it chroma keyed out though?
No, it just looks like it. It must be a new one then. It's like a very deep black.
Yeah, it's black is pretty dark, you know.
That's right. I can't get my Warcraft to start, Mr. Remo Demo. LAN game timed out.
Yeah. We are remaking the lobby.
That's good. For me?
No, I think everybody sort of timed out.
Ah, there we go. Now it works. That's a bug I never had.
Don't worry, Neil. It's a new year. There will be new bugs. Plenty to enjoy. Who knows what's going to be happening on the following patches and years, and who knows? Who knows?
I think it was like 2 days ago where we had a desync Flow TV situation. I was so mad I almost quit the stream. It's it's piling up. It's piling up.
Yeah, some days are very lucky. Sometimes I watch like 20 games and there's no desync, and then after I pray to Jesus, I mean I do every day, every evening, as you know. But yeah, sometimes it's very different. And also, 2 weeks ago or something, there was a Super League play day with the Night of Mirror Day, and there we had 3 desyncs from players on the same map. That's when I was getting really, really scared.
Ah, yeah, it is fun. Thank you, Young Fang, for gifting a sub to Very EleGaNt. Gift sub number 1134 on this channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Internist Gamer with the 17-month. Love to see them primes.
Thank you guys very much for the support. I find that very elegant of you indeed, Mr. Yangfang, one of our gift sub MVPs.
But you guys,
also in the new year.
Exactly. You guys can become an MVP yourself, every single one of you, because it is the start of the year, and every start of the year there is the early game awards. And followers of the channel might know that this little Back to Warcraft channel was awarded the best non-mainstream streamers of the year in 2024 and in 2025. And guess what? We are nominated again. B2W going for the three-peat at the early game awards, and we need your help with that. You can vote for an entire month with any of your devices every week. Again, you might find some ways to vote multiple times as well. We got some tough competition here. Shout out to Kaho, who I know from the World of Warcraft project. But we gotta smash them. We gotta trash them. We gotta outvote them. And we got, this is mostly German streamers, but we got the entire world. So Warcraft world, come together, vote for Back to Warcraft. You don't have to sign up. You don't need to apply for any newsletters whatsoever. You can win some stuff there as well. So go, 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 go. Vote for us for the 3-time non-mainstream streamers of the year.
Hell yeah, baby. Make your voices heard and tell everyone what is obviously the truth. That we are the greatest. And who is going to be the greatest Night Elf playing today in the mirror matchup? EleGaNt still has a chance here. It might not be a great one, but perhaps he can make that upset happen still. He just showed us on the last map that this series shall not end too fast. It is a 2-1 lead right now for Kaho. His first map pick brings us to Autumn Leaves.
Okay then, we have a brawly map, and we also have the same creep routes established. Whenever you have a little bit of time, you plant the Ancient of War at the Merchant. Shout out to one of my new favorite creeps, the Sasquatch. I've seen yesterday a Sasquatch defending the Springtime expansion against the undead that was creeping it, and against the Night Elf that was creep jacking the undead. So the Night Elf took a beating, the undead took a beating, last man standing, the Sasquatch. I love the Sasquatch.
Yeah, Sasquatch also always, when you creep in the early game, seems to live forever.
Yes.
He has 750 HP and 3 armor. It feels like he has 10 armor sometimes. Just a beefy bro that is hard to kill. And if you believe in the fairy tale world, also very hard to find.
He is a very fine person with the goat horns there. I'd love to hang with the Sasquatch. We make good friends. We wouldn't get into clubs together, I think, but we're gonna have a good time.
You know, I think you might get into the Fusion Club together. Everyone got into the Fusion Club back in Shanghai.
Well, that is of course because you led the way in for me. But me by myself, not sure.
With ATSP back then, bro, that was... Them were some days.
Aye.
He's still in the stream sometimes. Tells me I have to come to Serbia and meet his family. The thought of him having a child, dude.
Yeah, you can babysit his child when he goes out to party again.
Yep. What a legend, though. I would love to actually come visit sometime. Anyways. Sasquatch still alive. You see what I'm talking about?
Yep.
This guy's almost impossible to kill.
He is, man. He is the #1 early game creep. He's trying his darnest, man. But against the Demon Hunter and an Ancient of War and this Archer, what can you do? He fought a brave fight. 0-7 for the Sasquatchies.
Straightforward creep route here early on. 3 creep camps for a quick level 3. And then you hope that you have the better items compared to your opponent.
That's usually how this goes. So what's better, ring or claws?
That's a question for the ages between the Demoners. Normally, we always love the Ring of Protection. Especially when the Demon is like a frontline tank against Undead or Orcs specifically. But in Bear Mirror, you know, Neo? A little bit of a wild statement in Bear Mirror. I think I prefer the damage. I feel like there's enough frontline to go around between those bears.
Oh, maybe different items are better in different situations. For creeping, claws is better. For early game skirmishes, like we oftentimes see on Springtime, ring might be better. Haven't done the math, actually, but I think nobody is really complaining about items here. And both have similar creep routes. Kaho, again, a bit faster, taking some damage here, but of course nothing that Night Elves can't out-heal in the beginning. And unfortunately for us, ladies and gentlemen, we have to make a sad, sad, sad announcement. EleGaNt is stopping at 4 archers and is building a Hunter's Hall. That means Dryad Bears.
Okay, you know, he had the cojones to do it on 3 maps, but I guess you don't want to be too predictable. Now also going to be difficult for Kaho exactly to spot what's going on. Unless the Wisp just happens to go there. Might just be going in the perfect direction.
That's crazy. I like that play by EleGaNt. He played 3 times talent pushes in a row, and Kaho was looking for it if it's the same. And therefore, EleGaNt built the Hunter's Hall proxy to create a little fake, maybe. But Kaho is a little bit lucky with the movement, or knows it from ladder encounters, whatever it is. Nice attempt by EleGaNt, nice counter to that by Kaho, and it's Kaho with 6 archers, no Hunter's Hall. Oh, there is a Hunter's Hall. He got 6 archers, though.
Yeah, I think it's just a reaction to the previous map. He's going Naga as well. Okay, he's looking really strong right now on the field, up by 2 archers, and now pushing EleGaNt away from the tavern. EleGaNt, does he have to go for a Naga here? Is he going to try to go for a keeper? It's Kaho here, putting that pedal to the metal right now.
Yeah, Kaho goes for the KO.
Wait, he just went for an expansion. Are you kidding me?
He is brave.
Oh my god, he's actually going Master Riot Expo. That's what I said at the start of the game. He's actually doing it.
You did say that?
Yeah.
Huh. Apparently I didn't listen.
Not surprising.
Yeah, you, of all people, want to come up with that?
Something never changed. Dude, he didn't see the expo though. Heavy pressure, but no actual scout over there. There's no ultra vision yet this early in the game. To be honest, with Kaho playing, sometimes there's no ultra vision ever in the game. But he gets the kill here on the Naga. His own Naga might be doomed in return with a boost of speed. That should be easy. Chase down. Kill. One more. Will do it. Gotta go back to the Moonwells now to heal, of course. Archers being saved in the Shadow Meld. But this expo might actually start paying off at the moment.
Could go for Sappers again down the road. Will he check for the expo now? There's a little bit of time still. Oh, he doesn't have the vision. It's nighttime. He doesn't see it. Lamau.
Oh my god. So close.
Yet so far.
You know, some Night Elves immediately go for Ultra Vision when they have this Hunter's Hall, but sometimes they skip it. Oh my god, Ultra Vision actually would have spotted this. No Ultra Vision might cost him the game here.
Well. Still a rocky road for EleGaNt. Both Nagis were dead for a while. We split middle camps. Mercenary camp for EleGaNt and Laboratory for Kaho. But then he might go Zeppelins. He might go Sappers. Maybe it's just all part of a game plan to give EleGaNt some hope and then crush him again with Sappers.
Bit of accuracy found here for Kaho. Not the greatest, considering he's going for those bears. One of the wind on the other side. Probably also not that good.
Well, there should be always Dispel. Dispel is coming for Kaho, not available for EleGaNt just yet. So there is no Dispel at the moment outside of the... oh no, there is no Dispel at the moment. So one of the wind put to good use. We got Flute, which for the bear player isn't obviously too great, but at the moment it does help still. Oy, that mana burn hit hard. Poor Shadow Priest, man. A week ago he was so strong and such a backline of an early game, and now he's just weak.
If EleGaNt is pushed back to the Moonwells and Kaho chases, he's going to see the expansion. Right now, EleGaNt has a big incentive to trying to stay active here. Level 4 level up for the Demon Hunter is great. If Kaho is pushed back, he won't find out about the expansion still. So EleGaNt has to keep on pressing. And he does, successfully.
That's crazy, man. Prior to this league, Kaho was the undisputed best Night Elf player in Mirrors. And now EleGaNt might take 2 maps off of him. Well done, well done, well done. With different strategies every single time, basically. Mass Dryads are coming out. It's a little bit of Moon style. And that, of course, begs the question, is EleGaNt's Dryad micro as good as Moon's?
Probably not. But if you're up 20 supply, 3 upgrades, and 2 heal scrolls, it doesn't have to be. You just gotta focus fire a little bit, kite a little bit, and that very often will be good enough because Kaho is still looking weak here for a long time. He lost all those archers, now going into bears, but the big strong bear army is still far, far away.
Mr. Remodimo, I know you were a little occupied last week, but did you see the match of Lawlight versus Sock on this map where Lawlight went for 6 glaive throwers to break Sock's expansion?
No.
Mr. Remodimo, it took 2 glaive volleys to completely annihilate that expo. I'm such a fan of glaives now. I want to see glaives in every map. And I think for Kaho, glaives wouldn't even be that bad now.
Well, you say that until something touches them and then they immediately lose their 300 laughable hit points.
Yeah, but you know, keep him safe.
Keep it hidden. Keep it safe.
Oh, the body block by EleGaNt, bro. Bro is flexing on his Swan Song series here today.
A player's forces are under attack.
Are you gonna start talking like the Gen Zers, bro and skull emoji? How can you do a skull emoji in a cast now?
Mr.
How can you do it
Remodimo,
verbally?
there's 2 casters here on the broadcast, right? Who do you think has a better, has a higher bro per hour counter? You or me?
I never said that word once
What?
in my life. Well, not according to Dondo.
Liar.
I think he feels I say bro too often.
You say bro all the time.
I don't say it like the Gen Z guys, though. They say it grammatically incorrect.
Grammatically incorrect?
Yeah. You
How-
see, that is me asserting my boomer identity.
Yeah, I mean, you did go for the 6-7 gesture before. There's all the evidence we need for your boomerism.
Isn't 6-7 like the what's the newer generation after Gen Z? Wait. I thought that was the very young ones.
Well, the alphabet is over afterwards. So you can't continue anymore.
Oh wait, isn't it Gen Alpha? I don't even know.
That's the 6-7 in the chat. That's a timeout. Bro, what's
Oh, no, it
next?
is
You're
Gen
sharing
Alpha.
9gag memes?
Dude,
Stop
9gag
it.
apparently is still alive.
Yes, there was a I was linked a 9gag picture last week from someone, and it was it was being Esports Gideon.
I think that only ever was popular in Germany, though, right?
No, it was
how it
big,
was?
big international,
9gag?
big international.
Really?
Yes. It's
That was the days
9gag.com.
before Reddit. That was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Zeppelin drop, by the way. This time sniping the expansion, not with sappers, but with the Zep. TP home. Oh.
No nature's blessing. Did he calculate
TP?
this well? Yep.
Oh,
Rip.
nice. Wow. Very clean escape.
So fresh and so clean, man. And with that, yeah, we got a 70 food army for EleGaNt. That is a big lead, of course, but it's also tier 2 versus tier 3. We do have the 20 food lead you mentioned before. We do have the heal scroll advantage we mentioned before. But Kaho, of course, got bears, got Riju, got orbs, got a lot of advantages, and got the moon wells in his backyard.
And double orb here can be very, very strong against those Dryades once the Demon Hunter isn't in front to block anymore. Tree of Life being remade indeed, but 2.5 minutes still out. Seems like Kaho bought some time for himself here.
That is correct. That's exactly what it did. Nice to see him use Sappers 2 games in a row, punishing that lack of Nature's Blessing. And now we play... We both try to spread the poison.
That girl is poison. Remember that song from Scrubs?
No.
You didn't really watch Scrubs, did you?
I did. Religiously.
Ah, okay. All right, I was about to give you a scolding right here.
No.
They're supposed to bring out a movie as well, which I'm afraid to watch. You know, it's just like, is that
Remo,
a good idea?
there's-
I don't know.
there's
I don't
an-
care.
There's a nice little trick that I applied twice in my life already. Sometimes you can just blank out movies from existence.
Oh yeah, where did that happen before?
Well, I'm still sad there's only one Matrix movie. EleGaNt's Demon.
Okay.
And it was also very good that they stopped Toy Story after episode 3.
There's a new one coming. In Toy Story,
No!
I think so.
It's the
Discord's
end!
being used.
Hi guys.
Zeppelin
Finally some
here.
EleGaNt.
Oh, getting taken out by the Dryades. No easy saves. Oh, but the Naga died. Uh-oh. Wasn't looking at that one for a moment. Naga dead. Demon very hurt. Dude, did Kaho even lose anything here? Dude, he didn't lose anything. He's not even producing anything. What? They just lost 20 supply versus 0 supply. How the hell did that happen?
Double orb, dude. Double orb is crazy. And Moonwell advantage and great control by Kaho. I got an idea that he is simply the better player of the two.
Yeah, this was again really greedy, by the way. Getting the expo up, that's enough for you to win normally, but then also going for a shredder, going for tech, going for triple lore. That's all investments that really haven't done too much yet. And now, dare I say, Kaho might be in the winning position here.
That's right. We get more and more archers slaughtered. Dryads slaughtered. We got a bit of a Dryad mirror here. So a couple of units falling for Kaho, but of course, it's similar. And then we still have that tech advantage. We still lack the Naga. We have a Demon Hunter very hurt. And that was the last map of EleGaNt in Super League. Got some respectable map wins and even 2 series wins. He was a good last place performer here. He was the underdog in every single series he went into, ending the league on 17.5 points. So respect to EleGaNt, always showing up, always prepared, always trying his best. Even a competitive map versus Happy 2 days ago when everybody thought it's just going to be a 5-minute wash. It wasn't. And respect to the name of EleGaNt. Hopefully he can do well in the relegation. For Kaho, you gotta raise the question, is the 3-1 enough or did he need a 3-0? He's not fighting for the top 4 anymore, which makes you skip the round of 12. But for a better seeding in the round of 12, and currently Kaho, this was his last series as well, 37.5 points. He is at best rank 6. Labby has the chance to overtake him. Moon has the chance to overtake him. FoCuS now has the chance to overtake him. So Kaho could end up on that rank 8 to 9 spot, which would put him into a bracket with Happy.
Yeah, if Moon loses the next series, then he will be behind Kaho. With the win, he's going to be ahead. Labby is very, extremely likely going to overtake him with 2 games still to be played, only 1.5 points missing, unless Labby goes completely missing at the very end of the season. And FoCuS with a good chance as well. Yeah, Kaho, I guess, ending the season fairly well. I mean, it's a 2.6 average. I guess that's rather an average season, to be honest.
Yeah, and going into this as the best Night Elf player in the world proclaimed, that must be a disappointment. There is, it's just a mediocre performance. There's a Night Elf player outshining him every step of the way. I think Kaho would get a thumbs down in a performance evaluation.
Yeah, similar to Sok, didn't have the greatest scores. They had the same score coming into their last match. The score before that was 6-7, as it turns out.
Did you do the gesture this time? I didn't watch.
No.
Good. Good. You're learning.
Yeah, Kaho, a little bit disappointing maybe, but he is not the negative story of this season. That is Infy, who went from being extremely high up there to now being extremely low down there. Still, a lot of runway to go through for Kaho, and maybe he can really now deliver in the most serious parts of the tournament. Still, of course, the playoffs to be played out. Another big story of the Super League Season 2 returning was, of course, Lynn, with some amazing games, some slightly disappointing games, and I would say in the most recent showings with Witch Doctors has been having us all salivating again at his brilliance.
Well, that salvation is over, Mr. Remo Demo, as that was a counter to Pally Rifle, but turns out after the last balance patch last Tuesday, Pally Rifle is completely dead. Nobody is playing Pally anymore. Very few people are playing Rifle anymore. So all the Witch Doctor fans, you gotta hope for a Pally Rifle buff.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, over the last many years, we've gone back on this little attack speed buff, nerf, buff, nerf, buff, nerf on rifles so many times, as it's numerically small, but always seems to have a huge impact. And yeah, right now, the humans are looking like the Night Elves right now. Unplayable. I can't win. Impossible. Yeah.
Bro, yesterday,
That's an L for you, boys.
yesterday, did you see the sock game yesterday? It was Sock vs Moon.
No, didn't see that, actually.
Bro, what, you gotta watch glimpses of that.
Oh, he's playing tier 3 these days. He was doing that on the old patch already, and now he's doing it more, it seems.
Bro, Mountain King, Blood Mage, Rush, Breakers to steal Reju and rifles behind. Kills everything.
God damn.
And then tier 3 on top for Inner Fire. It's so good. I don't know what Night Elves are supposed to do against that after seeing the series yesterday. There will be solutions, obviously. And we will see them. But yesterday's Sock strategy was so ungodly sick. And I hope he gets a Night Elf in the round of 12.
Yeah, really cool. I had been hoping for a long time for humans to embrace more tier 3 against Night Elf, because, you know, you got the expansions, you got the time, there should be, in theory, room to go for it. But most of the time, humans didn't do it because they didn't seem to need it. You can win on tier 2, why go tier 3? Now, with rifles weaker, not your only weapon anymore, maybe you need to play more tier 3? Yeah, very interesting.
And the Breakers. The Breakers is what kind of fascinates me most. How much of an impact they have when they steal Reju away from the Demon Hunter. It's glorious. I want to see more of that every single day until the end of time. Until I get bored of it, I guess. But for now. We gotta talk about the upcoming match. There's no human there. There's no Night Elf there. But another race that was crying big time. Shout out Francis, Tedster, all the others. With the Orcs! But the Orcs aren't crying anymore. I think they're eating well, especially with the return of Lynn. They're doing good. Soen had some solid series. FoCuS is performing really well these days. And now Lynn and FoCuS are meeting each other in a mirror match. Gotta take a look while we try to get this game running for the third time. Lynn contesting the top 4. There were some people saying he's gonna get eliminated in the group stage and he won't be able to bring his A game once again. These fools who would be this delusional. No, Lynn is performing really well. Top 4 at the moment with the chance of surpassing 1-0 and live. Lynn has still 3 games to be played. Every single day from here on out will be a Lynn day. And top 4 would guarantee you a top 8 spot. If you get rank 4, you're in the bracket with Happy, so Lynn is probably aiming for that 3rd or 2nd spot in the group stage, while FoCuS can still improve his rank as well. If you're rank 8 or 9, you're also in Happy's part of the bracket. You also want to prevent that, so every point for FoCuS matters, as he also has to do 2 games and can still climb up and surpass Moon, Labby, or Kaho.
FoCuS, of course, had an amazing showing there, getting one of those 2 losses that Happy suffered. One against FoCuS, one against Life. There it was a really well-played series, very interesting back-and-forth plays. Happy maybe suffering a bit on the KK platform, but whatever, very well done by FoCuS. Showing again his excellence with Wyvern. I feel like he's really good with them. That is the one unit we're definitely not gonna be seeing here, though, in Orc Mirror. Last time I checked in, which was a couple of months ago, it was all about the Taurens, and I am seriously excited to see some really high-level Orc Mirror here today. It seems to have become so rare.
Did you just say FoCuS is good with Wyvern?
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Peace. See you tomorrow. I wonder how long this bit is going to keep up. I'm looking at Yutiao's stream right now, trying to figure out if there's Gladiator Cups happening today. Seems like there is. So guys, if you're wondering if there's more happening today after the Super League, the answer should be yes, with the Gladiator Cups again continuing later in the day. It's a double Blade Master play. I saw that FoCuS against Soen was trying to play quite a bit of Farseer as well, which seemed to not be working. So now we're trusting again fully in the Blade.
It was the perfect time for me to refill my coffee. Well, welcome, welcome. I remind you of that FoCuS is good with Wyvern when we see him not splitting any units against any AoE spells down the road. I love what FoCuS is doing here, though. He's walling off, so the Blade Master can't reach the peons, which was a play recently in these Orc mirrors that we've seen. And Lynn walked all the way across and can't do much here. Love this by FoCuS. Love it.
Is Orc Mirror so degen right now, by the way, that we're making nothing except for walkers and torrents? Is that why you're rushing tier 2 and not even making a barracks?
Well, we've seen a couple of different styles across series as well. You can also play a Farseer. You can go for tier 2 pushes with towers, Firelord. You can also mass headhunters on tier 1 and go for super early rushes. You can go the classic Raider Walker Kodo bit with Shadowhunter, or the degen way, as you say, with Tauren later. But yeah, it feels like that's exactly what we're doing for now.
A player's forces are under attack.
Against Pally Rifles, the Orcs discovered how amazing torrents can be with Witch Doctors. It's kind of crazy, right? How we had 1.5 years at least of Orcs suffering against Pally Rifles. And then here comes Lynn with Witch Doctors, and all of a sudden it's like, there's the counter. That's the answer. Finally we got it. And then 1 week later, here comes the nerf. We don't need it anymore. Which was very funny timing-wise.
I agree. I had a good giggle about that as well. Poor Lynn, man. Took a 6-month break to craft this strategy, and then it's all ruined within a week. But yeah, I also thought, like, Orcs are crying about the lack of sustain while having a spell that gives them sustain. It took a genius of Lynn to enable that spell. It's like, yeah. Okay, we get Shadowhunters, we get the tier 3 by FoCuS, and we get Shadowhunter. We gotta say, FoCuS was destroyed by Soen in the mirror match 3-0. That had to do with items as well, at least a little bit. But Soen was just peak that day. But then on the other side, Lynn was destroying Soen in a similar fashion. So very interesting how these styles seem to match. Maybe FoCuS is performing better against Lynn than Soen did, while being defeated by Soen.
Yeah, it's always interesting who climbs the ranks a little bit higher. There are those days and weeks where FoCuS is ahead of Lynn. But of course, every Warcraft fan knows normally Lynn is #1. And there's most of the time not much of a discussion going on. Our current rankings in the Super League Season 2 seem to suggest that as well. Looking at the gameplay here, though, you gotta admit, this is pretty funny, right? Like, there's literally nothing that happened this early game. It's just 2 Blade Masters running after each other, making sure nobody does anything too greedy. While we're just rushing torrents. Yeah. I would love to have Carson on this cast. What would Carson have to say about this meta right now?
He probably only has good words to say about his fellow orcs. I wonder, how do you get the walkers and Tauren out of that base? Because he built the totems behind that war mill. Is he chopping wood now to get out? Yeah, looks like it. I still like the setup by FoCuS, man. It's well crafted, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so far pretty much nothing has happened. I would say Lynn is looking a little bit better simply because of the circlets. Got the double circlets on the Blade Master and the slippers. Oh, now we're talking. Okay.
Yummy.
Suddenly, Blade already looking Giga Chad mode on level 1.
You know, people can tear and feather me for it, but Night Elf Mirror way, 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 way better than Orc Mirror.
You know, I will give my judgment once I've seen as many Orc Mirrors as Night Elf Mirrors. So just give me 3,000 Orc Mirrors and then I can give you my appraisal.
Oh, then we delete Night Elf Mirror from the game, or the Night Elf Race from the game, because you will never be able to catch up.
Yeah, let's just stop playing Night Elf Mirrors in tournaments. You know, just do a
No!
little dice roll.
It's the
We do a little
best!
we do a little dice roll, unless players agree that we're gonna play talents. Then they're allowed to play.
Oh, okay, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Also, Keeper Pitlord is definitely allowed as one of the superior mirror strats there is. FoCuS again.
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
what happened to Shadowhunter Pitlord?
Yeah, right? True.
Hardly ever was a thing, and now we got Pitlord buff. Where'd that strat at?
I think Taker is still working on the refinement for the patch.
very excited to see where also the pro player is gonna try to find openings. Lawlight and Moon especially. Those are the two I'm looking at right now.
You gotta... And Jens. You gotta...
Jens, sure, but he's not playing with the big boys at the moment.
He is the influencer, though, that's teaching the pros how to do it.
Did you have any detailed knowledge what his strategies, approaches right now are on the new patch?
He wasn't playing Dolphin Cocoon into Butterfly this weekend, so I don't know yet.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna have our first real encounter here. It is the Mass Cow meta. Or Bulls, I guess.
Good morning.
More specifically.
Thank you, Jagielski Vilk, for the 100 bits. We got an encounter. All the heroes are level 1. So do we have master trainings yet? No, just missing that one. So far, Torrents can't be revived, which makes the fight a little more exciting than it is. Who plays it better from here on out? FoCuS has quite the supply lead.
You do go for a third hero here, right? Shadowhunter and Blade are too important.
Well, Firelord would be good to get rid of the corpses.
Ah, true,
which you
true.
need at some point. Otherwise, everything will just be revived.
Nothing has died yet.
We're getting close, though.
This is so degen, dude.
It's the worst mirror. Is it worse than Breaker Mirror, I wonder? You know, in Breaker Mirror, you have the occasional Stormbolt.
In my opinion, there's a clear worst mirror of all time. That's when we had only units that can't attack all the other units. That was Destroyer Mirror.
Yeah.
That
agree.
was the worst I've ever seen
We agree.
in any Warcraft matchup.
And, you know, Pulverize, always a banger, literally.
Yeah, quite a bit of RNG here involved between Pulverize and Critical. Ooh, it's a big heal scroll.
That's game.
I feel like that's how we cast these fights. Ooh, that's a big heal scroll.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, that was just Lynn with a bigger army going for the fight. FoCuS was already researching Master Upgrade that never really transpired. And then Lynn wins the fight with better inventory and a bigger army. And that is 1-0 for Lynn.
Yeah. Yeah, Orc Mirror, man. It's in a funny spot right now.
Yeah.
Normally, when you try to go for such a greedy build, I mean, there were no units on the field until when? Like minute 5 or 6, maybe, with the first Walker coming out. It is a super greedy strategy going for this tier 3 rush. Normally, a fast expo should be amazing against this strategy.
From the
But
Pro
Orc's
Night
always been the
held
weakest
soon.
at fast expanding. Seems like they're not really set up well at the moment for it, with Farseer being kind of like, meh. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's I wonder how the orcs feel about this, by the way. Watching the strategy is kind of, you know, wacky. But what's it like playing it?
I think Armin doesn't like it. But what does Armin like in 2026? Ski vacations. That's what he does.
Bro, my man.
Yeah, not my man. You know, outside, required to balance stuff. Not the way I like it.
You know, Dondo once asked me if I want to come skiing in Norway. Let me ask Armin right now. Hey, do you want to go to Norway, bro?
Are you scared of visiting Dondo yourself? By yourself?
Yeah, you know, he's just such an intimidating figure. I need to have my emotional support animal Armin with me. Then I would feel much more comfortable.
Armin is an animal, indeed. Just like Lynn on the battlefield. 1-0 for the War Chief. Trying to cement his top 4 spot and trying to attack the rank 2 and 3. Which again would put him out of Happy's bracket up until the grand final in the single elimination playoffs that are to come. FoCuS in this league is now 0-4 in Orc Mirror. We'll see where this is gonna end up on. We are on Turtle Rock, the teenage version of Turtle Rock. It's not the new version. It's not the very old version that we've also seen in this tournament, Lamau. But no, and we have different builds. Look at that. Farseer, focus thing. Okay, that was too dumb. We are not doing that again. We need units. We need fights. I'm going Farseer. I'm going Headhunter. Let's do some stuff in the early game.
Okay. Different look here. It seems like FoCuS among the top orcs seems to be the most passionate and in favor of the Farseer. With Lynn, we see it less, but still being played sometimes. Of course, always against human, but less so against Undead and in Mirror. And Soen really does like the Farseer. Soen is a big Blade Master lover. That's also how the last series between FoCuS and Soen played out, where it was FoCuS playing the Farseer, and they're not succeeding. So, hoping for a better outcome now.
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. And you can pimp the Blade Master quite nicely here as well, but can't farm that much when you're under pressure. I like that FoCuS is adjusting strategies here. Going straight up against Lynn seems to be mission impossible. And FoCuS is definitely no Tom Cruise. So, farm a little bit, huh? That's what we're doing.
Many great items to be found on this map for the Blade Master. Lots of chances of claws, slippers, and even mantle is great for a shadow if you want to keep it. Really love always seeing this on the orcs. You know, mantles on the Shadowhunter, sometimes it feels weird being kept because they're not main stat. And I'm sure you saw this as well in the Twitch chat. Sometimes there's people showing up and they're saying like, why isn't Shadowhunter an int hero? He's a caster, right? He's a healer, but he's agility. And I want to think, I know it's not true, but I want to think that Blizzard back then had the amazing insight that Shadowhunter would be too OP if he was an int hero. You know what I mean? If he got int items, he would benefit too much from it. Because that would be the truth of the situation, I think.
Well, there was the generation before Matt Morris, so I definitely give them the benefit of the doubt that this might be true.
And then they hit the Beastmaster with 15 nerfs, and the generation was gone.
It was indeed a lost generation of Blizzard employees, that's for sure.
Farseer items so far are okay. That mantle is certainly great. Most likely Shadowhunter, right? We see that usually this followed up by a Shadowhunter and then tier 2 timing attack very often. I wonder if that's the all-in position that FoCuS wants to go for. When playing Headhunters, there's also the option to go tier 3 and Berserkers. But if you do that, then the opponent might also go tier 3 with Blade Master and Bloodlust, and that sounds a bit scary.
You know, I hate a lot on Orc Mirror and different styles of Orc Mirror. I don't like the Tauren Mirror. I don't like Raider Walker Kodo Mirror. I love Headhunter Mirror. It's so cool with either Panda or Pit Lord or Tauren. Late game, so explosive, so much damage, so many kills. I would like to see more of that. Lynn with a nice little creep here, getting blocked, but makes the best out of it. This time, not the greatest damage items. This also leaves FoCuS some time to creep on the other side. With the mantle, that is some additional damage. Lynn, exquisite scouting, was adjusting. He sees, oh, you go Headhunters, I go Grunts.
And especially with Speed Scroll, they could end up working very well against those Headhunters later. Looking for those kills. In the past, we always used to see Blade into Panda on tier 2. Really good against Headhunters. But with the range nerf on Breath of Fire, doesn't seem to be the best hero against that strat anymore.
Oh, FoCuS quick reaction to the FoCuS here. Oh, not the most eloquent usage of words. With the Shadow Meld, Blade Master being blocked there. FoCuS flexing a little bit. Oh, Blade! Almost gets the Farseer here. Always feels bad when you're almost home and have to go for a TP. But Chop is up. Selves are coming in. He hides again just for the possibility of Blade Master rushing. But it's not... Did he block himself in? Oh no, that was close though.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, Blade is here, getting the lay of the land. He's out of mana. Getting surrounded here might be a bit painful, even if it's just by Headhunters. He knows the Shadowhunter is about to come out. I guess he's not going for the assassination anymore. Not going to be doable here. But yeah, it's Shadowhunter. It is going to be Headhunters and Kodos. And this very much looks like a tier 2 all-in from FoCuS.
FoCuS sent wolves to kill one of the herd grunts. Lynn was only able to save that grunt with going heal wave first, so if there was a plan of going Hex Blade Master attack on 2 heroes, that has to wait up until level 2. And on the other side, we get level 3 on the Farseer with a Hex Shadow Hunter. I think this is a very interesting setup now.
Yeah, look at all the mana on the Farseer. You can spam those wolves and maybe a bit of Chain Lightning. That's, by the way, why the Shaman are coming, to have Purge against the Wolves. Quite effective. 400 HP Dispel on the 350 targets. No Hex yet from FoCuS, though. I thought maybe he could look for a kill there on a grunt, but I guess he knows there's a speed scroll, so unlikely to happen. He's going to try to get in one more cab right here. And Lynn is trying to steal some assets. Would love to get the item, but that won't be allowed. Or will it? No.
With the pendant as well, that's an additional hex. He gets the majority of the camp here. Well done. Blade Master still under-equipped. And what is the play? Yeah, Radar Shaman. Lots of disable and crowd control on Lynn's side, but it still takes some time. Speed scroll, disengage, no dispel at all on FoCuS. That might hurt him down the road.
Double Hex to get rid of the Shaman here. Really wants to eliminate this little caster boy. There's a heal wave. That should be enough for a save. Cost some mana on both sides. You mentioned the pendant. Indeed, there's quite a bit of mana juice on these. And only 2 Shaman out right now with low mana.
Excellent save though, so Shaman stays on the map. Do we see peons? We do. The boys are coming, always in 3s, and we get some towers here. This is not the easiest map to set up these towers. Might have to go in a very defensive spot. Voodoo Lounge a bit far forward, might be a point of attack, but home turf advantage quite strong for Lynn as reinforcements are coming in quickly.
Wolves gonna go for the peon harass. Of course, the bird defense is gonna be in. Hex on the Shadow Hunter. Shaman immediately picked off. 1 Shaman dead right away. There's gonna be only 1 Purge now. Ensnare has to keep these Kodos controlled. So far, that's working, but they're not gonna be lasting forever.
Kodo is soaking up so much damage. 1000 HP. The damage boost will be gone in a bit. No heal self on FoCuS. No heal scroll on Lynn. Kodo saved for now with that Raider in the belly, but the Raider frees the other Raider. I thought the Wolves take him. Now the Raider is free. Headhunters are suffering as the Grunts are way too close to them.
Kaho level 2. Probably not going to use the Hex. He wants to use the heal wave here to keep his army standing. More Raiders coming out while towers are coming up. We mentioned Taker earlier. Here's a classic Taker strategy right here.
SH nuked, electrocuted with the first hex that we were waiting for. Nice execution by FoCuS. Blade Master is the only real estate that Lynn has left. He's getting level 3 now. Should be critical strike, I guess. But now the towers are up in range of the shop. And if FoCuS doesn't fumble this one, it's the 1-on-1.
Very hard to break out of this now. The towers were unprotected. Sure, you can kill him off easy with only the heavy armor, but the Orc army is right there. Love the shop coming up from FoCuS as well. Could really use some clarities and heal salves. Had a wonderful fight there, though. Just way more mana, it seemed like. Farseer and Shadowhunter both full mana. Just out of that little push, and there was a heal scroll as well. Yeah, it's hard to imagine this one not going to FoCuS at this point.
It was very well crafted and very well prepared with all that focus on Shaman. Good levels on the Farseer as well. Hit level 3 exactly when he needed it. Before there's a good amount of Shaman out. And now Lynn also not having Hex maybe hurt him real bad. And that was traded for basically a Grunt. Not sure if worth it. Lynn's army was being healed by heal cells, but all of that was cancelled as well. Nice. FoCuS for 2 years wasn't able to cancel healing against Pally Rifle players, but against Lynn he can, and turns out that is very expensive to heal that army up. And that is game. FoCuS is able to do what he wasn't able to do against Soen, winning a map, getting a point. Score is tied 1-1.
Yeah, even if the strat didn't work out there last time, you still got to respect it, man, when the Shadowhunter and Farseer show up in your main base. The Wolf timing there with level 3 is really good. Blade Master here, pretty underwhelming on the item. Sometimes if you have a crazy Blade Master with a fast level 3, some slippers, some claws, he can clean up much of that by himself. But that didn't work out this time. Well done by FoCuS, and wants to show the rest of the world that, hey, this matchup is not a foregone conclusion.
Right on. Lynn has, by the way, with that 1 point surpassed... Oh, no, it didn't surpass 1-0. He doesn't change anything at all, by the way. But... Wait, he needed... Oh, he has 3 games left. True. Okay, yeah, forget everything I said. No changes in the standings just yet. Both have a good setup. High wins, not as much rewarded as it was in Season 1. So everybody can still gobble up a lot of points. Next map is Echo Isles. And of course, the question, Blade Master or Farseer?
On Echo Isles, we have short rush distances. So it seems like a Farseer aggressive play here might again be tempting. But it seems very hard to creep that level 3 in time. And you need that Farseer level 3 if you want to go for an attack like this. Very nice to run around mobile with a Blade Master around the shop. I could certainly see a double Blade Master here once more.
Okay. We'll see if we stick to the guns of map 2. Wonder Brown and Yutiao currently lagging, but there it is. In the past 2 encounters between FoCuS and Lynn, it was always a 3-1 in favor of Lynn. So we're on track of a 3-peat with a 3-1 performance. And oh, what a segue. Speaking of 3-peats, Remo, did you know that we're nominated for the 3rd time as the non-mainstream streamers of the year at the Early Game Awards?
We are? How can people vote on that?
That is a very good question, Mr. Remo Demo. You can vote once per IP, once per week. !award at earlygame.gg. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we take that trophy home for the 3rd time into the Warcraft community?
Show them what we're made of, boys. Get those votes in. Hells to the yells. Looking at those altars. Imagine Shadowhunter first. I still think Shadowhunter should be made a viable first hero, but right now it doesn't seem to be an option. It is a double Blade Master, indeed.
You want every hero to be a viable first hero.
No, not everyone, but more than 1 or 2 would be nice.
Maybe orcs just lack creativity. I've seen Hazy with TC first winning.
Think of the beauty, Neo, we have gotten since Undead Heroes were made viable. No longer just Death Knight. It's all 4 even. I mean, all 4 is very wishful thinking. That should not be the baseline. But right now, very often it seems like there's only 1. I mean, Farseer, yeah, sometimes, but sometimes it just also doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, Farseer is boo. I think it just needs creative orcs like Hazy and Linguagua to show the world how powerful a TC first is.
Okay. I think TC's one of the... Funny that you mentioned that. I think TC just can't work as a first hero. It's just...
Well, if that can't work, how did Hazy defeat Dice with TC Naga?
Didn't see that game. So it didn't happen.
War 3 Champions Finals. Ask Soul 8-Man. He was there.
Okay, it's pretty wild. That's pretty cool. But I imagine in a game where you're more under pressure early, the TC is just very limited. Yeah, also, I think the TC, just from its design, is supposed to be a good late game hero. Shouldn't be so good on level 1, which of course ideally want to have late game heroes. Early game heroes be good on level 1. He's got a sick aura. He's got sick AoE on 2 spells. Seems like he is designed to be a good late game hero. But yeah, Shadowhunter, he's got Hex, really good early game. He's got Serpent Wards, that's a summon. Could be good in the early game. But yeah, he's not really.
Not yet. Not yet. We get 2 Blade Masters, and Lynn didn't wall up the base, and that is an opening for that said Blade Master. Lynn with a little bit of peon micro here, yet losing the burrow, and there's no backup burrow, but it's not time yet where you stress out to not get the Shadowhunter out. Oh, peon block! Blade Master prevented to attack the burrow, at least for a couple of seconds. Nice attempt, couldn't go through with it, and these couple of seconds weren't enough, but requires another Windwalk here, as again, the peon blocks are looking stellar for Lynn.
Might even get the peon. Lynn was baiting with it. He knew the Blade Master was still here. He could smell the thirst on FoCuS's breath. But now the blade is backing off. It's time to heal. And now the next burrow is coming. So grunt production very, very late. FoCuS going to be way ahead here. I wonder what he's going to do with it.
Both have claws,
Player's
both
forces are
solid.
under
We
attack.
get the is it a Shadow Hunter advantage? Not really. Yeah, Lynn with a bit of a tech lead. We get Lynn with a War Mill. Is that just because he has a surplus of gold?
And Torrens, I guess. At some point you're going to need it,
Town is under siege.
but also the gold.
But maybe also Torrent.
Maybe also Torrens, I would expect them. Now that Lynn is late on the grunt production, is he just going to say he's not going to make grunts anymore? Just straight into Torrens? Then he has to creep with both heroes together. With only one grunt, the Shadowhunter can really solo creep. But no, now there are more grunts coming. Interesting. So just on... I'm glad about this, by the way. Just the Tidehunters game looked the way it did. Very weird. Now we actually have some units in the early game. I like it.
Yeah, otherwise we could be playing Dota solo mid or mid only. Blade Master in for the steal by Lynn. Good.
So close!
So close.
Dude, that was a split second. He almost had the timing perfect.
But he didn't. FoCuS at the timing perfect, and he got the better Blade Master now with crit and windwalk and item as well. And snares coming in, but not enough damage just yet. Nice save on the grunt, I gotta say. Mad respect to FoCuS so far for map 2 and 3.
Yeah, FoCuS here definitely with the lead coming out of this early game. As now we're seeing both players taking to tier 3. Looks like Lynn is stopping at 2 grunts, not going to 3.
Forces are under attack.
Those can fall off a bit later, of course. The heavy armor is going to be suffering against the Walker magic damage, and pound for pound, supply-wise, not the same quality as the higher tech units are going to have, which, you know, is the way it should be.
Ideally, yes, that is correct. Except with ghouls.
Ghouls are weak, Neo. We all know.
Was nice having you here, Mr. Remo Demo. 2 hours is now enough of your nonsense.
Are under attack.
We get a bit more creepcraft here. We share the map. Marketplace goes to FoCuS. Merchant goes to Lynn. That is the one consumable here for FoCuS. And depending on what it is, that's a big boon for the upcoming fight.
Playing it safe with the dust, so nothing gonna happen here. I guess this is Lynn showing respect to FoCuS as well. He's like, okay, you take one camp, I take one camp in the middle. I'm gonna give you the big one though. Then only got the smaller. FoCuS would have loved to get a big consumable here. Great for the heroes, like a big healing or a big mana potion perhaps, ideally. Throw the beast. Pretty unlucky considering there's gonna be plenty of dispels soon.
Well, he needs them against the Hex. Hex on both sides. Shadowhunter this time no heal wave first. On the other side, this fastest crap in the world. Run, and saved it is. Always looks so funny. Can never get enough of it. Sends the grunt back in though. Everything hurt for FoCuS. Does Lynn find an opening to just cripple his opponent right here?
Yeah, he used the speed scroll here, which was a bit of a waste by Lynn, right? He could have killed that grunt also just with right clicks. Counter focus now on the blade. Very low HP. Healing up in the back though. Getting back up to 100 plus. Oh yeah, I wanted to say something earlier. I forgot. The small heal self buff, right? How noticeable has that become?
To my uneducated eye, it hasn't been that noticeable, but I've seen Grubby talk about it, and he's, of course, a lot more knowledgeable about orcs than I am, obviously.
Yeah.
And he said it makes a big difference. And also someone said something smart, which I can't say if it's right or wrong, but it sounded smart at least. Because oftentimes you re-engage into a fight while a heal wave is running. So you heal a lot more faster, as you don't get the healing in the last couple of seconds, and if you heal these 5 seconds faster, you are not missing out on that particular amount of healing. So it is a lot more comfortable for the orcs, and I think the value is higher than you would initially think when you read the patch line.
A player's forces are under attack.
Interesting. Also, sometimes, of course, you can put things in numerical terms. How much more healing is it going to be in an average game, blah, blah. But also, how does it feel in the flow of the game? And that's something that, from an observer perspective, we can't really judge. But if you're an experienced Orc player, how much more fluid does it feel? How much faster do you heal? How much quicker do you feel in a position again to go for the next move and so on? So I still want to get more voices from the Orc players out there. I'm pretty curious about this. Because,
How about you play
these...
some Orc games?
Yeah, of course. Sure. But what's I about to say?
I don't know.
Yeah, the rifle attack speed, for example. The rifle attack speed, it looks like so small on paper, but seems to be bigger than that.
Yes, I made lots of statements in the same direction that I was very wrong in my assessment of especially the rifle numbers being very noticeable when it comes to attack speed. It's also something that we haven't seen that often. Attack speed numbers change. We got a lot of experience now with damage value numbers, like -1 can be insanely strong, especially on early game units, but attack speed, it's hard to put a number on it, and it's been very noticeable.
Oh, both at the shop, and oh, FoCuS got both items. Whoa, that's huge. He's going invuln, going to him. Lynn still engaging into the fight. That looks a bit like a madness. Mad cow disease, maybe, as the first big fight rolls out.
Well, we got 3 claws on Lynn, and a Shadow Hunter advantage on FoCuS, but only Windwalk, no crit. Master Training ready for FoCuS, not for Lynn, but that's changing in a couple of seconds. Pretty much exactly for that one Torrent to die. Shadow Hunter in the middle of the pack, being attacked quite nicely by Pulverize, which is updated for both as well. This is a fun little fight so far. Firelord, FoCuS bringing the heat.
It seems like FoCuS has all the advantages here. He's also got that orb, and now the Fire Lord blowing up the corpse. And then he's dropping pretty hard supply over here. Another Torrent goes down. 33 only for Lynn.
Uh-oh, this is looking like a 2-1 for FoCuS. Lynn is able to resurrect a couple of these Torrent, but not all of them, thanks to Incinerate, which makes corpses explode. SH on the menu. No dispel, apparently. And with the backstep, he gets the kill, and there's no disable anymore. There's no healing, no way to get these Torrent back either. While FoCuS can, as the corpses will be lying on the ground if he gets a little bit more mana. FoCuS is owning this fight.
Why is it, by the way, that Orb of Lightning Purge doesn't have hero low proc chance on the, resistance skin targets?
Bro, you think that's the question now that you have to answer? That's a very specific question.
I'm wondering. Maybe
I'm wondering how Lynn is getting back into this game.
Yeah, I think that question's over. I think he has LOST lost. Get ready for the next map, bro. You are 1 hero down, a bunch of supply, no orb. FoCuS looking really good today. And I wonder if Lynn maybe underestimated his opponent a little bit.
And I think if we should start to worry about Lynn's performance overall, 0-3 against Colorful, and now facing match points soon against FoCuS, not the greatest lookout when it comes to playoffs that are starting at the end of the week. Maybe, though, Lynn full target practice against Undead, as that has been his by far weakest matchup this entire Super League. But yeah, I mean, this is incredibly hard. He can't go up to 50 anymore as that Burrow was killed. Little bit of home turf advantage, but without reinforcements, he seems destined to die.
Next Torrent blown up. Shadowhunter comes out right after. Got the level 4 blade here just a moment ago. Oh, Shadowhunter is trapped. Back here. Little bit of a clearing made for him, but it might be his grave. Oh, nice soul burn. Prevents the heal as well. Second hero kill. That's a double G. And 2-1 lead.
Mad respect to FoCuS, man. He wasn't dealt like crazy items that determined the outcomes. It was a very sweet harass in the transitional phase of tier 1 to tier 2. That put Lynn behind, and from there on out, FoCuS never really gave the lead away. Expertly played, like a veteran, and just a better fight, which is rare to say about someone in an Orc Mirror vs. Lynn.
Yeah, I feel like Lynn there was a bit over-aggressive, taking that fight without an Orb of Lightning. kind of pushing towards the enemy side of the map when he seemed to be behind. Normally, that's where you want to be a little bit more cautious. He had the heal scroll, sure, but FoCuS also had a heal scroll. And he also had an invuln. And he also had the orb, so that looked like a little bit of an anti-timing right there. Yeah, Lynn. I think we said this throughout many points of the Super League here. Strong return for after the break. Some really cool, innovative strategies, especially the Witch Doctor comes to mind. But not God mode, Lynn. Not perfect practice, perfect preparation, perfect execution, Lynn. I feel like that it's not what he has shown so far.
And as you know, if Lynn is not having the perfect clicks across weeks, then Mr. Remo Demo is disappointed in the War Chief.
I've also been thrilled at times, but, you know, there's always a question between expectation and experience, and I guess history. And we have seen Lynn pull off insane things before. So because when he doesn't do it, and he doesn't quite dazzle us that way, and doesn't catapult Orc forward that way, yeah, it's easy to get disappointed a little bit. Also because nobody else can do it. It's only him that can really do it on that level reliably. And yeah, I guess with that come big expectations, but also comes amazement. Still, we have seen this so many times, and it happens still somewhat regular, that he just blows us away. And it's so incredible to see because he is literally the only one in the world who can do it, which is why he has so many fans for good reason.
Well, let's see if FoCuS is dispelling the magic of Lynn here. Twisted Meadows is coming up. This is the first time in forever that FoCuS gets 2 maps of Lynn. And of course, there's a chance now for the first time in even longer for FoCuS to defeat Lynn. And it would be quite amazing for FoCuS in the ranking. Again, rank 8 and 9 are poisoned by being in Happy's part of the bracket, and you don't want that, especially FoCuS doesn't want that, even though he had the win in the group stage, couple of circumstances revolving that series, of course. But now we go to, as you oftentimes brilliantly proclaim, Casino Warcraft. Twisted Meadows, lots of camps, lots of wiggle room, lots of options. Will Lynn strike back, or can FoCuS cause another upset in Super League?
Yeah, you mentioned here Lynn being on a long win streak. I just counted them. It's been 13 wins in a row for Lynn against FoCuS, dating back to WSB in 2024, January. So that's almost exactly 2 years ago. It's kind of crazy. They have met a bunch of times. Is number 1 versus number 2 Orc. But yeah, Lynn, for good reason, was called the King of Orc Mirror for a long, long time. Today, that streak might be broken. That's the thing about streaks, man. They almost always break at some point. And FoCuS, he is a very diligent player. He is the workhorse of the scene. And he does deserve a win every now and then. And when Lynn doesn't show his best, man, you can't underestimate this FoCuS guy. He is always going to be delivering until the very latest stages of the tournament. Then sometimes, unfortunately, things happen.
When you say streaks will be broken, does that mean that our consecutive streaming streak will also break at some point?
Hell no. Dude, I really, really, really want to get that to 1,000, by the way.
Really?
Hell yeah.
I thought we quit at 2 years.
Nah. We gotta get a crack 1,000. That's like 1 more year roughly. We can do 1 more year.
I think that heavily depends on if the people give us their Prime subs or not. How about that?
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Guys in the chat, if there's 1 Quel'Thala's boots now being dropped, I think we deserve at least 1 Prime sub.
Well, that's a Robo the Magi. Nice little gift for the Shadow Hunter later. FoCuS on the left-hand side, Lynn on the right-hand side. Hopefully, yes. So, oh, not good. He's fixing it, but there's an ends there. Oh,
okay.
Oh.
Crisis averted. You got the experience. It took a bit longer, though.
Are under attack.
Sometimes it does take a little longer. Thank you, Goody Sweet, with the 5 gifted subs. Me and Goody Sweet, we have a little bit of a feud going on, but we also have a nice DM exchange recently. So Goody, for now, all the best. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. And also, thank you, Captain Cola. I like you a lot. Thank you for the Prime.
Thank you guys very much for the support. That's wonderful. By the way, Goody, I wrote a message in Discord. You need to hit me up. We need to talk about skiing, brother. Oh, yeah. So, FoCuS started off creeping quite a bit faster. We know the top left position is by far the easiest to do the rock golem creep, so a nice little benefit for FoCuS there. Can he keep accelerating? Can he get more creep camps? Can he get more items and levels and even mercs?
Well, that might be interesting to you. Way more important for me is that we keep on expanding our sub count. Thank you, Thor0403. 1 month till your birthday, huh? And Apfelsinenbaum, thank you for the gifted sub as well.
Oh, 0403, that's exactly the same date as my cousin, Nico, the old rascal. Oh, Grunt checking out the creep over here. Blade Master not in position to punish. Speed scroll use, wants to pick up all the goodies. And Slippers and Big Invul. That is very nice.
Just as Babus Ox, thank you for the sub. So, yeah, that is indeed very nice. Good item so far for FoCuS. He was really on the receiving end of the RNG versus Soen. That was really funny, actually. How Soen at every single spot on every single map got best in slot and FoCuS did not. This is way more even here, as both players won't complain about their items, I guess. We, again, unfold tier 2, and then is where we see the real strats unfolding.
Seems like FoCuS indeed has a nice little lead here. Items are good and experience is quite a bit higher. That level 3 advantage would carry through quite well. Just as our viewers are carrying us over here with more and more gift subs. Random Bad Gamer with a gift sub to Twilight Steve. Thank you very much. Dude, FoCuS on a bad spot here to really show what he's made of.
That's right. Some people call him Highlight Steve, you know, because he creates a lot of highlight clips.
Oh yeah, I saw.
Deserves it.
He sent me one with a Sapper going boom boom.
Sapper's always good, especially when they go boom boom. Actually, not good when they don't go boom boom.
Yeah, when they kind of miss their calling without the boom boom.
That's what they're made for, right? The 3 Sapper boys. We got tier 3. We got Totem. I think we see more Torrent and more Walkers and FoCuS waiting for Lynn to arrive here. Will Windwalk run out? Nope. Still gets it. Similar to what happened on Echo Isles, right? Lynn just a split second too late.
Some days everything clicks perfectly and you're there at the perfect millisecond. And some days you're just one step behind every time. Can feel a bit frustrating at some point. Late Master now for Lynn doing a bit of peon harass. Actually canceling the War Mill. But FoCuS feeling strong for good reason. He's got great items. He got a level 3 Blade Master and a steal! Oh! And for him, everything's going right today.
Oh my god, so beautiful. Hex comes in as well. Lynn has to counter with the speed scroll. There is no end snare or purge available. But yeah, this is not Lynn's day today. And that, of course, keeps us worried for the upcoming match versus Happy. FoCuS kills a Grunt there as well. Blade Master on the opposite side. Wonder if we can do enough retaliation or if it's just... Oh, wait, what?
Shutdown is stuck. He's surrounded. He's 1 unit surrounded by his own base.
That's quite funny. Grunt trying to breathe away. There's another Hex. There might be another Hex afterwards. The Berserker, by the way. What a beautiful addition. And here comes the Hex. And here comes the crit. And that is the kill. FoCuS with the first win against Lynn since 2024.
FoCuS. He was waiting 2 years for the revenge. 13-game lose streak seems to be coming to an end today. Absolute disaster right now in the main base. Invo potion, yeah, you can use that. Heal yourself on top, baby. Heal it up. Heal it up. Okay, sadly he's forgetting about that, but can't afford to lose those burrows. Oh
my god, he's losing both burrows, isn't he? That's one. Blade is not stuck here. Goes for the next.
Yikes.
Oh my god, what a catastrophe for Lynn.
25 out of 21 supply. FoCuS in the meantime had his War Mill cancelled a bunch and some peons killed, but nowhere near the damage that was sustained on the other side. And guess what? FoCuS isn't even done yet. Here comes round 2.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it was a little lumber-starved FoCuS and might just be lumber-starved throughout the rest of the game because Tauren are extremely expensive. Blade Master seeking for revenge, but you know what? You just get out of there. Shadow Hunter, another second too late. Maybe not using the Hex, not catching the Blade. FoCuS is the better, faster player today.
Last Super League, there was only one Org Mirror. Lynn lost that in the group stage to Fly as well.
Yeah, did FoCuS not play?
True, there were 3 Org Mirrors in total. Forgot about that. Soen didn't play, that's right.
That is correct. Well, the Fly games were over so quickly that, I mean, did they really happen?
And that loss that really ignited a fire under Lynn. It was crazy. After that series, where he seemed a bit embarrassed, he played way, way better. I would say losing this series here is no reason for embarrassment. Lynn didn't play bad. FoCuS just played really well. Got a little bit unlucky in 1 point or 2. But Lynn didn't play his greatest. I wonder if we're going to have a similar psychological effect happening after today.
Hopefully. He needs that boost. He's still playing Happy and Infy in the upcoming 2 days. So either tomorrow or the day after is gonna be Happy Lynn time for the first time in forever.
Shadowhunter with plus 12 int and an int tome plus 2. Let's go. Plus 14 int. This Shadowhunter almost doubled his intelligence with these drops. That's pretty nice.
Dude, he gotta tell us that secret how to do that. I mean, 0 times 2 is still very little, but we could need that.
He probably did his own research. That must be it.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, FoCuS right now ready to very aggressively creep camps away from the opponent. Level 4 Blade Master at this timing is outstanding. He didn't progress much beyond the, small damage items he got in the early game, but it's still better than what Lynn has, except for the Orb. Orb of Lightning could actually have some impact.
Okay, let's see who gets the better lasted here. Nice hex against it. Dispel available this time, and FoCuS. Like, don't you even try to grab my item and to grab
Slipper's
my
big healing potion.
XP.
Okay.
It's so good, dude. The game tells Lynn to just take the rest of the day off.
Ooh, nice hex as well. Saving the Berserker. A crit and the game might be over. But he gets away.
Ooh, yeah. It is sometimes a bit of RNG available here in Orc Mirror, but FoCuS is looking terrifying. But the supply is evened out. It's just a question, how do you want to get back into the game if you're Lynn? You're a level behind in Blade Masters. You are definitely behind in equipment. These crit numbers are so far apart. What is it? 3 times multiplier for 64. That's around 200. And Lynn is a 2-time modifier on 50. That's around 100. The crits hit twice as hard, and Remo's gasping.
They just hold the big healing potion and the slippers on the blade. To pick up the tiny and the orb of lightning. Even more procs. So much RNG in the orc race. We got the crits, we got the orb of lightning, we got the pulverize. Brocky.
FoCuS was listening to your cast of EleGaNt versus Kaho. Most likely when you're ahead, get further ahead, and one of the best ways to do that at Orc Tier 3 is a tiny Great Hall if you can afford that. 2 base FoCuS, level 2 crit FoCuS, level 2 heal wave FoCuS. All the things about the 2s are better for FoCuS. Gotta think about that, huh?
Oh man, it's deep. Very deep. You know what doesn't run so deep is the damage inventory for Lynn. No claws, no slippers. He's got a little bit from the orb and the circlet, but that is not really all that amazing. First time FoCuS here doesn't find a great item at the lab. This was only the Flute of Accuracy. There would have been much better stuff certainly available. And Lynn has kind of slipped the net. He made it to the enemy expansion. Maybe he can destroy this one. I was about to say because there's no TP, but there is a TP.
There is indeed. So FoCuS gets the red spot. A Staff of Silence would be amazing. Pendant of Mana! Holy shit! How much mana is that? Gotta do the maths. 805?
805. That's pretty good. Tell you what, Mana Potion would have some pretty good value right here.
Yo!
Okay. Can Lynn do the impossible? He is 2 levels behind. He is way behind in item quality. He's behind by expansion. This should be completely impossible. He's trying to spread out the Torrents as well. I think both players are trying to minimize the impact of Pulverize. FoCuS also even has the faster reinforcements 3 levels ahead at the moment.
He's still got so much mana. He's at 400 mana, and we're like a minute into the fight. He almost has more mana than Lynn has max mana. Revive, revive, revive in the absence of a Fire Lord, so it's also about the mana of the walkers here eventually. Lynn stemming against the defeat, but yeah, level 3 crit is nigh. Torrent can be revived, but they still give a lot of XP. And Lynn, I mean, what can you hope for? Hex to save the blade! But that's it! Level 5, double kill FoCuS. The streak is over, and Lynn taps out against FoCuS. Phenomenal. Phenomenal series from FoCuS, man. Exclamation mark to the rest of the league for the playoffs.
Yeah, really, really good showing. FoCuS here. What a turnaround that was from the series against Soen. Very different strats, relying way more on the Blade Master this time, but still with a cheeky little Farseer game there on Turtle Rock, which seemed to be the perfect map for the job. FoCuS seemed to come very well prepared, executing on a really high level. And while Lynn didn't play bad, he did not really come close to his potential.
That's right. That, even like down to map 1 with the War Mill position, that just showed that FoCuS is coming in prepared. And while map 1 wasn't necessarily the best result, map 2, 3, and 4 were. Nice, nice, nice. Also, change in strategies, mixing in a Farseer here and there. Very good timings. And Lynn was missing that magical spark that usually sets him apart from the rest of the series. So, weird. I did not expect that at all. With that, Lynn needs 10 points out of the last 2 series, so that's 3-0, 3-0, to even get half a point ahead of 1-0, while 1-0 cannot win a single map in his last match versus Labyrinth. It seems extremely unlikely for Lynn to surpass 1-0. He cannot get second anymore at all, as Life has already 50 points, and Lynn cannot get to 50 points anymore. So it seems like, if there's no miracles, that Happy and Lynn are on a collision course in the playoffs for the semifinals.
Ooh, that would be really hype as well. They've had many amazing games throughout their careers. The most impactful one was probably WGL Winter 2019, Lynn winning. But also, their group stage game, end of season 1, was amazing, and that Lynn was able to win. That was after failing in the middle of the season, then getting embarrassed by Fly, and then going on a crazy hot run. Lynn always has the potential. We should never forget, if he suddenly turns it on, everything's clicking, he saw through the matrix, he has all the answers, Lynn can be the best player in the world for that day or a couple of weeks. He's not so persistent. He's not going to be winning tournament after tournament, you know, a full year of making 100 grand. He's not like Happy or 40 that way. But when he hits that stripe, when he hits that peak, you got to be watching out for it. Question is, can he do that now towards the end of the season?
Yeah, and something that we have to mention as well, Lynn could lose the top 4 spot as well.
Yeah.
He, like, if he's not getting points in his last matches against Infy and Happy, 40 has the chance to surpass him. FoCuS has the chance to surpass him, and Labby,
Yeah, small chance, but there's a chance.
Labby as well. Like, a couple of people can surpass him if Lynn doesn't score. Of course, against Infy, he is the big favorite. And against Happy, you never know how many points you can get. But yeah, you can't be too sure at all. For FoCuS, again, top 4 is the limit, as it seems like. FoCuS is up against Lawlight, who is playing for playoffs still. So we will see a top-motivated Lawlight in that last encounter. And we have to talk about that next, as we get Soen versus Life. Life, basically nothing to win, nothing to lose anymore. Except top 2 or 3, I don't think that makes a difference. But Soen, last chance for Soen. He needs to score to be able to surpass Lawlight. If Soen doesn't win this series, he's out.
Yeah, he cannot overtake Colorful anymore. Even a 3-0 here would land him half a point behind Colorful. But indeed, he could overtake Lawlight here with a good win, and then Lawlight would need to be losing, perhaps even decisively. The setup here isn't great for Soen, but there is a chance to climb out of the bottom 3.
Exactly. There were people saying, by the way, that Soen will be the best performing orc this tournament.
Was that the same guy that said Soen has the best micro in the world. That is still one of the funniest takes I've ever heard.
Wasn't the same guy, but it was the same guy that said Lynn is going to be eliminated group stage.
I mean, has history taught you nothing, my friend?
Well, you know, you also said just a couple of minutes ago, streaks are meant to be broken. So maybe the streak of Lynn returning from a hiatus into top shape can also break at one time.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that it's broken already. It wasn't him in killer shape, but it was him in decent enough shape. And I think that was reasonable to accept, anticipate. Because Lynn normally always comes back refreshed, just not in killer mode this time, but still playing good, playing decent. And Lynn just playing decent is, I mean, not making playoffs would have been mad. It would have been very funny, actually, if Lynn was bottom 3, Soen bottom 3, FoCuS bottom 3. Oh boy, could you imagine the Reddit threads? That would have been pretty hilarious.
I probably would have put for Francis on ignore for that time.
And then 6 Night Elves in the top 8, like good old Jera Cup days.
No. Why are you painting up nightmare scenarios here? We are in a wonderful situation, Mr. Remo Demo. If you look at the ELO ranking, every race twice represented in the top 8. I think the distribution in the top 5 of Super League is also very good. Even the top 10 is very good. Perfectly balanced as everything should be.
All the humans right now are definitely fully agreeing in unison with you, I am sure, as we are setting up for our third and final match for the Super League today. By the way, boys, it won't be our last game on stream. There's going to be more Gladiator Cup games happening later as well. But yes, now, Life versus Soen. It seems like Life here is coming into this, being the big favorite, very, very high in the standings. Cannot take first place anymore, but he's been on a very hot streak right now. It is a 4 minus 8 minus, I think 8-game win streak right now.
Correct, the Mundo. Life is the positive surprise of Super League Season 2. The inconsistency is gone. He is the best Night Elf player versus Undead. He's one of the best Night Elf player versus Orc. He annihilated Kaho in the mirror match as well, claiming that spot. And he is terrifying versus Human, at least up until yesterday. We'll see if that's still the case here. Life is the #1 Night Elf in the world. Top 4 in the ELO ranking as well. The best performing Night Elf in Super League. There is not much to gain for him anymore this series, though. So will he half-ass it? That could be a little bit of a motivational difference, because for Soen, everything is on the line. Anything but a series win kicks him out of Super League. Lawlight still has to play a series, so a 3-0 would, of course, be the best. And where does the matchup stand right now? Is Soen in shape? We'll see about that. And Mr. Remo Demo, I leave you for a second for a little bit of a restroom break, but you can break down the early game for us.
Indeed, I think we know pretty much what to be expecting here early on. We have seen this matchup many times over many years, and indeed many different metas is what we've seen. For the longest time, Talents, then a good little stint of Keeper with Keeper Hunts Expo. But we are returning now to the most common playstyle for the night, which is Dryads and Bears. For years, they seem to be unplayable here, but now they seem to be very playable indeed. I said this before, I think it's still true. I think if the Orc plays perfect, or close to perfect, I think the Orc has a bit of an edge and can have the winning matchup with expansion, and Raiders and Walkers and whatever else you need. But if you don't play perfect, things can really quickly get out of control. There's Immolation Demon Hunter, burning all your army. There's Entangles, finding kill after kill. There's Bears healing up with Rejuve more and more. You can't keep up with the sustain. It's really easy here to slip as the Orc. But if you are very crisp and on point, I feel like you have a good matchup into this. But understandably, it's been a scary matchup for Orcs for a long time, because you know how deep that fall drops you if there's a mistake being made. And I mentioned the expansion earlier already. Normally that is the key of this matchup. Whether you're facing Dryads or Bears, it doesn't really matter, it seems. Question is, can you set up that tier 2 expansion? That will oftentimes be the game decider.
Indeed. I've seen Soen quite a fair bit in the past couple of days, especially versus Colorful, who seems to be the dominator of this matchup at the moment. It looked all right, but he wasn't able to get too many maps there. Worries me a little. Then the question, is life as good as Colorful in this specific matchup? And maybe were the series against Colorful a lesson for Soen that he can apply now versus life? So far, we see the established hero combos. Soul8man made the joke that in play all 5 series, Stufka, the Wikipedia editor, can already for all maps put in Demon Hunter Keeper versus Blade Master Shadow Hunter, and I think that's not too far from the truth.
Yeah, at the moment seems like there's not too many options. You know, there are some people who have been talking about maybe Keeper getting an early game buff might be a good idea, but I don't have to beat a dead horse there anymore. Right now the Demon is the trusted pair of hands, or pair of glaives, shall we say. You mentioned how Colorful is so good against Orc, and I agree. I think it's amazing how good he has been for so many years. I think he's actually sick in that matchup, whereas in other matchups he seems to have dropped off. Some more, some less. Soen though, Neo. I have seen Soen play many times against Night Elf, and I've not very often seen brilliance, and I've even rarer seen confidence. I feel like this has been his struggle matchup, in my view, for a long time.
Yep, he's also been complaining quite a bit. He did beat EleGaNt this season, but that's about it. It is, of course, a bit of a pain if your weak matchup is against Night Elf, and this league consists of 6 Night Elves. Not ideal. He would have had a great practice partner for this match, but that would possibly be Lawlight. And does Lawlight want to help Soen at the moment when both are fighting for survival with the playoffs? I don't think so. Maybe some other people around, maybe Moon helped out a little bit here, but this is already the shop down for Soen. Has to rebuild it. That's some extra cost that you usually wouldn't get. What we have to say in favor of Soen, though, is this Blade Master inventory.
Yeah, absolutely. Demon Hunter and Blade Masters both are going to be the centerpieces of the army, by far the most important piece of the puzzle, and so levels and items on them, super important. Also, recently it occurred to me that in this matchup specifically, especially when we're one base, if it's small armies, number 1, and low tech, number 2, the impact of heroes is felt even stronger. With bigger armies and higher tech, oftentimes units, relatively speaking, will carry more weight, but here so much comes down to especially these 2 agi carry heroes. So this will have to be the prime focus for both players the entire series on. Surely
agree, with one little exception, and that is a situation that's coming up now. The second heroes are coming out, and on Echo Isles we always contest the the marketplace, and the Shadow Hunter is popping out a little faster, so there's a little bit of a hex timing that Soen can abuse before the Keeper comes out and then turns it around and entangles every single grunt. So this, right now, crucial timing for the entire game.
Yeah, 2 archers here sacrificed already. The next one almost running into her demise. Shadow Hunter has the hex locked and loaded. First one on the Demon Hunter. Keeper has to entangle maybe the blade here to limit the damage, but there might be no saving this camp. It might just have to go to the Orc.
Oh, can he reach that grunt? It's so close. Yet getting burned here, and this is something that shouldn't happen. Maybe a deny. There's no follow-up damage though. Grunt might survive this. Actually does. So 1 hex, no result. 1 entangle, no result. We got a draw here over the marketplace.
The big prize, of course, still available on the Ogre Magi. Why this is also so valuable is because 4 out of the 5 items here are amazing. Score the Beast, probably pretty bad, but everything else, super good when again it comes to these hero-intensive fights. Getting more mana, getting invuln, getting more HP, all would be a huge boon to get. So experience here is nice, but most importantly, I think it's about the item right now.
And speaking of items, 3rd claw for Soen. The blade hits so hard. We don't get the biggest red numbers yet as the levels are low, but I think as long as the Demon Hunter is not level 3, this is in favor of Soen. 2 Raiders are coming out, paired with 2 Grunts. Very, very late Walkers. Did he go double Beastery? Yes, he did. Okay, Life on the way to tier 3, so that's a little tech advantage for Life, and Soen has to make these Raider investment worthwhile.
Yeah, normally when we see the Night Elf tech into tier 3 so quickly, it's big orc advantage for a long time, especially with the double B-Series Raiders. Now we're seeing the first real fight. We're going for the Keeper immediately. Hex against him. There's no Dispel yet. Apparently, Keeper gonna go down, gets out one Entangle at least, and will not be benched for too long. But the Demon is trying to get the kills here. There's some good solo experience as well, as the Demon is trying to get that level 3 in soon.
Keeper gets that one Entangle out. That will result in another Raider kill. I think there's no answer left. Shadowhunter with the block. Okay, both Raiders down here. That's not too great with the crowd control of Dryads. He might be able to get that grunt there as well. And then Soen stands without any units, really. Interesting to see a very fast hero focus on the Keeper. No damage spread onto the Demon Hunter at all. So, yeah, he got that. But does that determine the outcome of the game? Probably a little bit. Is that a win for the game? I don't think so.
It is finally the big item claimed, and that's good news for Soen. It seems like with him being on tier 2, spamming the Raiders, that should be his. Big heal potion is amazing. I think that is the #1 best item right there. But like I said earlier, many great ones to find. There is, I guess, hidden a little other benefit for life. He fought for the camp, he lost the camp, he lost the keep, he lost some units, but he kept Soen busy. This whole time, Soen didn't creep the natural, didn't set up an expansion, and that normally has to be the counter at some point for the Orc.
Yes, I feel like this not a win for life, but he got the timings down now. And Orc expansions still take a long time, and I don't know if Soen can keep life busy now to not go for that expansion attack.
Yeah, the Demon Hunter now leveling up to 3. I always love seeing these creep camps. Like this drop table right here, level 3 permanent items, lots of defensive items here for the Demon Hunter. Lots of items available that are very useful to have. Evasion, armor, ring of regen, circlet. One thing you don't want to have is the pendant. I was getting ready to see a pendant here, Neo, because there's been so many pendants lately. But no, here's the ring of regen, which I would love to have on his position.
Well, is it really that useful late game when you have redo anyway? I think he might pawn it for an Invo potion. Is it not that impactful? But the rings of protection I really like. The claw I also like. Rune braces for Soen rather useless, but it's all about the levels, and level 3 Shadowhunter is super important. Haven't seen Serpent Wards in a while actually. It's been rotated out of the skill builds of the orcs again after Lynn showed the way that damage is necessary, but also that is a lot more important against mass dryads than it is against bears, so it's understandable. It would have helped in that defense that he needs right now, because Expo is only at halfway and Soen is not in position.
Yeah, without Kodos, there's no way you can take a fight here. But there is indeed one Kodo beast coming. Also an Ancient of War, very bravely making it to the enemy main base. Damage seems to be sufficient to get the cancel in here. And that is not a great sign for the Orc. Normally when the Knight rolls around for the attack, you want to have the Expo finished. That didn't happen here because of how busy he was for so long.
Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah, Soen also greedy for that level 3. Wasn't in position to prevent any damage on that Great Hall. Maybe didn't scout perfectly. But I scout that we got more support. Thank you, Grills, for the tier 2 sub for 84 months. What an incredible amount of support from you over the past couple of years. Much love.
So still has a chance here. If he gets out a big bear counter army. The problem is right now he's got many units that don't really do well against bears, raiders, and grunts. Not so much. He needs more Kodos and more walkers. For that though, has to go into upkeep first. Not willing to do that yet. Banking quite a bit of gold is Soen.
You know what I love, Mr. Remo Demo? That Ancient of War in Soen's base. That's so annoying. I mean, you have to do something about it. You constantly get the notification that your base is under attack, and in the meantime, when Soen is dealing with that annoying Ancient of War, life is moving all across the map, goes to the shop, gets the Invo potion, gets the heal scroll, goes to the big turtle. What a nice use of time, and the archer is there scouting for an expansion. I'm so in love with Life's gameplay in 2026.
Yeah, looking really good here, looking really solid. Very smart play as well. I think he knew he wasn't going to be able to get that marketplace. That seems to be, to me, the play of the game. He knew he wasn't going to get it, but he knew the time and the sacrifices were going to be worth it. Because as it has been displayed now many times, it's all about that Expo in the end. Lovely archer down there as well. Has perfect vision. While creeping continues to happen for life. Getting very strong on the heroes. And let's not forget about the upgrades. That's normally why in the late game, if things are somewhat even in supply, I think the main reason why it's better for Night Elf in the end is you benefit a lot from upgrades. The Orc army can be good, but it's terrible for upgrading. Walkers don't benefit, Kodos don't benefit, Grunts and Raiders you don't want to have that many of in the late game. Whereas the Bears and Dryads do amazing with those upgrades.
There is a fight brewing, as of course Live knows he has to attack at some point or counter expand. The past couple of days, I've seen Soen not put his grunts on Demon Hunter watch. Usually, especially when you watch Lynn, also FoCuS, 2 grunts at least, always shaving HP away from the Demon Hunters. Soen completely ignored that. There was then a lot of freedom on the Demon Hunter, and you know what a Demon Hunter does with freedom. I mean, he was locked in for 10,000 years. He's really using that freedom to put good damage on his enemies, and that shall not happen again, and I hope he fixed that micro mistake.
Ooh, that's a great item. Talisman of Evasion. Now the Demon Hunter has that wonderful evasion as well, along with Mana Burn and Immolation. Hell yeah. Passing the claws, Demon Hunter now going to be the tank monster.
Tank monster Terrorblade. That's what he is. Regen, armor, evasion, invuln, reju as well. No staff just yet, but with a tanky Demon Hunter like that, will you even need that? Life again showing that he is rather smart, not attacking the expansion where Soen is at, but rather go for the main with the town portal on the keeper, and the Demon Hunter with Dryads is in position during nighttime. Soen doesn't see it. It's a 2-prone attack, and I don't think Soen can respond to both at the same time.
Wait, what if he gets mass ensnared?
He's dead?
What? What? He just lets him die?
Well, it's a Demon Hunter. He got a trust fund of 1,000 gold. You calculate 3 Demon Hunter kills in as a Night Elf player for every map you play. So this is all part of the plan.
Okay, space created, I guess, because in the main base we got bears taking out burrows. Preventing a Kodo Devour here would be great. Good entangle. TP out. That bear pulled back also. Oh, but one gets devoured. Oh, one small mistake there by Life. That's pretty painful, actually.
Dude, I truly start to believe what I say, that Night Elves are actually banking on purpose to be able to Tavern revive the Demon Hunter. It happens every game. Every
If there was a stat, it would be really interesting. You know, if you have to Tavern res a hero, how much does your win chance drop, you know? And I'm sure for Night Elves it's going to be way better than for everyone else, because they come back, a little bit of healing, a little bit of rejuve. Look at the moon juice in the main base. Look at it.
Do you know what would be even better?
What's
that?
The moon juice with Wellspring.
Oh my god, no way. 75 gold. How? How?
You need
It's
every
16-minute game.
You need every single gold for the Demon Hunter revive.
Doesn't deserve to win. Doesn't deserve to win. Okay, so you got this. Let's
Of
go.
course he deserves to win. He played it incredibly smart. What did Soen do this game to deserve the win?
He would have researched the Wellspring.
Yeah, like he researched a spike when his buildings are under attack soon. It's also very cheap in gold. Doesn't matter though. Blade Master, big crits coming in soon. Bear free. Kodo down. A second bear by life under attack here. That can't staff him out because we apparently can't afford the 150 gold for the staff either. But the longevity in the fights usually in favor of the Night Elves, and Raiders are falling left and right, and so are Grunts.
Ingo Potion and Rejuve. The Demon is going to be healing up back to full once more. But I feel like now, the thing like it's going to be turning in Soen's favor. He's got the shop here to benefit from. He's going for the Blade Master, but there's a heal potion. And there's a lot of bears about to drop low. And there's no mana for Immolation anymore. There's not even so much damage coming from this demon right now.
Oh, bears falling after the redo. Shadow Hunter next to the shop is beautiful. Needs heal wave soon though on the blade. 224 critical strike. Hell yeah. Soen fighting for survival in Super League in this match. The expansion is still up. Blade needs a potion. Anything? No gold! I think he sold something last second, but it was too late. And now Soen is at 20 food. No more heroes. The fight for survival was there. The instincts were there, but in the end, life owns you. And again, the best night elf in the world is claiming a victory.
Victory?
Yes, I didn't know what to say. A victim, a victory, something with Vic.
Vic Mackey from The Shield. I used to love that stuff back in my younger years when I was a teenager, Neo. Can you imagine that? Good game of my life. I thought that timing was slipping away from him. I feel like the story of this game for him was wise, strategic sacrifices. Sacrificing archers to delay the expansion by fighting for the shop even if he doesn't get it. Sacrificing the demon hunter to damage the main base, to damage the economy, to damage the production. It seemed like someone in the end still was able to spend all of his money, build all that army. When I saw the Blade Master level 5 being hit with the shadow next to the shop, I thought, hey, he had this, but life there just enough to break through. But that was pretty close, man. That could have easily gone the other way.
Well. We get more support. Thank you,
Bloodlust is
Trussell,
viable now versus elf number 15 seconds faster.
for the bits. Soen maybe not as sharp as he needs to be in the last moments of the fight there. Blade Master missing out on a little bit of damage and couldn't control the Demon Hunter and force him out of that fight. Good rejuves, good control by life, and again, he is just a different beast than he was at Season 1, and good to see that he's not letting loose on the last day, even though it's not about his own position anymore. 2 or 3 doesn't really make a difference, but he's fighting for his elf brother in Lawlight, and every map that Live wins gets Lawlight closer to playoffs.
Yeah, so Lawlight 3.5 points ahead. Now Soen has a max of 4.5 points he can get. Even if he does that, Lawlight needs only one map to tie even. And Lawlight defeated Soen, right? Wait,
Yes,
is that true?
3-2.
Okay. So, yeah. Chances are slipping away fast.
That is correct. Soen had a rough start, had a couple of losses in the beginning. Some clutch moments weren't there. Was very close actually versus Kaho and also versus Lawlight, so he gets close to wins against Night Elves. Maybe it's a bit of a map thing as well, so it took some time to get into the map. Maybe punching some walls in between might help to unleash the bloodlust. We go to Turtle Rock next, and we go to OC Legends, gifting a sub to EleGaNt. Thank you for your 13th gift sub on this channel.
I don't know exactly what kind of walls they have in Korea, but I hope it's not those paper walls in America, because if you punch those, you got holes in the building. Don't want to have that. You want to have strong walls of stone where you break your hands like we have in good old Europe. Can he break now this night of oppressive nature that life has been showing, not just against him, but against many in the league? Let's not forget, life here has had a sick win run right now that he's on at the moment with... Trying to count, I can't see it exactly. 9 wins now. Life on a 9-game win streak, including Happy, including many of the greats. It would need a big upset and surprise here for Soen to turn this around now.
Yeah, that was wins against 40, Happy, Kaho, 1-2-0. Life beats them all. Can he beat Soen here as well? Turtle Rock, the Orc home turf. Soen can't complain about his items, that's for sure. We can't complain about the support by Yurko. Thank you for 93 months. Much love.
Unsurprisingly, we're going to get to a Blade Master and Demon Hunter game here again. Turtle Rock has been a popular map for the Orcs for a long time. Not surprising here to see this now being picked. This also isn't new Turtle Rock, where Night Elves could creep easier at the golems. So gonna be a little bit harder for the Demon Hunter here to get off to a good start. Even hitting level 2 can be pretty rough sometimes on this map.
Might want to contest early. Blade Masters can go for the Merchants instead, but that could be relatively easy as well. Haven't seen any wisp attacks by Soen today. It was also very rare to see that from him in the past couple of days. This is something that Lynn loves to do and also FoCuS likes to do more and more recently. Base is open as well, but Life's usually also very quick in juggling these wisps. So maybe against Life is not the greatest approach. I did like in the past game that the Grunts were attacking the Demon Hunter again, unlike the matches versus Colorful. So there are improvements here for Soen. Question is it enough?
Would love to put some warm socks on in this cold weather. Oh, and there they are. Nice and red as well. Look at that beautiful... a beautiful little, what's that called? The pattern on them as well. Looking just fashionable and wonderful. Not so wonderful though, getting your healing cancelled from the creeps. Hey, it's normally not something that's supposed to happen. A little bit of a waste on that salve. Good thing they are now better.
5 seconds. We got good damage output here. Demon Hunter can roam freely as well with a defensive item. You know what? I had an epiphany a couple of days ago, Mr. Remo Demo.
About socks?
No, about Turtle Rock.
Oh, okay.
There is no Shredder on Turtle Rock because there's so many turtles. And the turtles defeat the Shredder.
Turtles defeat the Shredder. Okay, is that like... Is that lore? Is that like in Pokemon?
Bro, it's
Ice
Teenage
Beats
Mutant
Dragon?
Ninja Turtles, bro!
I didn't really watch that.
What?
Wait, don't the
Leonardo,
turtles win
Michelangelo,
though?
Raphael?
Don't the turtles win? They're the heroes.
Yeah, against the Shredder. The Shredder is the villain.
Ah, yeah. That's what you mean. That's actually a pretty good point. If I knew about the turtles.
Thank you.
A player's
Didn't
forces
watch
are under
Turtles.
Nah, man, that wasn't my jam.
What was your jam instead of Turtles?
What was my jam? I was actually wondering as well.
Kinder von
Detective
Bullabü?
Conan? Bro, Detective Conan, that was my shit. And what else did we watch back then?
Dude, Detective Conan is still running and he's still not grown up.
Yeah, I mean he's been poisoned by the mafia. You know, it's some strong poison.
It's been 20 years.
Yeah, maybe every now and then he gets a little jab. You know, you gotta get that jab.
Dude, he would be back at his pre-shrunk age if that was real time.
Dude, let's not talk about timelines, okay? There's The Simpsons, there's One Piece. They're also the same goddamn age. Ooh, how old is this grunt gonna get though? With the creep jack abound, this guy might be in trouble. Greedy play by Soen. Wait a minute. Okay, with a staff, he gets out. That almost turned into a full-blown disaster. Maybe it still is, though, because now the Demon Hunter might be able to just steal this item here.
Looking good indeed. Telestaff on a Blade Master. What shenanigans is he able to create with that, or will he just sell it? Oh,
Yo, there's no Hunter Soul.
he must have forgotten that. Yep.
He forgot. Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Ooh, that one's very late.
Oh man, I thought, okay, if this is Lawlight, if this is Moon, if this is like Gens, okay, I can see Talons, if this is Kevin. But yeah, no chance for Life to go Talons, dude. No way.
I've not seen any Talons yet on the new patch.
Me neither.
Where they at?
Me neither. Dude, the Huntress Hall to me looks like an Ancient of War.
What do you mean?
Look at the stream. I have selected the Huntress Hall. It is displayed as the Huntress Hall. It has the model of the Ancient of War.
What the hell is that?
Now it's both!
Fix your game, Blizzard!
What the hell is that? This is what an abomination. Now it's fixed. You know, this game surprises me every single day with the bugs that are in.
New patch, new bugs. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, as we had some turtle references for Chad, there's certainly an amount of Krang missing. And there's another! It's another! All the buildings are Ancient of War when they're constructing! But the moon well as well!
I don't have this, by the way. For me, that looked normal.
That is so weird. And another. But the Ancient of Lore is not an Ancient of War. Just the Ancient of Wonders is an Ancient of War. And the Moonwell is an Ancient of War after the Hunter's Hall turned into an Ancient of War. You know, you can say about Night Elves what you want, but that is very entertaining base building right now.
I'm pretty sure that's new, right? We've never seen that before.
I've never seen this before.
New bug in 2026. Okay, cool.
But not the Ancient of Lore. That is... It's only... No, it's not only the non-ancients. It's also the Ancient of Wonders. Ridiculous. How do we move on from here?
I'm just looking at buildings right now.
Yeah,
I'm just trying
me
to see if there's any
too.
other Ancients of War.
Oh, unfortunately, construction is finished.
We got a lot of creeping here in this mid game. And it seems like there's a bit more experience. More than just a bit, I guess, on Soen at the moment. Late Master is giga stacked. He doesn't have insane damage, but he is pretty durable with these items, with some decent damage. Just a lot of stat boost across the board. Big Invo Potion also, really nice to have. Seems like it's taking Life again a while to get out the bears. He spotted the Great Hall, by the way, the expansion attempt, and is making an AP over there. Sneaky sneak.
That does look like an Ancient of War, by the way, but yes, indeed, it is an Ancient Protector. Nice counter, and I've said this many times in the past couple of weeks. I think one of the big reasons that Life is so good at the moment is scouting. He has stepped up his scouting game so much. He's never lazy. He's always roaming with some wisps, gathering information, and uses that knowledge against his opponent. If I had to pinpoint Life's good performance in Super League to one single thing, I would say scouting.
Yeah, seems to know indeed very well what's going on. You need more than scouting, though, to win a fight. You also need an army. And right now, Life doesn't have much of an army. Still waiting for the bears to come out, while Soen is already strong on the map. Had to use the speed scroll because he's fully slotted. Look at all these items. Insane items for Soen.
That is indeed a big inventory, but on the other side, Life might not have the biggest army. What he has is a Demon Hunter, and that must always be respected. Backstep into crit, Grunts hit him. Love to see Grunts attacking Demon Hunter, man. But now there's Reju, a very limited amount of Dispel, and by limited, I mean 0.
Finally, a little bit more now with the next Walker coming in right away with the Dispel. Oh, and the Demon Hunter now in trouble. Dispel as well. Invo Potion right after. No TP being used yet. That was almost the kill right there.
Needs a redo, and the bear arrives just in time. I think there's no more Dispel available, so the Demon Hunter will be back in fighting shape in no time. Bears move to the side. One End Snare might fall. Rejuvenation is a fascinating spell, isn't it? 3 heroes on life. Soen can't stay in this fight much longer because there is Entangle and there is more Focus Fire and there is more slow, and Life has all the advantages.
Yeah, it's a lot of slow, and that is the AP. Almost all taking out the Great Hall. Ooh, that almost takes a little sniffle and a sneeze to fall over.
Demon Hunter, dude. Demon Hunter, can he do it? The one brave little peon is trying his darnest. Nature's revenge against it, though. Bear hacking and slaying away. Town Portal traded to Life on the Demon Hunter. If he's not getting... he's getting hexed! Oh, man! Crit this spell TP, so sick!
Ooh-wee. Really close call right here. And imagine if the AP wasn't here. The TP is forced, you can repair, or, you know, whatever. Keep on mining here. Brilliant AP, brilliant timing with that, like you mentioned earlier, perfect scouting. Sets it up right away. There, it was very important to set up the AP really early to get all that damage in.
Yeah, and I think Soen didn't use all the peons to repair. It was just one peon. One was next to the mine, one was at the shop. Could have hold there, maybe, but Life, such a brilliant execution. He's giving us his all, even in a meaningless match for him. I like that.
Yeah, true competitor. That's what we like to see. Playing this really well so far. To be honest, outclassing Soen in the late game so far pretty heavily on these first 2 maps. Now, without an expansion running, this is not a great setup for the Orc normally.
Not at all. We got another invul potion. We got a very tanky demon. And then we get a redo on top of that invul potion, as we've seen so many times. The arrival of bears, not just great fighters, but the big strength in bears is them as Care Bears. And this is Soen losing 1 unit after the next. It is very sad if you hold it for the orcs. He's getting trampled on. And life takes map number 2 as well.
There was again a mid-game point where it seemed to be looking good for Soen. He had so many goddamn good items. And don't blame him for engaging into that fight. It seemed like, well, he didn't have much, the Nile right there. He had like 2 archers, 2 dryads, and 1 bear, along with the heroes. He almost got that hero kill with that hex, almost had it, but then comes the turn. Invul potion, rejuve, more bears reinforcing. And that's the sick thing about bears reinforcing. Every bear has a roar and a rejuve, a morph, and then you have a fighter. That's so strong. That is so sick, and here Life perfectly able to utilize his abilities and his forces, and most importantly, always has the right answers seemingly and the right timing against those expansions.
Yeah, incredibly well done by Life, as he does across this entire series. This might be 5 more points. And for Soen, even if he goes for the 3-peat now, if he goes for the reverse sweep, he would end up at 29 points. That would mean Lawlight has to win half a map versus FoCuS, a series that is usually going full distance. So Lawlight, even if he's not playing right now, 1 map away from playoffs.
Yes, indeed. And with Life in this shape, with the games he's displaying right now, seems to be hard to stop. Very excited to see where Life is going to go in those playoffs. Playoffs, of course, oftentimes can be a little bit of a different setup, can bring the best out in people, can sometimes bring the weaker sides out in people. If we think back, for example, to Season 1, Moon had a terrible running season, really disappointing, landed really low, and had a really great run in the Ascension. He got like 4 or 5 wins. I think it was 5 wins in the end. That was amazing. FoCuS, on the other hand, as so often, disappointing in the final stages. It's going to be very interesting, again, to follow these players and their stories, where they're going to lead and where changes might occur in the playoff stage.
Exactly. It's also pretty interesting where this broadcast goes if we end up finishing fast here. It is the Gladiator Cup coming, and Remo said already that he would like to cast that one. I can spoil you with the matches already that are coming up. It's all play all 5, and we got Sockverse 1-0, Infy versus FoCuS, and it says for the
What is the last one?
Look. I put it into the translation tool that I use, and it says, looking forward to the Big Brother counting the votes.
The Big Brother counting the votes. Stop the count? Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe his viewers are voting for the match that he's displaying? Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all?
All right, well, we're going to try to figure it out later. Normally, this is where I turn to chat. I'm like, Stufka, what does it mean? Stufka, you got to tell me.
Well, Yangfang knows Chinese, and he is a frequent viewer of the Yutiao stream. And maybe Yangfang can tell us as well. Shout out Yangfang.
Shout out indeed. Shout out to Soen, I guess. Needs to get on the board now. Because he still has to get on the board now. He's the only one without a point so far today.
But he's down 0-2. Why would you give him a shout out?
To embolden him, empower him, and lift him up.
Oh, you're doing that for Soen, but not for me, huh?
I do that for everybody. I love all people in the world.
Okay, yay.
I'm bringing out my own clothing line soon. Now.
Yeah.
You want to buy some Reezies after the Yeezys?
Yeah, I would actually, they would probably look like Boots of Speed.
Oh my god, they totally would.
They would,
they
right?
Totally would. It would just be a bunch of Boots of Speed, just in slightly different color shadings.
Dude, I have to say, lightning on me boots would fit very well with the flames that I had on my shirts in the 2000s, or the tribals.
Yeah, I feel like that should be the next evolution. First we had the flames, then we had the tribals, now we need the sparks and the lightning.
It seems good. I would buy that. I mean, the 2000s, or the 90s and the 2000s are hip now again with the kids. This is your breakout moment as a fashion designer.
Dude, I have shoes already with flames on them. So, you know, I'm hip with it. That's what I'm saying.
You are.
Speed scroll by the Blade Master. Oh, what did he see in a replay, I wonder? Anticipating the Demon Hunter maybe here at the turtle. Little later / earlier, depending on how you want to see it.
He's dropping the item and attack the item to reset the cooldown? Someone told me before why you're doing that, because he doesn't want the Windwalk to expire. That takes too long, so he's attacking to get out of Windwalk to then be able to use the long duration Windwalk. Neo knowledge drop bomb, buddy! And people say I got no clue about this game.
Dude, I never realized that before.
There you go, buddy. Educating you every single time we cast together.
True. Big true. Was a lot of smoke for nothing, though. In the end, the Windwalker didn't lead to a steal. Seems like Life also is playing it careful. Giving the Blade some time to get busy elsewhere. He would probably just like to creep one camp, or one creep rather. Creep one creep, get the item, get the level up. He doesn't quite know if he wants to do it. He doesn't know, is the Blade here? Is he not here? Oh, and now Soen's timing might be perfect. Or, excuse me, never mind.
He's leaving the claws of attack on the ground for the possibility to engage into this. I think Life plays like he sees Soen everywhere, man. It's crazy. The perfect answer. And Soen is trying to be very, very tricky here, right? He's trying to threaten Life in the early game, but none of his shots are making it so far.
Yeah, it's rare that the Blade Master keeps perfectly even in creep speed with a demon normally, with, you know, Ancient of War and Immolation. But ideally you want to snipe more items. You want to pick up a better inventory out of the early game. He got the circlet already. He got the dust. The doubles, gloves is pretty unlucky. That's definitely the two worst. Still kind of helpful though. And there's one more item to go for. Who's got the faster fingers? It's the demon with another bad drop, to be honest.
Well, he can hide in the shadows. That might save him down the road. We got tier 2 done, and then we get Shadowhunter Keeper. I wonder where they're gonna meet up. They were almost encountering each other in the middle, maybe going for the lab. His Life doesn't want to be exposed to the Hex right away, but again, Wisp at the perfect moment, at the perfect spot, almost perfect spot. Goddamn troll, dude, throwing that net through the wall. Hacker.
6 scout though again. The timing here, exactly where he knows when he has to be worried about a creep like that. Really cool. Wand of Illusion. This time that is a good item, I would say. While the Blade Master also got a sick item. Big heal potion can turn a fight in the right moment.
Remo, big fan of the green juice. Who can blame him? Do you like Absinthe as well?
I mean, you know the answer, don't you?
Actually, no. I would say yes.
It's like, I like almost every alcohol unless it's really, really disgusting alcohol. And there's only one common alcohol that I find absolutely gross. You have 2 guesses.
Corn.
No, it's fine. Why would you say it's gross? Isn't that like your national drink?
Yes, because I like it. That makes you almost automatically dislike it.
No, but many people like it, you know?
Yeah, I
kinda
know.
Like vodka. It's kind of vodka, just like worse, but it's alright.
I wouldn't say so, but gin?
Okay,
Are you a
wait.
gin?
Chad is asking as well. It's guessing as well, I mean. Opsla, no. Tequila, no. Vodka, no. Gin almost makes it. I really don't like gin, but I can drink it in a pinch. I don't like it though, but there's one I hate. Jaeger? No. Metaxa? No. Nobody got it so far.
What else is there?
Can? Heckle Cat. Got it. Uzo. God, I hate Uzo.
Oh. I had a fair share.
Disgusting.
What about Rocky? Is there a big difference for you between the two?
I feel like sometimes there's a difference, but honestly, I haven't had much of it yet.
Damn, that's an active chat. We haven't had an active chat like that in 2026. Damn, well done. As it is oftentimes the calm moments here. Now Shadowhunter Keeper. Do they want to engage? Do they not? No. So in reaching level 3 with a solid inventory. And this is a lot better than Echo Isles was, for example, because now the Expo is running, and it seems like for now, Life doesn't have answers for that.
So far, the counter to the Expos worked out pretty well. You know, in most Night of games I saw recently, it was heavy emphasis on tier 2 Dryad play with upgrades and potions and early shop and so on. Here it was very different so far this series. It was all about bears, but now Life is switching it up, is mixing it up with the Dryads. And I think that should be pretty good against the rather greedy Expo timing. I feel like this next fight might turn out quite good for our Night Elf brother. Especially with that big healing potion, of course, that we have on both sides.
We'll see if this is Dispel against the Shadowhunter or if this is even APs. It hurts Life a little bit that the Ancient of War went down. Would have been an amazing addition to this fight. If he goes for APs, he can detonate the Speed Scroll! Oh my lord, that was beautifully done by Life. So quick. There's still a Wisp. It detonates now against the Shadowhunter. Beautifully done. And now you can kite until the end of the world with these Dryads.
Yeah, Life just having a wonderful series here. This is looking quite close to the 3-0 right now. First two maps were pretty close. This one seems pretty one-sided. It seems like wrong read here by Soen. He was expecting again bears, but it was Dryads instead this time. I guess the fight's not over yet, but great start so far. But the Demon now running out of mana. SH though running out of HP, possibly running back. Hold on, surviving still. Maybe Soen can stabilize.
Oh, if there was a shop, that would be amazing. Dryads are great for fighting and kiting, but they're not great at raising buildings, and that Expo is up. Maybe sappers from the lab would be something. But yeah, I want to give it up to Life once again. Like, he's been for a decade basically just a robotic player playing the same stuff every single time. Being able to switch it up now within a series speaks to his growth as a player and competitor in the past year and more. Still got that obstacle of the Great Hall, even though this Great Hall at the moment doesn't do anything for Soen.
Nice hit score there on the Dryads, hitting many of them up again. There's not much damage against them at the moment. There's a Blade Master, sure, and that's alright, but there's not much else. And of course, the big problem is always when you go Walkers, no impact at all against the Dryads.
Yep.
And right now, Soen is feeling that pain. Not quite high enough level that the heroes can do it all by themselves.
You know, sometimes you don't have to kill a Great Hall, you just have to go for the peons, and against that, Dryads are wonderful once again. Get a heal wave out, get a little bit of heal self, health out. Would love to see more immolation with more mana, but you can't have it all. We still have that great heal potion, by the way. This is something you have to overcome as well. The Demon Hunter is slicing and dicing. Raiders enable the Blade to take some victims here, but there's Entangle, there's FoCuS, there's no heal wave at the moment. And that major damage dealer was suffering at the hands of Life. Supply gap is growing and growing and growing.
One kill after the next. Maybe at some point Life is even going to feel confident enough to go tier 3 if he's sure that the current roster of Dryads would be able to stand here and deliver for the next while. But right now it's still about remaking, rebuilding. Back to 50 supply. Quickly we go. It's a 20 supply lead on the Night Elf.
Is Soen able to get a... Oh, he doesn't have a second bestiary and stop grunt production as well. I think without grunts, there's no way contesting this Demon Hunter. So he leaves him alone for the vast majority of the time. And the Raiders are trying to get some kills on the Dryads to stop this push. And nice little saves here. The micro is fine, but it results in a kill again and maybe a double kill. He is stemming against the defeat, but that is the end, not only for this map, not only for this series, but also for Soen's tournament life. Being eliminated, bottom 3 alongside Infy and EleGaNt. It was his debut season. He had some standout moments, but I think still Soen left a lot on the table in the Super League. Leading into the Super League, he has performed a lot better. This is why I was so brave and put him in as the best performing org in the tournament. He wasn't able to follow that up, and Life was every step of the way the better player here today, and cleanly gets the 3-0, which also makes it so that Life is guaranteed top 2. 1-0 can do whatever he wants. He will not surpass Life anymore.
Yep, that is very true. 1-0 also extremely likely in the top 3. He would have to do extremely poorly. Like, extremely poorly. Would have to be 0-3 and 3-0-3-0 for 1-0 and Lynn to be overtaken. So it seems like Happy, Life, 1-0, top 3, almost guaranteed. And Lynn in a great position. Fantastic position, actually, to take 4th place.
That leaves us to 2 things. I think I'll stay with you, by the way, for like for the series of SoC vs 1-0. The rest of the Gladiator Cup will then be done to you. We have to join fast because there's no Flow TV, and we don't want to miss 1-0 versus SoC. Do you have the game name?
Yep.
Good, nice.
It is always this one.
Yep, it was. Yep, that is correct. So we're in. Hopefully, it works out fine. That leaves us to one other thing, and that is the matches for tomorrow, where we will once again
matches for tomorrow.
Have a little dual cast prepared for you guys. I will put them into the sheet, and then we reveal them one by one. We got 2 more days of group stage with a couple of decisions left to be done. And put it in there. Now, time for the reveal, everybody. Tomorrow on Tuesday, we got the following matches for you guys. It is the 12 o'clock game here in the European time zone. Labyrinth versus SoC. Banger!
Hell yeah. That is a great game. Always a big lover of this matchup. Curious to see also on the new patch how it's going to be shaking out. And yeah, especially Labby, always a pleasure to see there.
And we'll see. SoC did improve against Night Elf and brought new builds. Maybe we see some new builds here. Second game of the day. Moon vs. Fortitude. This is the last chance maybe for Fortitude to attack the top 4, as he knows that Lynn will probably lose some points in the series versus Happy at the latest. So for both players, actually an important match towards a potential rank 4. And then the last game of the day is important for FoCuS, as he's up against Lawlight to maybe attack the top 4 somewhere. It's all, of course, a lot about seeding. That also gives us the matches for the day after. This will be Happy versus Lynn, 100% on Wednesday. And then it's also 1-0 versus Labby, right?
Yeah, should be.
Yep. And then there's one left. Who else is playing? It's Lynn versus Infy. Lynn versus Infy.
And some sick Lynn games to end the season. Lynn versus Happy, Lynn versus Infy. And I wonder if he can again turn it up the way he did last time. I'm a bit worried that this might be too much to ask twice in a row. But yeah, he is the big orc hope out there. And who is the human hope out there? It seems like right now the humans have little hope after this rifle nerf. Oh my god. Except for SoC. SoC's still looking hot.
Yeah, I'm very curious what he brings to the table now against Undead. SoC has arrived as well. I was, again, extremely impressed with his Night Elf matchup. We'll see what it is later. Yutiao said something in the lobby that translates to, please, big brothers, hang up the bis information.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure we will do that, so no need to worry.
It's interesting, isn't it? So, yeah, SoC vs 1-0 coming up. Then Infy versus FoCuS, and then there's another game scheduled that we don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, Stufka, I was talking about you earlier. Do you know what the third game is today in the Gladiator Cup, if there is one?
Count the votes. He
Count the
wants
votes.
streamers to display the information sponsored by May Boss. Well, we will gladly do that. Sponsored by May Boss. We always oblige.
What is Mayboss? That like Maybach?
Boss is always a sponsor, and maybe that dude's name is just May.
What?
Like May Valentine in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, she pretty.
May
She
Valentine.
damn pretty. May
Oh, was that a little crush back then in the
Oh.
teenage days?
Can't blame me. I mean, look at her. I'm gonna send you a picture right here. It's of
There's
course.
also
It's of
there's
course.
one in wrestling. May Valentine loves her run in the NWA thus far.
May Valentine loves to run at NWA. NWA is still a thing?
I mean, it was whenever that photo was taken.
Huh.
May Valentine, wrestler.
NWA was purchased by the singer of the Smashing Pumpkins. It's a weird, very weird world this wrestling is. Oh yeah, May Valentine Pro Wrestlers Database.
Huh.
I would say
Looks like we got another Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
maybe. Mr. Remo, I'm not an expert, right? But the May Valentine wrestler, I think she's not 100% natural anymore. There might have been a couple of surgeries on her.
Ah,
Maybe.
that's leaning yourself far out the window. Though.
Maybe,
Is there really
right?
Any evidence? I feel like they hardly ever do that. They adhere to a very strict and natural diet. That's why they all get so in great shape. It's just calories in, calories out, bro. You know, that's how it goes.
Probably. Oh, 120 has arrived. Nice. Thank you, Lajuk, for the sub.
Did you see this meme about Stephanie McMahon?
No.
Wait.
Oh, that can't be good.
It's pretty innocent, actually. Wait.
Oh, God, thank you. Because there's like.
Can I find it? Oh, Reddit is always so terrible with the search function.
Stephanie McMahon meme Reddit. Can't really find much.
Shit, I can't find it.
God damn it. Blue balling all of us. Okay, we're in the map.
I got it. I got it.
Okay. Sock is asking for 2 minutes. From the Pete Explains the Joke community. Wait, let's put it on. White woman after saying gracias to a waiter at an Italian restaurant.
She has the weirdest smile, dude. What is up with her?
Dude, she is the
She
most.
looks like a gargoyle.
She is the most sane and normal person of that entire family. Can you believe it?
I think that's not a very high bar.
Yep, that's correct. That is correct. The things I read about Vince McMahon in the past 12 months.
Yeah, dude, I saw that documentary. It was like a 4-part documentary or something. And like 2 weeks later, he was gone. He was, boop, see you later.
Yeah, there were some interesting stories. I don't know if they show it in the documentary, but kind of surprised that the old man didn't visit an island, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I imagine he did.
No, apparently not.
I mean, there's lots of stuff redacted.
It was me. It was me all along, Epstein. Oh, man. No, apparently they hated each other.
How did everyone know each other, by the way? It's so weird. Like, they all had emails and stuff. It's
using
it's a goddamn
emails,
crazy
right?
world.
Pfft, noobs, dude. Dude, they should have used AIM or ICQ or something. Then I
Yahoo Messenger.
mean, the notification sound of ICQ would have fit. Uh-oh.
That was iconic back then.
It was.
I bet you're still one of those guys who remembers your number, don't you?
313351541.
Oh, of course you do. I forgot mine a long time ago.
Of course.
But do you also remember in school when somebody had a number starting with a 2? We're like, oh my God, how'd you get a number starting with a 2? Pretty much everyone was 3s.
That's right. There were also people with like lower digits that bought them
What?
on eBay. Yeah. Like ICQ numbers went longer at some point because, of course, more users.
I thought they always were 9 digits.
No. Oh, that shows you that Mr. Emo is a bit younger than I am. We started off with less than 9 digits. I think it started with 5 digits or even 4.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is like a unicorn.
Dude, they sold on eBay for good money.
Oh wait, there's more people remembering their numbers. Wait, how many digits is that though? 311 188 182. Okay, that's also 9. Hold on.
See, Wobble in the chat.
393 583 406.
Wobble23 in the chat. I sold my 5-digit number for 250 euros.
God damn.
Yeah. Man, if you sold your 5-digit ICQ number and invested it into Pokemon cards, the winnings you could be getting, or could have gotten.
Bitcoin, even better, but yeah. Oh, Mumul. No, I was about to say Mumul. That's such a difficult name.
Mumulukukuku. Easy.
It looked like he had a 8-digit, but no, it was also 9. Quiet Steve had one beginning with a 1. Question is, are they just messing with us, or is that the truth? You know, you never know with chat.
You never know with the chat. Maybe someone put in the 1. Is there? Wait. Who had ICQ number 1? ICQ number 1 belonged to one of the founders of Mirabilis, a company that first used instant messengers in 1996.
All right, cool.
Incredible. RIP ICQ.
R.I.P. Do you remember what color and font you had?
Bro, I was a hacker. I downloaded, what was it called? Miranda, and modded the shit out of it.
Really?
Everything, dude. I was one of these guys that
Did
had
you download
this...
it from BearShare?
No. I was one of these guys who could see through the invisible status. And then people were displayed as invisible to me. Hacker.
Oh my God. Neo is a hacker. It all makes sense.
And my away message changed to listening to, and then the song that was just playing. I was such a cool
on
kid,
Winamp,
dude.
bro. On Winamp.
On Winamp.
Winamp plugin.
Can whip
Winamp
around
Shoutcast
us.
plugin. That's how it all started.
That's how it all started. We are asking the players if they're ready. By the way, it's not only nostalgia here, it's also top modern Warcraft 3 gaming coming. Sock ready? 120 ready? Yu Tiao ready? Neo ready? Remo ready?
I am ready to rock.
Oh, the series? They are negotiating the series right now. It could be Sock vs. Life. Dude, then you're in for a treat.
Hell yeah. After Infy versus FoCuS, third game of the Gladiator Cup today is going to be Sock versus Life. We got it confirmed, boys.
Awesome. Wow, this might be the first time in a decade that we can tell Stufka something that he just didn't know yet.
Or maybe he saw it just before we spoke it. This guy is just on another level. I think, you asked who had number 1 on ICQ, and apparently it was that guy, whoever. But number 2 was probably Stufka.
Probably.
Is my guess.
He saw it on Utiao stream. It's already on Liquipedia. Stufka is ridiculous. I think he also has... He must have more than 2 arms and more than 2 eyes as he's seeing everything.
Yeah, he's a hacker master, just like Neo and the White Rabbit.
Exactly. Too bad they never made a sequel. That great movie.
Maybe one day.
Be one day. We got a sequel to the 120 Sock legacy here. That is the first time on this patch, and I haven't been exposed to too much Undead versus Human. There was the match of Fortitude versus Happy, which, to be honest, was a bit of a disappointment, as one-sided as it was. So I don't really know how much impact do the ghouls have, how much impact do the rifle nerves have, and all the other maybe pit lords have. Let's see.
Yeah, rifles have not really been relevant almost ever in this matchup. It's not exactly true, but in less than 5% of games ever, I think we see rifles. There's normally a lot of better options to go with. Stuff that's faster, stuff that's tankier, and stuff that doesn't just get nuked from orbit. You mentioned the Happy series, by the way, interestingly. That is when Happy finally, Neo, finally, after we were crying for it for so long, he started playing Lich, didn't he? That means that Happy now is much more dangerous in the matchup, and it also probably means that Cryptlord is just dead. So now all hail and praise the Lich, the new daddy.
Thankfully, the goddamn Cryptlord meta is over for Happy and everyone else. Appreciate the Overlord that is the Lich. Way more explosive, way more fun. And I can't see bugs in this. I think this game has enough bugs. We don't have to introduce more bugs into the game.
And the crew summons 2 at a time, bro. It's endless bugs.
Right?
Then. Gotta keep that in mind. And Lich, of course, also, while he is normally a bit weaker on level 1 and 2, will scale way, way better. That always was the big problem with Cryptlord. Good early game, but will fall off heavily later when he has almost no targets anymore to impale. Lich will never fall off. So with that, the dynamic is shifting. Normally, against Cryptlord, the human wants to drag out the game more and more and more and more. Against Lich, it might be a bit of a different story.
Exactly. It's incredibly powerful in the late game versus Knights, versus Griffins, versus almost everything. And of course against casters if you decide to go for that. I was lying, by the way, when I said I only saw Happy versus 40. I also saw Sock versus 120. And I'm an idiot. I completely forgot about that. I'm getting old. My memory is just the Swiss cheese. But in that series, Sock played really odd. He played stuff like casters. Like, he tried to counter something that wasn't there yet, and therefore a lot of investments were going into something that he didn't need, and then 120 cut his head off, basically, with a nice, simple timing push. So hopefully that was a learning effect for Sock, and we see even better games.
Yeah, so far it's an aggressive early game by Sock, trying to cancel the expansion, trying to find some kills maybe. I think he got 1 ghoul so far and is going to have the quicker expansion finishing up. Especially against Cryptlord, I was always a big proponent of rushing level 3 Archmage because that damage is much needed against beetles. But when there's no beetles in the game, there's not so many threats you have to deal with. I think I'm more fine with the lesser leveling Archmage and a faster expansion. And here the export timing indeed is great. 4 minutes 15 and already the human is mining.
Indeed. I am not a huge fan of level 2 Archmage, and I have a bigger problem with that. I think the level 2 Archmage rushes didn't play out well for Sock at all in the series that they played against each other. So it was a little poke. He kept 120 busy for a little bit, but yeah, I still think level 3 Archmage against ghouls, the re-strengthened, unnecessarily strengthened ghouls, is essential.
Very necessary. Very necessary, as we all know. Lich now going to be benefiting from the help of the little boys and gets the level 3. And this attack is going to be scary. I'm not really in a perfect position. This is the big downside when you play aggressive early like we saw. When the pendulum swings back, you have to defend. You're only level 2. This is going to be a tough effort right now because 120 is showing up in earnest.
There we go. Arcane Tower up. Very early shop, but all of these footies are also hurt by the poison. It's a wonderful timing for 120. Militia here. How much heavy lifting can they do? The shop isn't finished, and the ghouls take out the worker. Very precise gaming by 120 so far, and the Lich is level 3 with almost full mana.
Oh, that's a good Nova as well. It's going to be one of many in this game. Lich building on his experience lead here. As it seems, this shop really has to finish, and the AM really has to get level 3.
Not here yet. Footy about to fall against the Nova. We do have Dark Ritual to eat maybe another skeleton. 1-2-0's ghoul control, pretty damn amazing. Doesn't risk much. Of course, seeing Archmages too, knowing also that he must be close to an Archmage level 3. Pulling back ghouls maybe a little earlier than absolutely necessary. But why risk it if there's no biscuit?
If you're taking a lot of damage on the peasants, the lumber economy can suffer heavily later on. Shredder is highly recommended. This is also something that 1-0 should know. But was a good little attack there. He got some kills, he got some experience. And it's going to be a lot about experience in the end game. But looks like right now he cannot quite contest the middle creep camp where we would expect the lab. Is he not going to the lab? Enemy lab, maybe? It seems like this is the time right here to go for the lab at the moment.
Yeah, maybe with Zeppelin and Shredder. He's a bit low on lumber workers, so would be indicating a Shredder. 1-0 though. Got the ghouls here. Lich a bit hurt. It is a Shredder indeed. Can help in the fight as well. I don't think 1-0 has the forces to contest this Shredder, which is extremely expensive and very powerful. Right clicks hurt the Lich so much that I think 1-0 has to retreat.
He got the steal though on the big creep, so that's a big swing in experience because the Lich already very close to 4. Almost got that one as well. Eating some ghouls to get the experience in. I think that's, or the mana rather, in. And with that, the experience I think is well worth it. Lich, once he gets level 4 and 5, he really starts taking off.
I heard that he even gets +4 intelligence on level 4.
And on level 6, bro, it is crazy. Some good items would go a long way. The Lich has some nice ones already, of a rather smaller kind, but still quite helpful. Archmage, on the other hand, I guess is looking similar for him as well. Boots and claws. Big mana potion. He's gonna go for a heal scroll here for sure. And then if he commits into attack with footies and mana potion, this could apply a lot of pressure that the enemy doesn't want to have to face right now before tier 3.
Nice call, Mr. Demo Man. We get a Mountain King. We get some more chip damage here on that Lich as the DK isn't here yet. Mountain King arrival maybe a minute away. The last Nova for the time being. Would love to see the Mountain King here. Archmage is getting risky. And the DK arrives perfectly to keep the Lich in position. So Creep Camp is gone. Heal scroll on Sock. Good XP. Very good gold. But also kind of risky position here as Coil Nova is always locked and loaded. There we go. Boom goes the dynamite. And another kill reaches level 4. And now, good luck fighting that Lich.
Yeah, I think he still should though. He's got some footies here. This is where normally you can take off fiends fairly well. He's got the heal scroll to do it as well. He's got a heal potion on the Archmage. The first Stormbolt on the Ghoul, and of course Dark Ritual can also be used to prevent lots of experience here. Another big strength of the Lich.
Noticeable development, by the way. Wand of Negation in the early tier 2 stages, even with an expansion, is not really a thing anymore. Labby was using it on like Twisted Meadows and big maps. Apart from that, that item has, for now, against Water Elementals, basically disappeared.
Yeah, it's a lot worse at removing those Water Elementals immediately. You could make the case that against some things, like against Hex, it's better now, being cheaper, even with fewer charges. But yeah, this gives the AM again more runway to be active there in the tier 2 stage. Maybe also part of the reason why we're seeing Crypto drop off more again. Crypto was really benefiting from blowing up those Water Elementals immediately and then keeping the pressure up with Ghouls and Beetles, hitting the expansion over and over.
That is correct. And I have to say, I was about to like jubilee because Sock, I saw double workshop, double racks, which is great. He's going again for that Sanctum.
He keeps trying, bro.
He keeps trying. So
sometimes it's priests with master training, sometimes it's Sorks, and almost always it fails.
Yeah. I wonder what he sees that he needs right now from that Sanctum.
Normally with a Lich first, we pretty much always see the same late game army. It's Fiends and A-Bombs, frontline, good backline, and of course statues. Very often no destroyers at all. I would like to see some humans try to play Night Gyro against that. Plus, very few Griffins. 2 Griffins, don't over make them. But if you micro them perfectly, I feel like there might be a window to keep them properly out of web range. That is, though, with the admitting truth that that would be very hard to pull off. But yeah, these caster units, I think I've never seen him win a game with them.
It is again the same situation as we had in the last series. Sock is preparing for the Fiend A-bomb combo that you are talking about. In 1-2-0, he's just going for a straight up destroyer push. And against that destroyer push, we have 0 towers. We got 2 gyros, 1 gyro, 0 gyro. And how do you hold this now?
Yeah, you might not. This might just be the expansion going down, destroyers being left behind. Destroyers and ghouls could take care of the militia very easy.
We got a counter
Looking
attack.
pretty bad.
Yeah, we got a counter attack here. Only for the time being. Might want to clean up these ghouls now, finally. Yeah. This was big time economic damage. And 1-0. Okay, I was about to say, is still producing ghouls. No, now we go into A-bombs. I got a hiccup. Remo, save me.
You got it. Keep going. Stormbolt on the Dark Ranger. Seems like that might not be the perfect target for it. Right now, the coil is only level 1, so getting Fiend kills here might be fairly easy. The Night count is looking good, or it's looking decent, I should say. One more Fiend goes down, but again, the denies. We see them more and more. Staff, a little bit out of range. Sok here making some small mistakes, but it's very easy to be critical and almost impossible to do this perfectly because you're under so much pressure here. Very hard to not make any.
Right on. We do have Clap, which helps in the crowd control department. It's a lot about crowd control. One player has Nova, of course, that helps. And we got Orb of Slow in general. Orb of Slow actually helps very nicely against that destroyer. That's a ripper. No deny. And Sok is still in this for the time being, but very low unit count, very low economy count.
One A-bomb here in the back. That one slowed down as well. Gyros still very few as it seems. Heal Scroll committed. Holy Light as well. Death Knight has full mana, by the way. Where are those coils going? Ah, there they are. Death Knight in trouble now, and he goes down. Oh, man. Takes him out just in time, right before the TP. That's a move that Sok needed.
Pally could have gotten the heal potion, but he values the Archmage health maybe a little bit more. A-bomb eaten, more mana. 45 food again, but this is now a lot of slow thanks to the Orb of Slow and no Unholy Aura anymore, so it's way easier for Sok to create some distance, waiting for reinforcements to arrive.
And the supply here still speaks a pretty clear language, and the Lich, most important. Oh, love that. Lich out of mana, not for long. Eat an A-bomb, 600 mana just like that, and that is GG.
Yep, the big walking mana potions, man. Gotta love it. Again, a solid performance by Sok. I think the fights in general looked a little better than in their Super League encounter. But again, did he build a single Sanctum unit?
Nope.
No, right?
No.
Maybe
No.
he shouldn't build a Sanctum.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's true. What about triple barracks? That's something that 40 used to do a while back. But I think you need a cleaner early game for that. I think you need to be fighting better with level 3s, with water elementals. I guess with the water elemental damage nerf recently, humans are also less incentivized to go for level 3 these days. But it's still better than level 2, you know? That's the truth of the matter.
That is the truth of the matter.
Dude. I don't know if... Okay, Turtle Rock is coming up next. This might not be Sok's map choice. But nowadays, humans might even pick Turtle Rock because of how uncomfortable they're feeling right now against Lich Fast Expo. On Turtle Rock, it's likely going to be a one base game. And I'm telling you now, Neo, Sok is going to win this one base with enough fire rifles.
Okay, I think since it's Turtle Rock 2.0, we're 100% going for an expansion. And then it's down to 1-0 to threaten him. And you know what? Since it's Turtle Rock 2.0, and this might want to be an expansion, the neighboring starting position, 1-0 might be taking Tet Fiends here.
And maybe we're both wrong, because it's not Ted Fiends. It's going to be a ghoul opening.
Oh.
But yeah, you're right. Sok actually has been playing quite a good amount of Fast Expo on the new Turtle Rock, even against Night Elves, which seemed quite impossible for a long time. But he could decide to play one base. I wonder if he has the inkling for it, the appetite for it. On second thought, I feel like he loves expansion quite a bit, so maybe it's just going to be another 2 base.
How can we both be wrong, Remo, when usually in every other of the 702 consecutive streams that we did, we were always right?
We got to balance it out somehow, you know? The universe is starting to get suspicious.
I see. Also got to be more relatable to the viewers out there, right?
We don't want to be too relatable, though, because, you know, I want to keep some brain cells.
With that being said, hello, Lado! We got a DK, though. So I was partly correct, at least. It might be 1-0's 4 ghoul pressure into Fiends.
Oh, cool. Really cool. Love this. I love it when Undeads mix it up. Different builds for different maps. Be very difficult to predict, very difficult to prepare for. Something that most Undeads ignore. Happy normally gets one build, and he plays it most of the time, at least in this matchup. And Labby, similarly, although Labby was also mixing in some Crypt Lord rarely, but it's always an expansion play. I really like this by 1-0. He is so unpredictable. Sometimes Expo, sometimes Lich. Rarely these days, maybe even sometimes Crypt Lord. But yes, even one base aggressive plays. Yes, sometimes Ted Fiends. Although, it seems like when the humans are countering very well, it seems hard to pull off. Kind of a ceiling of the strategy there, I think, is visible. Now with the ghoul opening. What's he buying? Is he going for Skull? Oh no, he isn't! It's going to be an aggro one-base game, it seems.
I love when I'm right at being wrong. This is beautiful. I love this. Is that like nobody plays this except 1-2-0. 4 ghouls into tech into one base destroyer bust. So.
Yeah, wait. I was about to say, the footy saw no Skull, so could have made the decision not to expand.
Yep. I was about to say the same. He could fool him and play one base as well, and then we would both be somewhat right. We're just gods of this commentary Warcraft game. Well, there's a 4th farm, so maybe no expansion. But it could have been. It would have been the better choice, maybe.
Yeah, he made a few too many peasants, I guess, to not be expanding here. It would have been a smart move, I think. Because normally, one-base rifles is pretty bad against Ted Fiends, because Ted Fiends comes out really strong towards tier 3. But ghouls are way better to play against normally with rifles, because you can kill them off quickly. The ghouls run in, Stormbolt clap, kill the ghouls, and then suddenly you can have the rifle upper hand. Ideally, of course, we're talking here. It's going to come down a lot to micro. Sok would have loved to see him make this adjustment here, but no. Okay, here it is. It's going to be an expansion in a short time. And it's going to be a scary one, dude, because there's a lot of undead units ready.
Yeah, the skeletons were also distracting the militia a little bit. 1-2-0 has 2.5 coils, more or less. This would be amazing with backpack and another rod of necromancy. Maybe holding that for the Super League. But yeah, good luck creeping this. It is 9 militia. How many kills can he claim?
Having Cloak of Shadows actually is really good here for the Archmage. Very often he's going to get pressured heavily when there's so many ghouls here. Got that last hit, got the next last hit, but the big boy creep is still here.
Okay. Attacked by 1-2-0 on the way. There's 2 more kills. Maybe the Footman as well. Saves the coil for the kill. Easy. Easy. Way too easy. That is a huge XP. He's an XP lead for 1-2-0 now.
That is pretty bad. You mentioned it a moment ago. Imagine if there's more Rod of Necromancy here.
Oi.
Oh, another steal. Oh, that is a very good start for 1-0.
Yeah, that was also a huge invitation by Sok to this creep spot. Creep jack.
One more peasant here, very hurt. Not quite that greedy. Could you send out some more ghouls? There could already be the next ghoul attack underway. Go on the other lane, try to be undiscovered. That is not a great timing on the expo.
He needs lumber for tech, second hero, and slaughterhouse. So I don't know. Okay, he's pulling in 4 ghouls. Telly staff as well. Might want to go home. For Sock, the best thing you could do now is a surround, but then he just stabs out. So is that worth the time? We'll see. We have another coil in a bit. And again, man, Rod of Necromancy would just be so sick.
Gonna get that peasant at least. Now gonna time to teleport. But yeah, this is a significant delay. Not just on the expansion, also on the AM progress. He's not level 3 yet, which is not good news. And if he creeps the orange camp there with the ogre, that might not even be enough. At least he got a great item. Brother the Magi is indeed fantastic. But this game is looking much better, I'd say, for the undead.
Right on. Return to DK openers. By the way, what you said at the beginning about the fluidity of 1-2-0 strategies, I said the exact same thing about 1-2-0 versus Night Elf, where it's also true. Like, Labby always expands, Happy always goes for tier 3 expansion. In 1-2-0, he can expand at any timing in between these two extremes. So he's even doing that versus Night Elf, also versus Human. I love it as well. I think this is what you have to play in 2026, and the others shall learn from him.
Yeah, pretty sick. 1-0, of course, again, showing up strong in the Super League. Once more, he secured a top 3 position, basically already. Peaking at the right time, it seems. I guess in the last Super League, didn't get very far in the playoffs. Do you remember off the top of your dome where he ended up?
I would say top 5 to 6 and lost to Kaho.
Yeah, lost to Kaho, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not too bad. Didn't make the top 3 though. Counterattack now by Sock. This all seems to be too late. The level 3 AM here seems just way too late in this game.
Going for the tome, might delay more statues, might delay the orb. Oh, this is not even close, man. But is the damage enough?
One of
the
negation.
reduction. We got a one of negation now. Well, it's not there. It's not there. He doesn't have the gold. But the oh, he was perfectly calculated. With the damage nerf, water elementals aren't strong enough to even deal with the ridiculous tome of relics, and that was all for nothing.
Yeah, TP out. I guess there's still some footies left, at least. But we need some towers, man. And we need a bunch of them, really. Normally, you need at least 4 towers to be safe in a base. And 1-0's tier 3 is going to be hitting very, very soon.
That is, I think, I would say, very problematic now for Sock. Tech not done yet. Towers not upgraded yet. Destroyer upgrade actually a bit postponed because it's locked behind that statue. Lich doesn't have an orb yet, so there is a little bit of time, but at max a minute.
Yeah, I guess that's the time we're looking at here. AM trying to distract more. Oh, if there was a slow reaction, that shop kill would have been huge. But no, 1-0, a little bit too quick on the react. And has just enough for the orb. Not selling an potion. Yeah, that makes sense. His hero's not really going to be in trouble. And the train is rolling.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Shit, band Limp Bizkit. Cool dudes, though, I think. How many towers there are now? 2, 3. 1-0 could pivot into the main, but there's also 4 towers. Dude,
Sock is starting to get there. He doesn't have masonry, though. He needs to be very, very fast with the repair.
I don't think this is too powerful. 1-0 also rarely goes for a third hero with these timings. Makes use of the water elemental, which is quite nice for additional mana. Big destroyer bust. Ghouls, Destros.
Peasants. Yep, okay. Good positioning. Really good positioning here. Repair looking good so far. Of course, 1 tower is gonna go down, but if some hold on, maybe there's a way.
It is still tier 2 on the... Oh, destroyer down. Lots of damage lost now. Water elementals not being dispelled perfectly. Waiting for another Nova, but... Oh, this will be a destruction. 1 more coil after this one. There's still ghouls alive. Another tower down. And this Lich, he's rubbing his ice-cold hands. But what's that positioning? Whoa. He needs to get for the mass kill. He's waiting for level 3. No!
Oh my god! Oh, what was that?
Holy shit!
What was that? What was that Nova? Oh god!
GOATest Nova of all time.
He hit like 10 peasants with that Nova. Jesus Christ, look at those corpses.
Dude, 1-0, lock your effing door. The US is coming looking for weapons of mass destruction.
That was sick. Holy hell. Okay, Sock holds, but at a great price, dude. That was so many workers going down. He's on the way to tier 3, just started the tech. MK, of course, being rezzed quickly. This just turned into an interesting game.
That was so crazy. Oh god, oh god, oh god. He had to sacrifice. Look at all the corpses, man. The graveyard is crazy. So, the question now, how does 1-0 scale from here on out? He also sacrificed a big chunk of ghouls. Didn't lead to many levels. Maybe towers got most of them. But yeah, gyros are #1 unit right now. And that could lead 1-0 into switching strats. But how much wiggle room is there really?
Yeah, not much. We call it all in for a reason. Normally you have to break this expansion or otherwise you have lost. If you have triple hero on extremely high level, you can sometimes stabilize on one base only. Here's now the third hero, Pitlord. Why wasn't he here earlier, by the way?
No resources.
Was there no supply? No resources?
No resources.
Okay.
He was at 100 gold when he crossed the middle.
Alright, he's here now. And that Rain of Fire does some good damage against buildings, but the Destroyer! Wait, it went down without coil.
Yep.
Ooh. Destroyer micro here, pretty sloppy to be honest by 1-0.
Well, might be on purpose to mix it up. There's a lot of gyros, but you have to build A-bombs, research Disease Cloud, go for Fiends. I don't know, man. This is not looking too great for 1-0 anymore.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, he lost almost everything. Supply is even right now, though. But of course, we got one player mining off of 2 bases. We got a lot of gold streaming in right here. Pitlord! Now he's trapped!
With the farm! What an amazing farm! Is there enough damage to do anything about it? No, but it's definitely more damage. Oh, he's still blocked! His bones are too big!
Dude, he's got 28 strength, okay? That has to go somewhere, you know?
True. The gains in the past couple of weeks. Here comes the Stormbolt. Still not enough follow-up. Mountain King. Uh-oh, needs some healing. Paladin couldn't be researched yet because he is not tier 3. So Pitlord survives. MK survives. Game goes on.
Archmage!
What about
he
him?
stopped running for a moment. What are you doing, bro? There's a Nova there. He's dead.
Oh man, what a funny game. We got Abominations coming. No Disease Cloud, not the greatest impact. He had to Oh, he doesn't have gold. He doesn't have lumber. He never rebuilt ghouls.
Dude, Chad is asking, where's the Pitlord gif?
Well, you know it. In my dream.
Perfect fit right now with that big booty. He didn't get out, but he did survive. The farm was taken out. Sock has tier 3 units on the way. It's going to be big reinforcements with Pally and Knights, and the towers are still trying to hold at the expansion.
Here we go. Mountain King full mana, low HP. Pitlord. Is he gonna be sacrificed to the towers? Lemao. Well, at least you can't feed the human heroes that way.
Okay. I was wondering there if he might fall, but good potion available to heal him up. Frost armor now. Very good, of course, for those fiends against Knights. Undead army pushed back. Another unit trapped. This time it's the A-bomb. This is Admiral Akbar's base, dude. It's just a trap for everybody.
Dude, the humans have practiced trapping units in bases for 2 decades, and now they finally learned how to use that weapon against their enemies and not just against themselves. The surround. He could have closed it. Didn't. 3 times the charm. Lich is slim boy, though. He finds a way out.
Time still, of course, on Sock's side. He's got the Expo running. There's still some tower coverage there. His number isn't great, which is not surprising considering how many peasants died, especially because of that amazing Nova from earlier. And of course, there's no Shredder on this map. But 60 supply already for Sock. Really, he only needs one thing, and that's hero levels. He's starting to work on those now.
Alrighty, where does this game go with that 1 base, 2 base? Sock is destined to win this. His resources are looking better for sure. Army is getting better. Still no Disease Cloud. Knights coming in. No Sanctum this time either. And we fortify a little bit to keep the Town Hall safe. Sock with all the advantages in the world.
Pitlow Rain of Fire can always be great against these towers and peasants, especially when there's no arcane. But Sock with a quick reaction, look at that. Pulls back the peons right away, the peasants not taking much damage. And the humans getting stronger and stronger. Multi-staff play also will begin to kick in.
Okay then. Knights very, very fast, of course. Very sturdy. The hard counter to Fiends. Being able to heal up by Holy Light now. Mountain King and Archmage intercepting. And every Stormbolt should be a kill.
So far, not working that way. The Fiends are getting healed a lot. It's level 3 Coil, by the way. DK got lots of experience this game. 2 levels ahead of the Archmage, who finds himself in trouble over here. Not protected, except for the Cloak. Cloak saves him. Level up. There's Rain of Fire. Where's the Holy Light? Staff to save him. But now benched for a while.
Ah, what a ridiculous game, dude. We're locking in the surround. The two brave peasants. Pete and Klaus keep the surround closed. Pitlord is trying to free his way. Holy Light is ready. Another level up. A coil! This is amazing. Warcraft on display. The nuke shifts again. MK, Holy Light. Got him!
Oh my god. Is the staff ready on the MK? Can he pass it?
No. 15 seconds.
Really stressful, dude. The undead heroes now are really good. 5, 4, 2. Sock needs a little bit more time.
Holy shit, dude. Rain of Fire coming in clutch once again. That Pit Lord does some heavy lifting. Sock is supply blocked at 68, but he has a whooping 20 food lead. Couple of resources here in towers, of course, as well. Gyro's in the middle, scouting for reinforcements. And now we engage again with a very hurt Mountain King begging for a Holy Light. Nuke immediately. Nice Pit Lord up front. Knights deal with them. Very low mana on that Lich, but of course that can change any second.
Yeah, he's the Fiend after the Stormbolt. I like that. Getting a good amount of mana back right there. Ideally, want to go for the targets that don't have Frost Armor. Frost Armor is cheap in mana with only 40, but not completely free. There's the Frost Armor again. Holy Light. There's the Coil. Sock is trying to finally drain all these undead heroes of mana to then get the kills.
Can this Mountain King is so far away from 3. He's just not getting any kills. 1-0's feed micro is a thing of beauty. A Picasso picture, a Bernini sculpture, the 1-0 feed micro.
Has to keep kiting though, has to stay on the job, otherwise the Knights will find the kill. They don't have Sundering Blades yet, by the way. Maybe something for later when there's some time. Right now it's all about just pumping out units. Some Knights dying. This is where the multi-staff is supposed to come into play to save those Knights again and again.
Sock would love to have some experience, but 1-0 is just not gonna give it to him. The army's still at 50. He lost a couple of Fiends. Needs to rebuild statues soon as well. Sock needs to heal. And yeah, the Staff of Sanctuary is amazing, but it also benches the units for a long time. And that is time for more economical damage.
We got the triple staff now. So here, the mass staff can really start to shine.
Why isn't the undead going for a
gonna...
staff?
They got 50 gold items that are almost as good. There goes the MK, by the way. Yep,
Yeah.
that's the power of the Coil Nova late game.
Oh god! He just exploded into a million pieces. That poor little dwarf, man. First he can't level, now he can't live, apparently. Lich in trouble, would love to have a Stormbolt. Hey, maybe he can spam some Holy Light, but holy shit, that coil timing.
Stuck with a great hold here so far, but I think one thing he made a mistake on macro-wise. All of slow would have been so sick here. Just to slow down the kiting fiends that are running away would have been super helpful. Could still go for it, honestly. He's got some gold left over. Of course, he's got the Expo running still.
Oh man, finally Paladin level 4, finally Archmage level, Paladin level 2, Archmage level 4. More mana, more human spells, an amazing game. Continues! It's a 15 food lead. Mountain King is coming back. Knights will be there soon. I don't know if the Archmage was home to get the orb. Is there gold now? There isn't. He prioritized army, hero revive, and staffs, and I think it's not the worst call. But yeah, Orb of Slow could be nice indeed.
Hitler close to level 3, there'll be more damage against buildings and peasants and everything else. Which not so close to the level 5, however. MK is back. More staffs again in play.
Statue snipe, but it's not too much of value. Mountain King still needs some time. Oh, there he is. In the middle of it all. Oh no, Mountain King. You were supposed to be the savior. Needs the staff before the nuke. And he got it. Lich, Holy Light. No, but Coil.
1-0 with the strong heroes here, holding on against an expansion, holding on against the supply lead. These heroes doing so much heavy lifting right now. And right now, both staffs on cooldown, by the way. This is where Knights could be falling.
All 3 staffs on cooldown, indeed. We got a Holy Light. Needs to use it on the units, I think, to be even more efficient. Water Elemental pressure, by the way, amazing on the statue. Just constantly. There's no dispel with destroyers, as there are no destroyers. And Wand of Negation, 1-0 wasn't home for a shop in, like, decades. By the way, the main bases are about to expire.
And by that point, who knows, maybe all the gold mines are going to be gone, because this expo also falling lower and lower. AM also very hurt with the Cloak of Shadows, trying to heal up a bit or hide a bit more. MK is back, finding a kill. That's 2 Fiends going down, actually. And the Pally in trouble.
Lich needs
the Lich.
something. Oh, saved once again, but the damage output might be too much.
Oh!
She's not involved, you sick bastard. Mountain King on the horizon gets the coil here. Wasn't a nuke, needs the staff. He's trying to stay in this fight for as long as possible. GG. 1-0 sees the hero will go down and spares him the final moment. Sock holds on. What a game, man.
Yeah, that was super close. Some sick moves in here by Sock as well. That was a tough early game. He lost so many last hits. He was behind in experience. The expo was late. This was a really tough game coming out of the early. But what a recovery by Sock. The trap there with the farm again and again. The most insane Nova I may have ever seen. What a great game that was.
Where is it? Holy Nova. There it is. Plastic Stone to the clip creator that I see first. We gotta watch this again. There's no way. Grab the loop, grab the tissues. Here it comes, boys. Here comes the mother of all Novas. Restream. Full screen. Look at him go. Lich prior to Nova, 2.3k damage. That's the first one. That wasn't even the worst one. Okay, 2.6, maybe 2.7. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Oh my god, this is so sick. 2 points. How much damage is that? It might be just max damage Nova. Level 3. The patience on this.
Oh, it's glorious.
Oh my. That's 700 damage.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Beauty.
crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, magnificent Warcraft. That was one of the coolest games of the year, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the Ted Fiend aggressive play that 1-0 has shown so many times before, but the Ghoul aggro play, he was in the perfect position. He was hitting that expansion right away, as you mentioned in the cast. If he had had Rod there as well with Backpack, would have been even sicker. I still think Rod is really underused, especially by Undeads and maybe also by Orcs. It seemed like the perfect early game, but again, credit to Sock. What a sick hold that was. How stressful of a game that was as well. He was for 10 minutes straight under constant bombardment against amazingly strong heroes. 1-0 kiting all over the map, doing that very well. That was a wonderful little game right there.
Exactly. You know what I just noticed? The abbreviation for Mother of All Novas is Moan. And that's exactly what we both did.
We sure did. That was, for every undead out there, very enjoyable. If you're looking this from a human lens, maybe a little bit less so. Maybe it was more a moan in pain and in despair. But yeah, that was pretty sick.
If you, there's chatters that are giving us the human perspective, and it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. 1-1, Echo Owls. Wonder if we see some first hero shenanigans.
I wonder, Can you still play MK with the Shadow Priest being later these days? You can't immediately go to the Merc. I feel like that MK Creep Route is kind of dead.
Archmage it is. Lich it is.
Yeah, I think Lich is very strong on this map. Very, very strong. Even before any, patch changes, I felt like Lich really liked playing here. Go for the quick expansion. Go for the Shadow Priest. I guess Shadow Priest now also worse at dealing with Water Elementals, so there's your upside.
I have a little feud going on, by the way, with like predicting the impact of patches with an undead Discord member called Spycreed, who is like a 2100 MMR player or something. For patch 203, he said it will be absolutely impossible to play anything else but Crypt Lord in this matchup. I said it's absolute.
So the previous patch, you mean?
Yes. 203.
Yeah, okay.
I called him out for that bullshit, and then of course after a while we saw everything, all 4 heroes represented, beautiful. And now he said for 204, he said this will result in more hero diversity, but all I see is Lich, Remo. This guy is a fool.
Yeah, it seems like clearly the Lich is taking over. He is good early, he's decent early game, let's say that. Once he gets level 3, starts getting good, and he keeps on getting better and better and better.
Exactly.
And doesn't have those late game / early game weaknesses that the other heroes have. The Lich just seems to be the most rounded package right now. And I think we're going to see him most of the time moving forward.
That's why I call him not Spycreed, but Lycreed. Very creative I am.
And what is this human creep route, by the way?
It's straight up expo.
Instant expo.
Yep. I mean, if you can't go for the Shadow Priest early, no need to go for the Mercenary Camp. And then the faster you get more gold, the better.
Okay, I'm a bit worried again that this AM might be underleveled for a long, long time, but we'll see how it's going to shake out. Both now on the way to the enemy expansion, and this might be a lot of cancellations.
Well, at least it's not a Crypt Lord, otherwise I would be complaining that state of the meta is rather boring, but we cancel our expos now with Lich School, Skeletons, and Archmage Water Elementals, and if we stay on even basis, I would say that's a win for Suck.
He can also take out the Ziggurat here if he actually finishes the Nerup Tower. I don't think there's any saving this Ziggurat. There could be a lot of resources lost right here. Tower should probably be cancelled right now. And normally if we get cancel versus cancel, if the human does it well, he can come out ahead on the expo timing in the end. I should say though, normally that's especially the case when AM is level 3, and we are far away from that.
He might be a Nova, but nice splits on the Footman. Almost looks like he has formation on. Beautiful, actually. No chance for hitting 2 targets at the same time. I don't know if that was on purpose or if the engine just did it that way, but whatever it was good.
AM at the shop. Boots here very important for the mobility in the early game, especially necessary against the Lich. If sometimes you find yourself on low HP, which can happen quickly, you need to be able to run away to avoid that Nova and with it the death sentence. And now how do you do it? How do you set up your own expansion while also canceling your opponents? That is always the difficult question to answer for both players.
Yep, for the Lich, the answer is mostly Nova. 1 worker down. Tower needs a long time. On the other side, Sock is in position with Footman again, as the Archmage is defending. There's not many ghouls at home to help with that.
3 footy damage. Is that really enough? If AM staffs in, sure, but doesn't have a staff, but he has the boots. We're running on over. Very nice now for the human that there's no narrow tower here. I would have misjudged this a bit. I thought they wouldn't be doing enough damage, but the footies alone almost were enough. Just throw in 1 water elemental, and there we go. Easy cancel, but also easy to remake for 1-0.
Right on. Same can be said for the workers and towers on Sock side, but losing workers always hurts a little more than the buildings. Tower not cancelled though, only now being attacked, very little to repair with. Now we got the magic armor, heavy armor, and mana burn, so a little foothold established for Sock here.
Yeah, this normally should mean that now the town hall can be built, but the other haunted is already underway. I would say 1-0 is looking a little bit favored in this early game.
Might grab up some ghouls. Nice block by 1-0. A little unlucky with the damage, but can still get it thanks to boots. Mr. Remo Demos edition will soon be in our merch store, by the way. Do you have a release date for your fashion line yet?
A player's forces are under attack.
You know, we learned from Blizzard that you want to ship it when it's ready and not too early. You know, this can be a bit of a debacle.
Can we teach them as well?
I mean, did Blizzard noticeably improve over the years, Neo? You be the judge.
I mean, depends on when you start and when you end the years.
To be honest, they actually did. In the past, Reforged early days, the patches were a disaster. Or even before Reforged, rather. There have been some misses, you know. I think I wasn't the only one saying, rifle nerf and water elemental nerf, is that really necessary? But, yeah, you know, here we are. Anyways, cancel again. Gonna take a TP to evacuate, but that was a great move for Sock. His own expansion finishing up. Now he needs to make sure, though, not to fall too far behind in experience.
That's right. And yeah, the team around Brad does a good job, if that's still the same team that we saw in the Warcraft Direct. Thank you, Wanker10, for the 26th month. Lots and lots of wanking, lots and lots of support. Much love. So 1-0, how do you salvage this now? At some points, you can always raise the question, do you have to tech at some point? This is something that Happy did against Fortitude. If you saw, well, you know, I can't expand here against your pressure, I'll just tech and kill you then. 1-0, not a student of that school.
I'm kind of shocked 1-0 didn't pick up a heal scroll. This would be such a strong attack with a heal scroll, but it doesn't have that. So without it, the ghoul should be fairly easily cleaned up here over time. But yeah, the downside of level 2 AM is showing again. We don't have those nice level 2 watch elementals. A little bit less nice now these days, as we know. Militia coming in as well. Beautiful game by Sock. I think we both feel the same, that having level 2 AM only for so long is kind of iffy. But outside of that, this is looking wonderful. Teching already. Militia call seems to be perfect. Sure, some peasants are dying. You know, there's no way around that. But he's remaking them. And having an expo lead and a tech lead is a great sign.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting a bit too convinced too early, but it feels like Sock is getting back in shape of like as he was in around Ancient of Wonder Cup when he surprised us all and he was super creative and had some cool new plays in almost every matchup. Then came Super League and he disappointed us all and was dipping a little bit in shape, and now we're getting there again. Very good sign, of course. If he peaks at the right time at the playoffs for Super League, then I'm all for it.
Dude, look at the spider sense. He just chased the ghoul across the entire map. This kill was important to him because of level 3. He had exactly the timings down in his head where he might be retreating to, when he's going to get close to the base. Now he's going to cancel the altar on the way to tier 2. Sock is playing an amazing last 2 maps here, barring, you know, the early game on Turtle Rock. This is excellent stuff right here.
It is very, very good Warcraft. This altar was built fairly early, so there's still a way to rebuild it back in time at the expo, where there's peace currently, for once. But we take out more and more ghouls, and all the ghouls that are killed now can't be used to push the enemy expansion further down the road. And also that Lich is not looking too healthy. The army movement is nice. He's pushing the Lich to the left-hand side, trying to intercept with an Archmage, dealing pressure with Water Elementals. This is just a 1-2-0 currently that has no answers.
Yeah, I'm very impressed here. Sock is looking amazing. He's creating so much space. The human always wants to have a solid early game to get the expansion up, ideally ahead, tech ideally ahead. And then in the mid game, create lots of space, delay a lot, because you need those tier 3 units, where Undead doesn't really. He's gonna need tier 3 units later, but also Fiends are relevant. This is the difficult balance that the human always has to find, and Sock is doing it just amazing. Finding more kills as well. Another ghoul picked off. Insanely far ahead on the tech. This is a huge lead for Sock that he has deserved, with great play here.
I also want to point something out that's not too flashy, but it's like the foundation of everything. lumber management. How many times have we seen players, especially on Echo Isles, when there is no shredder, got a lot of gold, up to 2k, but then they can't do anything with it because their lumber is low. For Sock, not the case. He got the 1k gold, as you should with an expansion at this point, but he also got the 400 lumber, and that is after the tech and after 3 buildings and after an attack upgrade. This is excellent economic balance we got here.
Yeah, super sick. Very impressive indeed. You mentioned their previous run-in in the Super League. There was a 0-3 where Sock just got blasted. Today looking much, much better. So it seems like Sock is quickly learning. Sock seems to be doing by far the best so far on the new patch under the humans.
Yes, 1000%. Infy a bit deflated switching to Orc. Also, I heard from Stufka that he will be playing Orc versus FoCuS, so that's going to be interesting in the show match coming up. And yeah, Sock is thriving, man. I love it.
Still battling, still holding his own against the Lich and the Ghouls. Commits the heal potion, gets another kill. Can he get out? Maybe not. No, maybe he can, of course, with the boots. Look at those boots, Nia. Wouldn't that be nice if we had them in the merch store? And this is picture perfect. This is amazing play here. Sock has a big lead moving into this late game.
Wonderful indeed. We are 12 minutes in and only now the double Sanctum has been established and the double Crypt. So 1-0 can start pumping, but he doesn't have the infinite resources. Sock is again going Paladin, Flak Cannon, Knights upgrades. He's going so many upgrades before 50 food, and that shows how confident he is because he knows he doesn't need any units at the moment. He knows he's not forced into upkeep because there's no threat coming at all. So stay economically more conservative, squeeze out these gold mines for more, and then he has the answer to a potential next question, whether that's Abominations or whether that's Mortar teams. The Sanctum is up. You can go Breakers, you can go Priests, you can go Storks, and this time I even like the timing a lot.
Looks is going to be Priests this time. Inner Fire Knights sounds great. I've seen them lose many times. But this game, indeed, he has a huge lead. It's so cool. When you're ahead as the human, you can just take your time. The under attack's not hitting for a long time. You can go for more upgrades. You can go for a staff. You can go for... what's it called? Sundering Blades, War Training, you know? It's so nice. Whereas when the other is ahead on tech and he's pushing you and threatening you and everything is so tightly timed, you don't have the time oftentimes. I've said time a million times right there. God damn it, time. But you know what I mean. There's lots of space here, lots of room for Sock to get everything online that he needs. And surprisingly, he is actually a bit behind in supply, maybe because of all those investments and upgrades.
Wow, the poor undeads, Remo. They're really suffering hard at the moment.
I think they're doing okay. Or is that what the dude on Discord said?
No, that was just sarcasm here. I think 1-0 also has plenty of time. Goes Ghoul upgrades, goes A-bombs, could go Banshees. Might even be time for Worms again at some point. But yeah, we're getting Breakers in the mix.
Question is though, where is Sock right now? He's across the map without TP.
Oh.
Does he realize that he doesn't have a TP?
I didn't realize he doesn't have a TP.
This is a little bit sketchy right now, but okay. It is counterattack city over here.
But why?
Yeah, it doesn't quite seem necessary, TBH.
TBH?
Okay.
Dude, I don't get this. Why? Why? We have a base race then, I guess. Town portal home by 1-0, and now he might just be trapped.
Sock, where you going? Going to the corner. What?
Lamau. That's what we get for praising a player this much.
Wait, how much can he escape with? He's really lucky that his heroes didn't get caught. This could have easily been all heroes dying.
Yep.
In the end, it's just 2 knights dying, apparently. Dude, Sock, you almost threw that game away. I'd say this position isn't great as it is.
At least the economy is still up. I mean, the town hall is still up, but the economy also shattered. and being kept in check by one little ghoul. I like that push move by 1-0. Move one ghoul to lumber so it's not part of the TP.
Why didn't he just defend? He was in such a good spot.
Well, can still bounce back with the base more.
I'm looking at the army setup right now, and I'm preferring 1-0's position, especially with the Lich so close to level 3 right now. Human hero levels not looking too convincing right now. Breakers also seems to be a weird time for Breakers. Like, why Breakers? That doesn't make any sense right now.
Yeah, that's right. Sorks would have been fine. He got one Sork against the incoming Abomination. That's great help. 1-0 Beast in kiting with the Fiends, and then slow helps. We also got the Orb of slow this time. Double Staff will be useful. Disease Cloud pretty much everywhere though. And these bombs, of course, can be eaten. But yeah, the impact of Orb of slow on retreating Fiends, man. You mentioned it on game 2, and now we see it in full display.
A double staff already. That's quite early for these human heroes. That's really good, but no triple staff just yet. One A-bomb taken out. The next one also gonna fall. Maybe another little snack for the Lich here. Not quite. Clap being displayed in the back, but MK levels just not really high. Oh, Knight not... Oof. Getting away, as I was about to say. Lich level 5, and this is where Undead normally starts to take over. This is where you want to have the lead as the human. The lead that was squandered.
Okay, oh yeah, of course, Gyro's more or less useless, and we do have this Breaker Sork army. Can't even call it an army, man. It's 1-1 trying to shark for reinforcements, but whenever something's getting caught, it's just more mana. Here's the Nova, no more slow. 1-0 fighting back. Because, oh, he's actually only on 4 Acolytes, but hey, let's forget about that for a second. Sok needs to stabilize big time and also quick time.
Yeah, dude. I hate these Sanctums. They're so trash. If you want to build your perfect army with Sorks or Priests, be my guest. But you know when you're going to make that? At 75 supply. Not earlier. Early on, Sorks, not what you need. You need some power. Breakers, bro. Against Fiend A-Bomb, he played Breakers. That was... That paired with the counterattack without TP... That's a big throw, man. It's not like this game was unlosable. It was, but he had a big lead moving towards the end game. And that lead was certainly thrown away.
I would argue that it didn't really matter if this is Sanctum or not. He had the time, but not having a TP and not defending and not building a big army. He was just simply extremely greedy. He went for all the upgrades and all the conservativeness at 50, and he missed the mark when 1-0 was pushing, and then all of a sudden he missed the mark and didn't have the army, and then afterwards he didn't have a TP. He got complacent. That's what he got.
Yeah. I would like to see, if you want to make more than Knight Gyros, then fine. How about you make 1 Griffin Aviary, and you make 1 or 2 Griffins? When we're fighting early at 60-70 supply, Fiends always have to run away. We've been seeing it all series long. The Fiends have to be kiting away from the Knights, obviously, which makes targeting those Griffins a lot harder when there's a good Knight frontline. I'm a bit upset, Neo. I'm a bit upset. That was Sok just giving away a huge opportunity.
I hear that in your voice, Mr. Remo Demo. The coach is getting angrier and angrier. It's time to get the whistle soon if things continue this way. Water on the mills of the human whiners, of course, but that was down to Sok afterwards. Like, initially, he played an amazing game. He found a nice balance in almost everything, but then 1-0 overwhelmed him quite a bit. We got Sok, left-hand side. We got 1-0, right-hand side. We're on last refuge, and in the early game, that gives you some time to check if you have a Prime sub lying around. A wonderful way to support the channel while getting rid of your own ads. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to Twitch, and you get 1 sub for free. With just 2 clicks, you save yourself from ads, and you support the channel, and you don't have any extra cost. If you're looking for other ways to support the channel, back to warcraft.com/support, and we are nominated for the EleGaNt.gg awards for the 3rd time in a row as the best non-mainstream streamers of the year. We won that thing 2 times, but we won it 3 times. Exclamation award for the link to vote. No sign up needed. You can vote with multiple devices once per week. Help us out, push us to the top.
Map 4 now the chance for Soc to tie up this series of a 1-0 to lock in the victory with 3-1. Of course, it's a play all 5 series, boys, as you probably know. So we're going to play all 5 maps. I thought Soc was going to take the lead there. Man, what a sick position that was. That was one of the biggest leads we had all day. But yeah, it's a stark and perhaps healthy reminder that you need to keep your feet close to the ground. You know, you don't want to go flying too high like Icarus, too close to the sun. You got to respect your opponent. And there it felt like Soc just kind of didn't. Or did he just forget that he had no TP? That's what it looked like. He crept across, like he was literally on the other side of the map compared to his expansion without a TP. That was so strange. Oh well,
Yeah,
live and learn, I guess.
Always have TP around. I have an unnatural big fear of running out of TP myself, so this would never happen to me. You know, whenever there's an empty roll, I just gasp a little bit and turn around and see if I have more in stock, and I usually always do. TP is important, everybody.
3 layers or 4 layers?
I'd have to look, actually. I don't know. I always buy the ones called Happy End, because it has happy in the name, and I also find it funny.
Okay. I always feel like people who are very sensitive go for the 4-ply, TP. It's a bit too thick for me. I feel like it's like it's holding half a tree in my hand. And you know what that's like.
I actually don't. I'm more of a stick kind of guy.
One of these days.
I think the time has passed. We can keep dreaming though.
Wow, that's a very greedy expansion by Soc, by the way. Going for the instant power build. He knows Lich is coming. He knows there's ghouls coming as well. Soc still has the balls to split his army. He's trying to get the cancel across the map with just 2 footies and a water elemental. If this doesn't work, that's a big miscalculation. Great split, though, on the peasants, preventing a big Nova. But the AM needs to get active as well.
Okay, Archmage at home. It's about finding the right rhythm and the right decisions in the early game. So quick after this patch, we continue building. Couple of units saved and big counter goldmine kill.
Yeah, he calculated perfectly. I was worried. Was it a miscalculation? No, it wasn't. Gets that cancelled. That's huge. That is at least a minute of a delay, maybe even more. Also, the town hall is delayed, and peasants died, but it's going to be finishing pretty soon.
Right on, right on. Lots of moaning in these farms. Oh, that Lich is getting a freebie. No, Soc is paying attention to the herd units. Nicely done. Can he send more water elementals across? Can we have some staff play? He's going back to the golden boots that did heavy lifting in game 1. And it's all about defense now, as it seems.
Peasant still hurt. Lich has to run as the HP doesn't allow for too much aggressive involvement. But the ghouls are here, and the peasant's still certainly suffering. What is it right now has to make sure to keep the pressure up to make sure that this expansion will finish. Another cancel on the Haunted might just be GG. Oh,
block, block.
The kill! Damn, Soc. Probably disappointed with the last map, but he's not showing it. He has a Warrior's Grimace still, and absolutely owning this early game.
Lovely. We can't praise him too much, though. Let's not make the same mistake as we did on game 3. We gotta hold our horses. We gotta keep it to ourselves until the game is over. This was very well done. Nice little flex with the body block. 1-0, not anticipating that. Question is, can he cause a little delay in the north as well?
Has to go for the Tavern Rest because the altar was unsummoned. That is a lot more lumber that this cost. This is going to slow down tier 2 by quite a lot, I guess. Question is, when can Soc tech? Not yet. He wants to get some more security, some more peasants. But Lich without mana right now is no safety concern.
Can I take the time to appreciate how much more elegant this kind of cancel culture is compared to the Crypt Lord cancel culture, where it's just you box around units and you click on some stuff. This is about every unit, it seems like, about every worker. It's just not mass versus mass. It's a lot about decision making then as well. Lich is back, might be chased again. Ghouls are here causing some trouble, and that buys 1-2-0 the time for his own expo. And now we get the beautiful tier 2 with the tech. And Archmage, oh, can he intercept somewhere? No, he can't. But yeah, both bases up. Nice.
Yeah, in the end, the expansion lead was minor, unlike the last map, so that's good for 1-0. But the tech lead is still with the human, and the hero lead this time, for the first time I think this series coming out of the early game, is with the Archmage. So I think this might even be a better position for Sok, in hopes that I'm not jinxing him.
Uh-oh. Second praise in a row. Is that too much? We'll see. Oh, the reveal against the ghoul run by. Holy shit, dude. Yeah,
that is sick.
You get my prophet name, Mr. Sok. That was gold.
That was sick, dude. The read to have right there to feel like, there might be ghouls moving over here. I better get prepared. That's so sick.
Going for the graveyard. Rip. Going for the main. Not looking too good for these acolytes. There's no necropolis yet at the expo. There's one backup acolyte, but you can't really think of a tech just yet. Archmage caught by a Nova. There is a staff. There is a TP. He's not risking anything. Staff timing pretty much perfectly before the new Nova arrives. Can he block
Two ghouls surrounded. Almost.
Footies in?
Okay, still gonna get the kills.
That's a lot of footy kills.
But also ghouls dying across the map. We're gonna compare experience there in a moment. AM still ahead.
AM still ahead by a little bit. And of course, there's a little bit of a difference. One player has finished tier 2, the other player just started tier 2.
Yeah, once again, this is looking like a great position over here for Sok. Hopefully this time, not gonna give any easy way back into the game. There's an issue, however, in the economy this time. Lumber is pretty low. There's an opportunity to go for a shredder on this map, but not so easy to unlock. So tier 3 is going to be getting delayed just a little bit over here.
Well. Interesting setup indeed. 1-0 now follows it up. Sees how convenient this was to get out with the telestaff by Soen. So that harass isn't over. Did he see Sok moving to the right-hand side?
Kind of seems like it. He's on the way back home, getting ready to hold against the water elemental pressure. Got a lot of ghouls back home, and with the Lich helping, with the Lich joining, should be pretty easy to deal with.
Archmage. Staff now off cooldown. Water elemental still dealing solid damage. On the way to tier 3 we are. It's getting a bit sketchy here. Okay, going for the save potion. I like that.
Good saves here so far. We 1-0. One ghoul gonna be lost in the end, but again, experience denied with the Dark Ritual. Very close to the Nova right now. And this is where you want to trade out footies for ghouls if you can. Those footies soon gonna be worthless, whereas the ghouls hold value for a lot longer. Some water element is also killing one in the back. This is a nice move. AM even gonna steal this camp away. Get another little item. Lock in level 4 maybe.
He's flexing a little bit, isn't he? With that Mountain King that's able to control the Lich a little bit. Might get a little Nova. But if it's on Footman, totally fine. Oh, he waited till the Troll was at kill threshold to get double Footman and Troll. That was a nice
That was nice. That's indeed the experience lead now on the Lich. He got some bonus experience here for quite a while because DK wasn't started for a long time. But it's the MK with a head start compared to the other second hero.
Well then. More mana available. Close to level 4 we are. Another nice Nova. But Mountain King is grinding up a little bit. And of course, this is all camps that 1-0 is supposed to get anyway. That Sok can retreat onto on his side of the map and then grab the XP lead as well. Once again, I'm cautiously praising Sok. He's going double barracks, double workshop. No sign of a sanctum. Maybe he has learned the lesson now.
And what about now one Griffin Aviary? I would love to see that.
Really? You didn't mention that before.
I would love to see just one Griffin apiary. Make 2 Griffins, not more, just 2 Griffins.
Huh.
Keep them in the back. Try to stay out of web range, you know? It could be so sweet.
You want
So
them for
juicy.
Griffins, not
Sweet.
Dragonhawks?
Dragonhawks, you know. Not in this matchup. Not in this matchup. Yeah,
okay.
We don't have to get too crazy. Lich though, he's starting to get crazy. He was far behind experience for a long time. Now all of a sudden he's ahead. He's on 4 already. And once he gets level 5, we know how dangerous he becomes.
1-0 still has to wait 50 seconds for that tech and then another minute for destroyers. So we got a lot of time for Sock. I really hope he's not missing the mark this time, and he's not missing the mark at all. Night production started already. Sanctum production also started. But yeah, lots to creep at the south.
Like, if you have an orb of slow, why are you making Sorks? That's just an orb that can get killed.
Well,
And please don't make breakers against fiends and A-bombs.
Orb is not
At least-
reliable.
Yeah, but it's good. You can't kill the orb. unless
That's
you
like saying, oh, if you want damage, you got Coil already. Why do you go Nova as well?
It's very good. Yeah, the question is, how can you spend your money most efficiently? And you can't tell me it's Sorks.
Different question. That's a different question.
Like I said, if you want to round out your perfect army at 80 with Sorks, then fine. But you need some real power out there earlier. I think if he really wants to make a Sanctum, fine. But then go 2 priests. Healing at least is valuable. These Sorks are Garbo.
What about Griffins, by the way? I haven't heard your opinion on Griffins.
Bro, that's a great point. You know what? How about Griffins?
But not too many,
Inventory
right?
also sick on Sock, by the way. MK fully slotted, AM fully slotted, 4-3 levels. Pally has... I was like, wait, he's got Aura first? That would have been kind of crazy. No, he's got the item and Holy Light, of course. Creeping this camp with Knight's only not that easy, but if he gets away with it, that's insane level boost for the Pally.
1-0 gets the claw, nice, but he's also getting creep jacked here. Mountain King level 3, amazing. Stormbolt to the face, ghouls will disappear. We get more knights, we get more gyros. Lucky that there's no web yet. 1-0 is going for a very early abomination transition. And you know what? It's kind of nice to have Sorks against them. Or Griffins.
Is it though? You know what does more damage? More magic damage than Sorks?
Pretty much everything. Chimeras, for example.
Yeah, I think even priests somehow. Oh no, that might not be true, but
Nope,
Sock damage is
nope,
pretty
nope.
low. But Griffins, bro. Griffins.
Ah, yeah, they're very good.
Pretty good damage. Anyways, Sock again going for the counterattack, trying to delay and buy time. Does have a TP this time. I think that's nice.
And he's with the counterattack, he's forcing 1-0 back. Might lose a knight over it if there's no retreat with the staff.
Stab him. Where's the aim so far away?
The
Game no
disappoint-
longer perfect, sadly, but still very good.
We get Sorks in now. Would love to see some invisible Mountain Kings maybe down the road as well, but that's of course more luxurious add-ons that the humans can afford. Second attack upgrade is nice to see, rounding out the army. Paladin very tanky with the items. Mountain King very tanky with the items. Just the Archmage a little bit exposed maybe, but then that can also be fixed via positioning. Actually wouldn't hate to see Blizzard here, to be fair.
Okay, not a bad idea. It has very bad synergy with Overslow, however, so that's kind of awkward. But this is pretty much a dream setup. You have level 3 Pally before the first real fight. But only 1 staff, I think, so far. Is that true? Yeah, so ideally some more staffs for Sock, but the positioning also really good. Coming in from behind. This is going to be an awkward position to take for the undead player right now.
They came from behind, indeed. Mountain King, big claps. And 1-0 is not confident with this at all. Staff is there, so is the kill. He really, really wanted that fiend to die with the Holy Light. Why not? Mana is still looking phenomenal. Upgrades are kicking in. 80 food still. Perfectly rounded army. And staff heals up for free. Not bad. More creeping as well. Right-hand side. These hero levels for the human are getting scary.
The Temple of the Dam now coming for the late game Undead Tech Edition. Double temple it is. That's something that the human certainly has to scout for. The gyros already on the lookout. Damn, look at Sock, bro. He's got everything in mind.
Bro, I got so mad at Moon. Was it yesterday or the day before? Labby was faking Gargs and built like 2 Gargs. Moon went for triple Ancient of Wind mass hippos. Labby was showing him the long nose. Nah, 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 nah. I'm just switching to fiends. And then Moon didn't use the hippos at all. Not for scouting. And guess what? Labby wins with the Banshee transition and steals all the units. I got so furious about the lack of scouting, but that's a different story. We got another fight.
MK taking lots of damage right here. Has with the heal potion, but that doesn't really get him back to fully healthy. Behind this, there's an attempt of a third base for Sock. Clap comes through. MK now very low mana. I feel like this undead army is starting to outclass the human army a little bit. There's, again, dare I say, magic damage lacking.
I love the add-on for Mortar, so is getting ready already. For Banshees, it's also phenomenal for Fiends. But yeah, spell damage insanely high. Nuking also not that easy as we have Rune Bracers, and everything of course is affected by Disease Cloud, which will trigger that heal scroll every soon.
Sign on the tally. No Holy Light at the moment. Always scary when you don't have that ready. That 400 heal is really important for these fights. Like, what is the slow even doing here? It's A-bombs in front tanking. So it's not even like you're chasing fiends so easily.
Well, usually...
God, I hate these Sorks.
Usually 1-2-0 is kiting like crazy. Now he's not doing that. But he would do it if there was no slow. So the presence of slow is robbing 1-2-0 of one of his biggest weapons, the kiting.
Oh, and the Nova easily gets those kills. Boom, there go 3 Sorks. Nice little army you built there, buddy.
They did the job. Everything was slowed. Militia are able to arrest the Lich now. Town portal forced. It's no big gap in supply as he takes out the statue. Is all perfectly fine and dandy. And now we switch in Sock side as well. We get Inner Fire Priests as well as Mortars with Fragmentation Shards. And we don't even have Possession yet. I think 1-2-0 is doomed. Okay,
Sock can't win without a third base, which might get cancelled. There was some, I don't know, was that like a A-bomb attack, ghoul attack? Something was going on there. Didn't quite catch it. Counter-attack though. Very good move here by Sock. He's distracted from his own base, getting some acolyte kills even. TP out, clean escape. MK level 4. That was a great attack. This might be a game-winning attack.
And we got cannon towers up there as well. More towers coming. Mortar teams, priest against Disease Cloud, by the way. Jacuzel, love it. And now defensive stance by Sock. He has no real reason to leave anymore as long as he keeps tabs on the left-hand side.
Triple Staff can, of course, also be great against those Banshees. Just great in general. He made a Rifleman. That begs the question, was that a misclick, maybe? Might have been.
We'll see. Oh my god, these fiends. These fiends, I would love to see Blizzard. Or the Frag Shards. Clap Frag Shards could also be sick. So far, we're not seeing that. There's silence on the Mountain King. Always hard to see as it's hidden behind the health bars. And now the kiting game is in because we don't have Sorks anymore.
Oh, the Mass Staff really starting to pay off. Finally, a statue goes down. MK with lots of mana, plus that mana pot. Doesn't have an invuln, which is a bit scary. But he's got very tanky items in general.
Stormbolt for the guaranteed kill. 1-2-0 is doing a fine job with the silences so far. But I also like Sock not over-pushing, retreating into the safety of the Cannon Tower. Cannon Tower also affected by Fragmentation Shards. So pretty good against Fiends.
I think Sock could go high upkeep here. Doesn't matter if you lose gold. It's all about holding this position right here, right now. This is going to determine the game.
Pally. Oh, sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. Might be time for the heal ward there as well. Dark Ranger. Clap is so sick with the frag shots, man. Oh my god. So much damage. Mountain King has not much mana anymore, but he did the job. The DK is hurt. The Mountain King should be safe. Holy Light, Holy Light, Holy Light. Ready now. Whoo, and the heal ward behind it. Glorious.
MK is out of mana. I think he has to get back to the shop. A mana potion here would go a long way.
Bro,
AM starting to fall. Not everyone being denied. More experience. AM level 5 could also be great.
uncontested mortar teams are such a thing of beauty if you hold it with the human. Doesn't matter what the armor type is, everything splatters into pieces. 17 food lead, 1800 gold, and you want a kite, but then there's slow and stabs and more kills, and of course you get the mana from the Brilliant Aura, which is also fantastic. The rifles turned out to be not a mistake as he's building a couple more. Nova hits very nicely. Would love to see maybe the Archmage go to the shop for a heal scroll against the AoE, but other than that, Sok has this game in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, such a beautiful army, man. Sok rounding out his tier 3 army perfectly. Always a pleasure to see. But you don't want to overstep, of course. Time to fall back. Mana is low everywhere. HP also low. Getting some clarities, getting some regen scrolls would be very nice. A heal scroll here as well. And Sok has so much gold. Holy. He didn't go into high upkeep, although I think he could have afforded it. Still up at 77, holding on to a slight lead there, but yeah, 2k in the bank. That is what should be enough here to bring it across the finish line.
There is no more gold on the main bases. Both expansions will expire in a bit as well. So 1-0 is on a big timer. There's a couple of creeps still remaining on the red spot left-hand side, so it's not that easy to like secretly expand. There is an X factor still with Banshees, but the stabs by Sok have been so good, and the Mortar team's presence is so noticeable that I think getting possessions through is very unlikely.
Signs in the MK, perfectly timed. What about those frag shards, by the way? Possessing the Mortar teams right now, but they're shooting back. The Gyros are also shooting back with the landmines. What a weird fight this is, dude. This is all over the place.
Beauty use of the landmines, exactly as it should be. Dark Ranger getting deleted. Lich might be next on the menu if the mana is over, or 1-2-0 saves the heroes by just tapping out, saves their lives. Sok, what a recovery from that game 3, which was surely a bit disappointing for him. Here, great army comp, great decision-making early on when to attack and when not, and when to defend, and where the cancel culture is heading us with the 2 bases, and then at almost all points of the game, having the right army composition together. I think this was a chef kiss game for Sok, giving us a meaningful game 5.
Yeah, I'm not always a fan of more teams against undead armies, but I feel like here they did really well indeed. I am still a big hater of the Sorks. I think that's a huge waste of money.
Really? Would you see Griffins instead?
At least he didn't make Breakers this time, which would have been even worse. Still some optimization there to be made for Sok, but outside of the late game 60 supply, 60, 70 supply army that he's building, love what he's doing. What a sick play that was. That was absolutely wonderful. And this, in all honesty, could have been his win in the series already without that botch earlier.
Right on.
Oh, by the way, one more thing I want to mention. The visual change from possession. Oh shit, I'm in the player slot. The visual change from possession on Banshees has made them a lot more easy to deal with, hasn't it?
Poor undeads, man. Nerfed after nerfed after nerfed. It is a thing of beauty. I mean, I had a solid indicator already with that glowing bubble across the heads, but now with that connection, it's way easier to make a connection. And yes, it is, but it's also, I think, a net positive.
It's
overall.
how it should be, for sure.
Yes,
for sure. It's way better for play experience.
Yes, I 100% agree. And one more shout out. The timing for the gyro bomb landmines, to use them against possession Banshees on top of the damage that the mortars already did, that just pushed it over the edge. It was a nice little add-on. It was no wasted gyros as we so often see. That was glorious. The series is glorious. And now we decide everything on Tidehunters.
Hells yeah, brother. Great series here. Wonderful to see these two here shaping up so well against each other. When very recently, just a couple of days ago, their result in the Super League looked way different, way one-sided in 1-0's favor. I have some decent hopes, actually, for Sok in the playoffs. I hope he can show his best there in the Super League, even with a rank 10. Not necessarily making one think that he's going to have great chances, but he seems to be trending upwards right now, peaking, you might say.
Is Remo the Jinx Master? That is a question for this week. Super League will be decided this week. It's 2 more days of group stage and it's 4 days of playoffs, and we get all the answers that are Warcraftly possible.
Right now, Sock seems to be heavily tilting towards and favoring tier 2 aggression, level 2 aggression, not tier 2 aggression. Level 2 aggression with Archmage. Creep the Expo fast, try to get that second base rolling quickly, and then fight level 2 versus level 2. We've seen that sometimes backfire in a way where he was too far behind in experience, but especially the last map. Just a masterclass of attack and defense. The assuredness with which he sent the 2 footies in the water elemental across the map, seemingly completely certain that he was going to get the cancel there. Beautiful. Just the level of mastery there, amazing. So sick.
Yum yum. We'll see if we get this here as well. Tide Hunters, the turf where probably the most beautiful undead versus human game of all time has been played back in Dubai between Happy and 40. Now our playground as well. We're kicking things off with a lab creep attempt being countered though by the Acolyte. Those are the shenanigans early game that we see most of the time. And Sock in the past couple of games was immediately expanding, and now it's the opposite. We creep level 2 with orange and green, and we're not even close to that expo. Might lead us to an expansion bottom left.
With the 4th farm, I guess it's going to have to be an expansion. AM locks in a fast level 2 for the mana region, which is good. And what did 1-0 scout? It seems like he's aware. It seems like... Wait, is he aware? Going in the right direction. If he steals the big boy with the Nova, that would be sick.
He is right there. He's close to level 2. He sees the corpses. He's onto something.
Oh, there's not an easy spot for Sock right now.
Nope.
Ooh, has to fall back with everything. Oh, okay. Abort, abort. We are going canceling now.
Okay, okay. One worker down. Second one almost. There we go. Lich, of course, on the opposite side of the map as well. Ghouls must be in position. We got a Hurt Footman on the right-hand side. Archmage with Circlet in the need for more damage and more sustain. Yeah, he needs that cancel ASAP.
Yeah, it seems like he should have easily enough damage here to get this one. Maybe he shouldn't even use the Water Elemental. Is that too crazy? I guess that's too crazy. Just summon the Water Elemental, cancel it faster. He's moving out with Militia already, trying to clear out the
Thanks for the effort and passion you put into this channel. When I think how much entertainment you provide, a small donation feels like the least I can do.
Footies feeling the pain, getting blocked by their own Water Elemental friends. Lich has a chance here to get lots of kills and get ahead on experience.
Right on. That is another footy. 2 more footies. No denies. Ay, ay, ay. We got a big dono by a person with a wonderful nickname, Obese1 Kenobi. That is hilarious. Thank you for 25 bucks, my dude. Much love. Thank you also for the kindest words.
Thank you for the support, man. That goes a long way. Much appreciated. This time around, I think 1-0 has the much better early game, doesn't he? He got a bunch of kills. Looks like he's going to have a lot faster of an expansion. But the AM, I guess, is getting that level lead right here.
It looks like...
Oh, 1-0. Now he has the wrong read. He had the right read earlier, but now he's rocking in the wrong direction. He's trying to think about it. Should I creep this camp to get the item? Oh, no, that's not the right idea. You only have 3 ghouls here. You don't have skellies, dude. You don't have skellies. Oh, no. No, what are you doing?
Well, about that good position, Mr. Remo Demo, the Jinx Master hitting again. Speaking of things that hit other things, Water Elemental Footman, that's a cancel. Sock's expansion is almost up. 1-0, man. What a catastrophe.
Oh. If he just intercepts the footies, that should have been an easy expo finishing for him before the human possibly even. Oh, that was a big waste.
Is the Town Hall
Big
up?
Nova as well, though.
Oh, he can finish it though, right? It's 3 more workers, 7 seconds. Arcane Tower, just a bit of right click. Yeah, he got this, man. He got this up. So cool by Sock also to not stubbornly go for the turtle, but rather for the right-hand side.
Yeah, really cool. And there was a scout lacking for 1-0. Didn't have a skelly or a ghoul or an acolyte or anything. Scouting across the map. That's a huge waste of time. Mana potion, though, committed. Threatening the Archmage now. There's going to be another Nova very soon.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. is very low health on that Lich. Can he reach for the fireballs?
A player's
Ignis!
forces
Not going for it. Not going through with this. Yo, we got a game! Oh, healing cancelled. On the Lich.
No. There's not many footies here, though. And can we dare to go in with there being a narrow normally? Got the Nova now. Gotta keep that in mind.
Switching targets.
Wait, if that's not a cancel, that's really bad. That would be really bad.
So bad! Water Elemental down, Footman down, damage halved. It's also 20 seconds though. Water Elemental is expiring. We don't have another one up. The mana regen for once not enough.
Slow. The Nova!
Oh shit!
48 points.
Oh shit!
Cojones of steel. Holy.
What is of steel in Spanish? We need to figure it out. Oh,
Plata, I think. Isn't that what the Colombians always used to say? Plata.
bro, you might have more connection to Colombians than I have.
Fortunately, I do.
How's that?
Yeah, you know, just love the food they make. You know, it's yum yum.
What's
Anyways,
a favorite Colombian dish?
That is tacos with rice. Yum yum. In the end, the tech timing is very similar, just a tiny lead on the human side. Expo timing, kind of similar. But it's the AM here, who again is doing pretty well. But hold on. What is going on with the Lich suddenly? He's level 4.
Yep. And he's also
You know, after
healthy.
all this early game madness, we might be looking at quite the even game, actually.
That's the best games. We got Rune Bracers in this situation. Pretty damn good. And a Shredder on top as well. How are the tech timings? 2/3, 2/3. Another ghoul run by though.
Plata is actually silver. Ah.
Iron,
I don't know
silver for Remo, all the same.
You know, in Valheim, it's a silver sword, which is better than the iron sword, so maybe even a better idea.
Probably great against
You never played
vampires.
Valheim, did you?
Nope.
Next week when you have some time off, play Valheim, dude. It's amazing.
I don't know. Not feeling it.
What's that?
A player's forces are under attack.
But it's so good. It takes a long time, though, dude, to play through one run. Holy shit.
Yeah, let's not do that.
A town is under siege.
I might
So
play
we got the
Hades
Shredder.
too.
I didn't even play through the first one yet, man.
Yeah,
Embarrassing gamer admission.
yeah.
It's a really cool game, though. I certainly agree. It's a great game.
Just like this one. 120 is done with tier 2 and he doesn't have an altar. Mr. Remo is 120 running out of steam here.
Yikes. Oh, this is really bad. He was behind the tech already. That is great news for our human player. This means more time to get prepared. We know how humans love to get those upgrades if there's time to get them. Seems like there will certainly be time enough to get them. Look at the split on the footies.
Again, right? I mentioned this
Nice.
on Echo Altar already, and I didn't know if that was on purpose. Now that I see it for the second or third time, or we see it for the second or third time, I think there's purpose behind it.
Player's forces are under attack.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
So you're not expanding on 40 supply, are you? That
mean-
would be crazy.
That would be crazy. Just like building 2 altars would also be crazy, but 120 is doing that.
No
He's,
way.
oh my god.
He's
seriously
expanding on
doing it.
40!
Without having... He
Dude.
has no lumber.
Yeah, but he's got a shredder. It's gonna be there in a moment.
He's canceling the slaughterhouse. Maybe.
That is so greedy. Are you kidding me?
What is going on in this game? And there's just action everywhere. There's a ghoul threat on the right-hand side. There's a Lich Mountain King skirmish in the middle. There was an Archmage slaughterhouse cancel attempt on the upper left-hand side, and there's an expansion at the bottom left-hand side. We need more
This is a-
observers in games.
This is a 40 supply expansion. Dude, this is not FFA, okay? This is not supposed to be working like this.
Well, who knows, man? FFA plays are making their way into one-on-one with more shredders, etc., etc. Army compositions, also very FFA inspired sometimes. And I don't know. This is all very chaotic. This might actually just be the time. Mountain King retreating to the shop, gets a potion, has the gold, no problem. And Archmage Waterman will deal with the Lich. 120 has zero clue about this expo.
He had the heal potion perfectly when he needed it, by the way. Then he passes the Rune Bracers to shrug off the next Nova. Sock is playing so insane right now. Also pretty risky, pretty damn greedy. Gotta be said. If 1-0 had the scout down there, he could easily take care of the expansion and make all this investment a waste. Dude, normally humans, they just try to hustle to 70 supply as fast as they can to finally be stable against the undead threat. And Sock just says like, whatever, I'm going 3 bases. 40 supply is enough.
I want to say also that Sock expanded on 0 units.
Yeah.
That's the 40 supply. It's 0 units. It's workers, heroes, shredder. That's it.
This is completely ridiculous.
Well,
and that it's working is incredible. An incredible showing of how good Sock is looking right now.
And also,
if he wins this map, it should have been a 4-1 victory today, if not for that throw.
Yeah. And also,
is it over? Question.
Yesterday he defeated Life as well, and Moon. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Triple income now for Sock. We're getting a big army. Paladin is coming again. His patented Sanctum. Contesting 1-0 for more creeps, which is nice. Stalling more time. And 1-0, of course, we have to blame him for not scouting the bottom left-hand side. But can you really when no one else is going for these expo and these tactics?
Sock creating space here, forcing a TP home. I guess one knight. No, never mind. Not even losing that one. Clean escape. Time bought. Would love to see now also staffs being prioritized. He's got the first one already, with more still available. Dude, the Shredder has been at work for so long, but the lumber is still so low because Sock is just going for so many upgrades. And to be honest, he's pretty low on supply, man. This still might have been a bit too greedy in the end.
Yeah. He's 2 knights and 1 gyro. That's
here come the breakers. Thank God. Here come the saving breakers. Oh, I'm glad to see them.
Mr. Remo, would you like to see griffins maybe instead?
That would be a good idea. Good idea.
Well. This is quite a big attack, man. 70 food. We don't have Web against the gyros, but there's also no destroyers. Sock still unwilling to take a fight, and I think reasonably so. He can trade his second base for 1-0 second base because there's 1 third base, and that's not the undeads.
Peasants quickly going down. The power of level 3 Nova shining through again. Towers also not holding for long. TP back now. Okay. Counter TP gonna have to come in a moment. Staff into TP ideally. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's Knight going down. You know, similar to Echo Isles, it's starting to look like Sock is being a little bit too cute for his own good.
Believe, Remo, believe! We need that big Sock win. The hope for the humans. Another staff, very good. 1 knight could have been saved if executed as Remo described. That fiend, ambitious. But yeah, next wave of attack. At some point, 1-0 must think like, how are you able to sustain this army for so long when I kill your stuff all the time?
Yeah, this undead army is terrifying looking right now. And human heroes are pathetic, dude. MK1, Pally 1. I feel like this game is looking worse and worse for Sock by the minute.
Well, this base might fall. And then again, where's the counterattack ending up on? What can you do? Sock is running around like a headless chicken at the moment. What's levels?
Yeah, he's trying to get some creep camps in, trying to finally level up. He was at the shop for a moment, thinking about a TP, ended up not buying it. Now he's again across the map without a TP.
Oh.
Many moments of brilliance by Sock today, and some moments of big derping.
Can't win them all, just most of them. Let's see if he wins this one. Leon, thank you for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. We see a brilliant 1-0 versus Sock series. 2 people you're, of course, close with. A-Bomb for free. We're going for the Black Citadel. Is there enough damage?
If there's no TP, then certainly. He's trying to force that TP before his other expansion has fallen. All those peasants dead already. No TP, by the way. He could also get trapped by a teleport.
Alright. Okay, on Echo Else he survived with a lot and got his objective. This time he doesn't get the Black Citadel. He is trapping lots of fiends here. Archmage!
Invuln to save him. Sok is fighting on. But
Pelly.
heroes don't seem to be up to the task.
Archmage will disappear in a second. Mountain King is all by himself. He is sturdy. Supply is even. Ledge dodges the Invuln. Oh man, super important move for 1-0.
Knights now slowed down, getting picked off. One by one, they're going bye-bye, including that one. And that's 1-0, almost claiming the supply lead. Sok is actually holding on to a small one, but I think that's a bit misleading because that expansion not mining anymore. Heroes AFK, staffed out back at home. Twice in this series, it seems. Twice in this series, Sok gives away a great position.
1-0 was a bit shaky in the mid-game, forgetting the altar, then building it twice, you know, some signs of nerves or fatigue or whatever it is, but when it matters most, he was razor sharp. And Sok eventually a bit indecisive indeed. But there's one last hurrah. The army with very few workers is very optimized for fighting. That's the last chance for Sok.
But he's facing a level 5 Lich with seemingly unlimited mana. You can out-sustain the Lich, you can outlast him, you can out-heal him with multi-staffs and high-level heroes. 2 staffs, I don't know, is enough. 1-1 Knights, I don't think is enough.
Out-sustaining a Lich against a Dark Ritual and Abomination is a stretch. There should always be mana, but the aim was of course not much damage. Fiends are falling left and right. That Breaker was the sacrificial lamb, but Frostborn hungers for the Pally and the series is over. 1-0 and Sok go to war. Very, very, very cool series. Very competitive series. Way better than their Super League series. Both show that they are in tremendous form and everybody should be looking up to them at the moment.
Yeah, that was super sick, man. Cool series, but it's always a bit maddening when players play so amazing and then they make some huge blunders. I mean, the TP miss was obviously the problem on Echo Isles, and here, dude, he tried to go 3 bases on 40 supply.
And then he didn't go Griffins.
I mean, he didn't have time to do anything quickly enough that game. That's just way too greedy. That is greed overload, dude. That is like, I don't know, he's playing They Are Billions or something, trying to max out on the economy before making any units. But I hope valuable learning lessons for Sok. This was supposed to be his series today. Fortunately for him, it's not a very impactful game in a big tournament. It's just a one-off show match. Very high level, very cool games, very much back and forth. And I hope some valuable game tape for him to learn from.
We have... Wait, didn't Sok play against an undead? Oh yeah, Sok is playing Labyrinth in Super League. Maybe there was some game tape for Labby down the road that should be played tomorrow as a start. That'd be great. So that's it for me. I want to remind everybody, subscribing with Prime is not a crime, and we're nominated as the best non-mainstream streamers of the year, and every vote is amazing for us. Spread the word, tell your family, friends, dog, whatsoever, to vote for us so we can go for the three-peat. And we are now going for Mr. Remo Demo stream. I would actually love you hearing dual cast with Soul 8-man. Soul has oftentimes been casting Gladiator Cups as well, and we casted 1 or 2 series together. You two would be hilarious to me at some point down the road.
Yeah, true. That's something we have yet to enjoy. I'm trying to figure out at the moment what Gladiator Cup this is. 83, 84, 85, something like that.
I'm going to be back tomorrow for Super League, everybody. The matches for tomorrow are Labby Sock, Moon 40, Lawlight FoCuS. And then Mr. Remo Demo will also be there. And then Wednesday, last day of Groupstage, we're going to have all of the decisions. And then the rest of the week is going to be playoffs time. So clear your calendar for the big final of the Super League.
Hell yeah. And I got everything almost perfectly set up. Got this one, got that one. I guess I'm gonna have to change the title real quick when you're off, but yeah. Stream is gonna be offline just for like a minute, and then we're gonna be right back with more Gladiator Cup games.
I think you can change the title now already. It doesn't really matter. I changed it to Gladiator Cup already. Doesn't matter. Just click as fast as you can so we don't lose the viewers.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, I'm going off in 3, 2, 1.